Every day, we all try to be more than just pawns on the chessboard of life.
But this week, the whole city is being taken over by chess.
Will Magnus Carlsen rise above once again?
Or will someone else take the top prize?
I play chess every day.
And I watch you every day. It gets crazy.
Here in Paris, nothing is granted and everything is earned.
This is Chess at the 2026 Esports World Cup. Welcome, everyone, to the Esports World Cup here in Paris, France. It's week 6, but we saved the best for last. We're coming at you with chess for the second year in a row. The best of the best are ready to compete to lift the trophy and play for life-changing money. Hey, welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. Nemo, Mike Klein, good to see the both of you. Nemo, how you doing? We're back for year 2.
I'm so incredibly excited to be here. I'm so excited to see chess back at the Esports World Cup. I mean, we just had LCQ. We're doing play-ins today. What are your thoughts going into this amazing, amazing day before group stage, Mike?
Well, this is what we live for as chess players, to play in front of a live audience. Ticket sales are through the roof. We're going to have fans cheering. The players are going to wear their noise-canceling headphones. One of the biggest arenas I've seen chess get played in. I'm super excited.
Absolutely, 130% ticket sales. That's insane. Chess is some of the best. I asked people all around us, so what's your favorite event for the Esports World Cup? There's 24 games to choose from, and a lot of them said chess. So much anticipated. But the players aren't coming here just for passion. They're coming here for a lot of money. $1.5 million on the line.
$1.5 million on the line. And don't forget, they actually had to self-fund themselves for today's play-in stage. Yesterday,
That's
LCQ, crazy stuff. We're going to see some exciting matches today. But don't forget, if you make it all the way from LCQ, play-ins, to winning chess at the Esports World Cup, you get an additional $50,000.
That's right, with the Jafonzo Award, an additional $50,000, and we'll get to watch some of those LCQ players today, but a lot of money on the line, $250 for first. I mean, that is crazy when it comes to chess as a whole, and it's going to be a long road to get to that point to even think about earning first place, lifting the trophy. We've got 5 days of competition ahead of us, and it's going to be crazy for sure. Hey, let's get you caught up to speed with the format.
Chess returns to the Esports World Cup, and this time the road to the trophy starts before the group stage even begins. 16 players will battle for the title in Paris, where reigning champion Magnus Carlsen returns to defend his crown against the very best in the world. Every game is played with 10 minutes and no increments. Every second counts, and if a match ends level, an Armageddon decider will determine who moves on. But first, 8 players enter the play-ins. Every match is played over 2 games, and only 2 players will survive to complete the final field. They will join 14 players who have already qualified through the Speed Chess Championship and the Champions Chess Tour leaderboard, including defending champion Magnus Carlsen. Then comes the group stage. The 16 players will be split into 2 groups of 8, each competing in a double elimination bracket. Every match consists of 2 games, where every move can change the course of the tournament. Only the top 4 players from each group will reach the playoffs. From there is no second chance. The quarterfinals are played over 4 games per match. The semifinals raise the pressure with 6 games per match. And in the grand final, the 2 remaining players will fight for the title in a best-of-3 sets showdown. Get ready for a chess spectacle in the City of Love, where speed, nerve, and absolute determination will decide who rises to the top.
I said, it's not going to be easy. 5 days of competition. Stamina is going to be a real conversation, especially for our play-in players. Now, chess has been around a long time, but for EWC, only 2 years. What does the EWC format mean to the chess world?
I cover chess events all over the world. There's almost no other event where you play so few games in such a short time control, and your entire event can end in less than 1 episode of The Sopranos. In fact, it might end just like the finale of Sopranos. It could end all in one moment with 1 bad move. That makes every move much more important than maybe any other event I've covered.
And it's only 10-minute time limit, which is going to put the pressure on the players.
I mean, this is insane. You get 10 minutes and 2 games, right? So, all the way through the knockout stage, you only get 2 games, even in the finals.
Which is unique, right? Because normally you get a little bit more time. Now, you do get double elimination, which is also unique.
Having the second chance is really nice. So to go home, you do need to lose at least 2 matches, which means if you don't, you're through.
That's true. But 6 of the 8 players are going to be making an unwanted phone call to Air France tonight, rescheduling their ticket out of Paris. So 2 go through, but the vast majority of players are not going to go through today.
That's right. So obviously we have play-ins today. Only 2 players move forward. 6 keys will be crushed. Now that's what's on the line. The heart of the competitor is the key in the Esports World Cup competition. You want to protect it at all costs. You need to win to do so. But for 6 of our 8, they in fact will be going home much earlier than they wanted to. Now, for the LCQ, it was a gauntlet. It was grueling. We had over 100 players entered. Only 5 made it through, and John Sargent is ready to talk about it.
16 players competed for the final 5 slots here at the Esports World Cup. They were split into 4 groups of 4 and then moved into upper and lower bracket formats to determine who would make it through. Vladislav Artemyev, Wei Yi, Alexander Bortnik, Alexander Grishuk, and Parham Maksudlu ended up qualifying. Now, one of the biggest stories is Maksudlu suffering from appendicitis during the tournament. He chose to postpone surgery to keep playing on pain medications. He won his matches, qualified, and after qualifying underwent surgery. He is now here in the play-ins and ready to play. An absolute warrior. Notable names that failed to qualify through the LCQ include Daniel Dubov, Eric Hansen, Andrew Tang, and Peter Lecko. So it was an incredibly stacked field.
For play-ins today, it's 5 LCQ, 3 from DreamHack, but what a story in front of us. Am I hearing surgery and then taking the stage?
I thought I had appendicitis last year, and no time did the doctor say you can delay if you have it. You have to have surgery. I've never heard of this before. He's the only player in the LCQ that did not lose a single game. I wasn't even aware you could delay that surgery, so he had the surgery after the LCQ. Good thing, by the way, he finished early and won the winner's bracket.
That's right.
A couple extra hours to have that surgery. We are not medical professionals, but don't do that at home, by the way.
Yeah, seriously, just so you guys know, that was his decision to step onto the stage. But, Nima, we have to respect it. I mean, at the end of the day, a competitor, they want to compete.
They want to compete. And maybe that's something that pushed Parham to win early so he can successfully complete surgery, which we wish him a speedy recovery, and then get back onto the stage. Along the way, he also did beat Wei Yi, which pushed Wei Yi, who is playing later against Estepenko on Stream A over here. It's going to be a crazy, crazy day. Wow.
He's got a big challenge today. He's playing the reigning world rapid silver medalist, Vladislav Artemiev, who, by the way, in 2021 was 1 point away from being the world blitz champion. So, well, you know, he's got a lot of bona fides to his credit as well.
Fair enough. A lot of stories already developing, and we haven't even started match number 1. But this is Stream A. Did you guys know we have a Stream B as well? It's going to be 2 streams for 4 out of our 5 days of competition. Pull it up however you like. And to give you the update on what you can be expecting from Stream B is Anna and Kostya.
Hello, Stream A. This is Anna and Kostya here from Kidia City Battleground.
We've got a number of exciting matches coming up today, and we will be joined by Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson and Zachary Sane up in the booth.
$1.5 million at stake. A lot of them will be decided here, and keys will be crushed.
We'll see you at the show.
That's right, Anna. Keys will be crushed all day today. 6 of them, in fact, and we don't stop there. Keys will be crushed pretty much every single day of our competition until there's only 1 remaining. Now, we are in week 6 when it comes to the club championship race, which means standings are getting tight at the very top. AGAL overtook Falcons just a little bit ago last week, but can they do a little bit more this week? Let's check in with our club championship update powered by Aramco with Trav.
At the start of week 6 of the Esports World Cup, it's AGL who sits at the top of the Club Championship leaderboard, thanks to amazing performances in Honor of Kings, where they got second, and Mzu Bear's masterclass in Tekken, who took the grand finals in a record time of just over 15 minutes. When we look towards chess, though, which is what lands in the Allianz Vault this week, we look towards Team Liquid and Magnus Carlsen, who look to try get the 1,000 points, which would be their first big win of the Esports World Cup in 2026. Looking in closer at the leaderboard, though, it's Team Falcons and AGL who we're looking towards, with Hikaru and Denis Lazovic taking to the stage for AGL. This will shape the leaderboard massively if either of those got a big win. But let's not forget about Na'Vi, who have pretty much been owning the Allianz Vault whenever they're here. With a win in Fatal Fury in the first week and a second place in MWI, it puts them third on the leaderboard with 2,250 points. We expect them to go pretty far here too in chess. It's also worth a glance at Virtus Pro, who'll be taking to the stage as well this week. With Vitality's absence from chess, these teams look to strike and take those higher spots. With 2 weeks left in the Esports World Cup, there's all to play for still. So stay tuned and we'll keep you updated with more Club Championship update.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The Club Championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it. Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Thank you, Trav, for the update as well as the explanation. The club championship trophy means a lot for these orgs. It can truly help them out. And $7 million for first. Who's taking down the Falcons? Will it be AGAL? They're currently in first, but it doesn't guarantee them a win because they got some powerhouse players representing themselves in chess. But it's not just Falcons. AGAL as well. Already in first, they're looking to hold on.
AGL in first with Denis Lazovic, who qualified for the Esports World Cup here through coming third. At the Speed Chess Championships in London earlier this year. Now, you might have noticed we have not mentioned the name Magnus Carlsen just yet, but that's because they are going to be playing tomorrow. They'll be all starting tomorrow. Obviously, Magnus Carlsen representing Team Liquid, but we have two other exciting players. We've got Andrei Esipenko as well as Artemiev. And we have a lot of exciting players today. I've listed just off two names, but there's a lot of teams who are going to be going for some points here at Esports World Cup.
When it comes to the club championship, those are the two most important players today. That's because Esipenko is representing Virtus Pro. As you saw on the leaderboard there, they're only 50 points out of a podium finish, 50 points out of third place. And Team Spirit, represented by Artemiev, they're in 11th place trying to break into the top 10. So when it comes to the club championship points, those are the two most important players trying to get to the main event.
And you did mention Magnus. Obviously, it's going to be a big conversation. Actually, how could he not be? But for Team Liquid, they do need some much-needed points. They only have one top 8. They need another in order to be eligible for club championship points and the money involved in a club championship. We'll keep you up to date as the days go along, but let's talk about today. Play-ins. 5 from LCQ, 3 from DreamHack. They're now going to clash on the very stage just behind us, underneath the lights with the crowd watching them. We've got a lot of great matches, but what match are you most interested in?
I mean, I feel like we have to go into the first game that we have today. We are going to have Parham up against Artemiev in not too long. What are your thoughts on that, Mike?
Yeah, well, the question is, can Parham continue his unbeaten streak? I assume he's on some pain meds again. I'm not an appendectomy specialist, not part of my research here, but can he keep the winning streak going? That is going to be a big challenge. I imagine that recovery time is probably not as ample as you'd like it to be. So we're actually going to take a look at him walking to stage. You don't often hear that in the chess world.
That's right. We'll get to see him in just a second. For the others, though, Wei Yi, you mentioned him, right? Competing very well. He's got to go against Yasipenko. How do you think about that matchup?
I think it's going to be crazy. We are talking here about Stream A. Stream B also has some exciting matchups, which we'll go into really soon. But Wei Yi against Esipenko is a crazy one because it turns out in the candidates earlier this year, Wei Yi actually beat Esipenko in both, not just one, but both of their individual games, which puts a lot of pressure on Esipenko, and it makes you think, is Esipenko coming back with vengeance, with revenge?
True.
Or, to be fair, this is a 10-minute time control. It's very different from what was played with candidates.
That's right. It's a little bit different, but still, though, the past will reminisce in your mind whenever you're playing against somebody that beat you from before. So revenge is definitely a talking point. Now, talking our old heads, let's move in to our Crunchyroll story of the day. And we've got the 3-time Blitz world champion taking the stage.
That's right. We've got Alexander Grishuk, and you mentioned the candidates. He's actually played in 5 candidates matches. That's how long Grishuk has been around. I'm still a few years older than him, but he is the veteran. He's also a time trouble addict. Even in slow chess, classical chess, he likes to get his clock drained down. So he's in it for the adrenaline. And here at the tournament, on move 1, the adrenaline should already be picking up with only a 10-minute starting time control. And he's probably the one player that really would have benefited from an increment, but that's not in the esports modus operandi. We don't like to have time added to the clock here.
Well, it hasn't seemed to matter too much for Grishuk. While he is the oldest player here at EWC Chess at age 42, very impressive, but it also brings a certain level of experience, and he did beat Andrew Tang, who is oftentimes argued as one of the fastest players on the planet to qualify into play-ins today.
Yeah, well, he did qualify, and he's got the experience, and he knows what it is to be a champion, which gives me good confidence stepping onto the stage. The veteran himself is going to know what it's like to handle the pressure. He already had to beat out over 100 players in LCQ. He's looking to do it here now with 22 players in our tournament for the finals. It's going to be a big day for sure. Mike mentioned it, the players, they're arriving, and John Sargent is catching up with them.
All right, the players are arriving now for chess at the EWC. Let's go ahead and check out who pops off the bus first. Vladislav, welcome to the Esports World Cup. How are you doing, and how's your preparation been? Are you well rested?
Good afternoon. Thank you for question. I think that more or less I'm ready. We'll see what will be. but I will try to show my best skills. Of course, today I have very strong opponent, Parham Maksoudlu, but at least it will be exciting match. I believe that for viewers it will be very fun and positive. So, enjoy.
Amazing. I'll let you get prepared. Good luck.
Thank you very much. All the best.
See you.
Yeah, see you.
Let's see who else is on the bar. I imagine possibly Parham's popping out. There we go. The man himself. Now, this guy has been through a lot in the last couple of days, so we're really happy just to see him here. Parham, welcome to the Esports World Cup. You've been through quite an eventful last 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, that was like very tough days. Especially this is the toughest path to qualify for the group stage.
Yeah.
And that was my only chance to use, so I hope I can use it as well today and to try to qualify for the group stage.
And you played through pain medication and then went to surgery and then came back. I mean, a lot of people are thinking that is warrior mentality right there. We're so happy to have you.
Yeah, I wanted to, anyway, I wanted to play this tournament, so I said, okay, whatever surgery it is, I will make it through the event. And my body was strong enough to handle myself into the tournament.
That's amazing, and we look forward to seeing that mentality on stage as well. Best of luck to you. I'll let you go prepare.
Thank you.
Thank you, John, for catching up with the players. A little peek there about Parham, seeing him get off the bus. A little twinge, when he stepped down the steps, but what a warrior to want to still compete.
Yeah, I think he was favoring his right side maybe a little, but I might just be reading the tea leaves a little too much. I don't think he wanted to talk about the surgery that much, except for the fact that it cost him some prep time.
That's right.
So maybe we're making a bigger deal out of it. And you know what? It's nice to be young. Recovery time is a little less when you're Parham's age, so good on him for playing.
That's right. So coming up next is going to be Artemia versus Maksoudlu. That's going to be a great matchup for sure. There is still one that you wanted to mention, however.
I do want to mention we will also have another exciting matchup after with Wei versus Esipenko. I mean, that's going to be crazy. It's going to be really cool. And on Stream B, during that same match, there's also going to be Lian Lei against Alexander Bortnik. Now, Lian Lei has just returned to competitive chess after serving as head coach of Webster University for many years. Now, Bortnik also has a crazy story coming here into the play-in stage.
Yeah, he told me yesterday in the Players Lounge he wasn't going to come here. He didn't have the financial means. He asked his stream to kick in. They say it takes a village. It takes a Twitch stream to get some players here. His Twitch stream came through. He's here. He believed in himself, and so did his fans.
That's awesome. The community behind him. Now, Nemo, for this first matchup, you've got obviously Artemia of Maksoudlu. Now, for both of them, undefeated in the LCQ.
Undefeated in LCQ, it's going to be tense. I mean, I like to make my, co-studio host here take a pick. Who do you have, Mike?
Ooh, who do you got?
My heart is with Artemia. He's such a nice guy. He's a family man. Or are his kids going to stay up and watch?
Where's the brain going, though? The heart is one thing. Where's the brain going?
Well, the guy that got through the LCQ without a single loss. I mean, am I really going to pick against Maksoudlu at this point? I don't think so.
All right, Maksoudlu, the favorite. Hey, we're about to take the stage, though. And match number one is about to get started. You've got the best when it comes to the chess world, ready to throw down, ready to compete, because so much is on the line. $1.5 million, $250,000 for first. And with this only being the second iteration of chess at the Esports World Cup, you want to win every chance you can get it. It only comes once a year, and this is that moment. Who's ready to take it for themselves? Who's ready to take the stage and be a champion? Let's find out and get day one started for chess.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially time for chess here at the Esports World Cup. I am Hollywood Rob TV, and I'm a whopping 1,300 ELO on Chess.com.
And I am Damascus, and my ELO is imaginary. It does not exist yet, but this guy promised me I'm gonna learn a lot from you guys, from him, from all the players for an entire week of chess.
Yo, and this first one that we have, of course, ladies and gentlemen, is an absolute banger, as we have Vladislav Artemiev going head-to-head with Parham Maksoudlu. This is a certified banger, and how about the story of the fact that my man's even had to fight through appendicitis to be here and still cooking up the competition.
Listen, going to surgery and coming back strong as a warrior, these are the kind of backstories that we want, because today are the play-ins. We got 8 players, 3 from DreamHack Atlanta, 5 from the LCQ that happened last week. Only 2 can make it to tomorrow's event as we kick off the main bracket. Main bracket, of course, with $1.5 million on the line.
Hold on, you just whispered that. What number did you just say to Damascus?
$1.5 million on the line.
$1.5 million, and there's another number that has to be mentioned here that's a lot smaller than $1.5 million, and that's 0. because that's how many losses that both of these players have had through the LCQ. But right here, in the end of the day, only one can walk forward to the next round, and that means someone's O has got to go.
Absolutely. Today is for their first win or first loss of the day, of course. They've got to play for the entire day. At the end of the day, we'll have 2 new players qualified for the final bracket, where 14 of the elite are waiting for them for tomorrow. But Rob, I do think it is time to kick off.
It's about that time, Damascus. Let's get to it.
Let's get to it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to kick off EWC 2026 for chess with the first match of the week. Let's go. The casters are ready, crowds ready. I hope you're ready at home. Time to kick off the first match.
Thank you so much. It's so exciting to get going with the first match of the Esports World Cup. Here I am, David Howell, in the casting booth with Tanya Sachdev as we're about to kick off. Tanya, what a match we're going to have.
It's going to be awesome, David. The Allianz Vault, it's locked in, and this is the battle between the 2 LCQ bulldozers. That's how we lift off. This time in Paris, Vladislav Artemyev taking on Parham Maksudlu. It's all going to be about speed, intuition, instinct kicking in at the right moment.
Exactly. Best of 2. They'll have 1 game each with white, with black, and then potentially an Armageddon if they cannot be separated. It's all going to be about speed, that ferocity, the intensity. For Parham, maybe an uphill battle, but if anyone could do it, he can.
I'm calling this the fire versus ice right here. You know, you've got the icy nerves of Artemyev. You've got the chaos, the fire of Parham taking on. This is a stylistic battle.
Definitely. Parham would love that dynamic type of position. Vladislav, just a cool customer, loves endgames, bit more strategic. We'll see who comes out on top.
Incredibly calm, team spirit. He's got enough fighting spirit in him. Does Artemyev Parham? What a story it has been for him this last week, making it to this stage. He wants it. He wants to prove himself today. Under pain medication, he wants to be the one inflicting pain on his opponent.
Exactly. Artemyev, though, looks very calm. We saw his interview earlier. He's all smiles before the game start. But here we go. We have liftoff. Game 1 has begun, and it's Artemyev with the white pieces. He starts with the Reti opening, bringing his knight out, getting ready to castle. All about quick development here.
We are off, and this is such a flexible setup that Artemyev has taken, not committing anything on the left flank of the board, just getting all his pieces out on the right side, gets the king to safety as quickly as possible. Now I'm expecting some pawn moves by the white pieces to try to capture the center.
And that's the thing, a flexible position is great, but it does often mean you have so much choice, and the players will not have so much time to make those long calculated decisions. It's all about instinct. Artemyev with a pawn sacrifice here. Smart, he breaks up the black center, but now he has to justify that sacrifice, either go for the pawn, win it back, or build a big center himself.
Early gambit. And an early think by Artemyev after giving up a pawn. That slightly surprises me, David Howell. I'm still expecting him to go after that pawn. You want to bring out your knight. You want to get it towards the center of the board. Attack that pawn that's just been captured right now. But if Artemyev wants more, he's just going to ignore all of that on the left flank and go for a more precise attack over the center, or try to even break with the B pawn moving ahead.
Exactly. He needs to move fast, though. Artemyev is known to be a bit of a time trouble addict. He loves the adrenaline. His clock often runs low very early in the game. But he cannot afford to be too indecisive here, burn too much time, especially while being a pawn down. And Tanya, the move you predict on the board, he's trying to regain that pawn with his knight.
Makes a lot of sense. Not so easy to defend that pawn for Parham, who looks like Mr. Chill on the screen right now. He can try to move the pawn next to it, 2 steps forward to defend that. But David, that just weakens so much of the queen side. I'm expecting Parham to instead bring out his knight to defend it, not allowing the recapture just yet. Artemyev, slightly surprising. You give up a pawn, you start thinking, but he's picked up on the speed now.
Exactly, speeding up. Maybe he was just deciding how sharp he wanted to play. This knight move does, again, double down on the black pawn, the one that has just captured in the white half. And there are tactics in the air. Parham, he needs to decide now whether to play it solid. It's all in black's hands. He can just continue development, allow white to regain the pawn, or he can try to cling on and invite some tactics.
And 2 ways to do that. You could move your queen towards the center of the board if you're Parham right now, defend that pawn, attack the white knight, centralizing it on the d4 square, or you fall back with the bishop, another retreating move to try to double defend that pawn that's been attacked. Parham about to make his decision. David, we're already in pretty much fresh opening territory in this match, and that is so key. You want your opponent to think to burn the clock as early as possible.
Yep. First big critical moment of the game. Parham has to decide what mood he's in, how much of a fighter he wants to be. He needs to decide safe play now or more tactical. You can see he wants the action, he wants the fire, but it does take a lot of courage, a lot of energy, and now he's the one lower on time.
Parham always looking for those chaotic battles on the board, never shying away from the big fight right now. And again, two approaches. Continue development, take the cautious approach, bring those right side pieces out. He takes a third approach, kicks out the knight, which is about to capture the pawn on that left side. But he does think, and he takes it.
He does. Artemiev was tempted there maybe for a second for something a bit more spicy, but now back to level material. White's wasted a lot of time with his knights. The knights aren't so well placed right now, but at least he is ahead in piece development. Black hasn't developed any of his king side. Those right side pieces still dormant, still asleep. They need to get moving.
You know what they say in chess, when in doubt, push the h-pawn. What are the chances that King of Chaos, Parham Magsudlu, goes h5, h4, opening up the h-line for his rook right here, right now?
Wow, he is a brave player. He is very, very ambitious in his style, in the way he approaches chess. Parham Magsudlu, will he continue breaking those opening principles? He does! Ooh. Tanya, this spells fire.
We've got a game on our hands right now. What an approach by the black pieces here. Undeveloped, but this is literally playing with fire. And David, that's a dangerous game to play for Parham. His king's still there, right in the center of the board. But it's him who's going for Artemiev's king on the right flank.
Exactly. This is so counterintuitive. Black's piece is not active, but he's the one playing for an attack. White's king committed. White's king is stuck. But yeah, there's no defensive knights around, so it does make some sense. There's some logic behind it. Black controls the center, so therefore he feels it's time to strike.
And that's such a key point, right? Knights are an absolute key defender in these positions. Notice how both the White's knights are on the left side of the board, keeping the king empty there on the right flank for Artemiev. And instead, he makes sure that Parham's h-pawn doesn't move a step forward. He stops that for now. But is Parham going to try to double down on it, try to get a g-pawn moving ahead? I do think this is the moment you take a breather if you're black and you get your pieces out.
Exactly, and here, pulling up the analysis board, Tanya, the move we want to see, we're not sure quite yet whether it works, would be to push a pawn forward. In the last move, Parham could have initiated total chaos, pushing forward, allowing a capture, and just sacrificing a pawn, saying, wow, let's go. H-file, that's a rook that doesn't need to move to be developed. The white king is nearby. This would have been the most direct approach. Parham instead, with his last few moves, saying, okay, I'm just going to keep things more solid. We're expecting maybe that move in the near future. He can continue developing with his queen, but the move we all want to see is pawn to g5.
I'm going to make a prediction. It happens. David, I don't know if it happens at this moment or the next one, but this has to be on Parham's radar. He first gets the bishop out of the way, trades one of the knights at the corner of the board, giving a big decision. Do you capture with your pawn or do you further retreat with your own knight in that recapture? And I'd say g5. That's the move. g5 and you high five. You're alive. If you're Parham Magsudlu, it's coming up.
It's coming up. And here, if the move we expect is played, Artemiev recapturing with his knight, bringing it away from the center. That's the trigger. That is the sign for play to switch to the other flank. Okay, Artemiev, though, allowing more trades. He's saying he was so scared of that attack that he wants pieces off the board, but White's pawn structure is terrible now.
It's absolutely awful. And that one of those pawns could have been picked up in the last move, but Parham continues with development. It would have allowed White to regroup pieces with tempo if the pawn on c4 was captured. Instead, the knight comes out. So Parham taking a different approach now. I'm also expecting ideas of the queen moving forward from Parham, maybe alongside castle, and we'll see the battle of kings placed on opposite flanks in this game.
Yeah, normally I'm biased towards bishops. White has the bishop pair. It's a pretty open board, but just the way that the structure is right now, Black's skeleton of the position, everything's protected, everything looks pretty solid. Parham Magsudlu, I think, is maybe the happier of the two, now that the opening is all done. White's queen, though, stepping forward, and the big decision, which way is the black king going?
And such a tough one to make. You know, you said it, David. The blueprint, the pawns, the way they're formed right now in this position, it looks so healthy for Parham currently. And look at that, he still keeps the option flexible with his own king. I think the more human approach in this position is get it to that left side where you know your pawns are going to be a great wall of safety for the black pieces. Long castle coming up is my prediction.
Wow, the great wall of Parham, those black pawns. For now, blocking the bishops at least. It's definitely pressure on Artemiev to create something, to do something. Structurally, he's suffering. So long-term, doesn't look great. Short-term, though, for White, that's where his chances lie as he lines up his rook, preempting Black's king, going that side of the board.
Not an easy decision now that the rook's ready already. And you've got the a-pawn ready to march up as well for Artemiev if the king was to find safety for Parham on that left flank. We have him on our screen. It's such a difficult decision to make. And now Parham, with about 6 minutes on the clock, he does make a decision. That king isn't going to the left side anymore. Defends the b-pawn with his rook.
Yeah, I saw his heart rate going up, but that didn't mean that he wanted that action yet. I think he was getting excited about his chances, but calmed himself enough to make this quiet move. Makes sense, very solid, but that does give Artemiev a bit of time now to try and continue the threats, build up some kind of initiative. What's he going to do? Vladislav, normally a time trouble addict, has handled his clock quite well so far, but still needs a plan.
He's a time trouble addict, he is, but he's also the world rapid silver medalist. And on his way, he took down a certain Magnus Carlsen right there in that one. So when the clock goes low, Vladislav Artemiev does know how to handle those critical seconds as well. Now touching the 5-minute mark, I want everyone to take notice of that H-pawn that Parham has. H5 played early on, and long term, this could be a target for Artemiev. He could start lining up his bishop against that pawn. It might prove to be a weakness for black.
Exactly. That kind of indecision there, pushing on one side of the board, but they're not fully committing to the attack. Will that come back to bite Parham Maghsoodloo? We will find out, but in the meantime, another rook enters the center. Artemiev playing the most natural move on the board. Took him a bit of time, though. Could have played that one a bit quicker. And the Black King castles. Finally, better late than never.
It does, it finds safety on that right side, connects the rooks as well, and this was the plan that we were earlier alluding to. Now hitting that pawn on h5, and what's the path? It's not easy to defend that pawn. You know, Parham's got a pawn in front of his own king. You want to move that forward, but that weakens the right side even more for the black pieces, so instead he comes back with his bishop, really caging up his king right there, but make sure that that h5 pawn remains defended.
Yep, slightly defensive there, but it had to be done. Parham Maghsoodloo didn't get the attack he was hinting at earlier, but now the game is shifting towards more strategic realms. Stylistically, does that suit Artemiev? Is that a good thing for the side with the bishops? He can slowly maneuver now, but he is down on time. Around 4 minutes, this game, it feels like the calm before the storm, Tanya. It feels like it will erupt, surely at some point. But how much time will the players have when that does erupt? That's the big question.
And this last move by Artemiev definitely hints at that eruption. You know, the c-pawn, a committal move right there, giving up some central squares for the black pieces to jump onto. That d5 point, notice that. But what white has done is really clamped down on black's queen side as well right there. I completely agree with you. You know, with the dynamic shifting more towards strategic play here, David, perhaps Artemiev's fast play instinct, his rapid calm will start taking over. For Parham, it's so important to get those complicated battles as quickly as possible.
Exactly. Parham wants a bit more than he currently has, but for now, he is solid enough. He's just waiting. This last bishop drop, retreating here, opens up some tension in the center between the rooks. And look at Artemiev's screen. He's pre-moved. He's saying, okay, there we go. He didn't spend a single second on that last move. The rook trade, he foresaw it. He expected it. And he wanted one set of rooks off the board, but not both. He then dodges the second rook trade.
That almost felt like a second pre-move in a row with the speed with which he came back to the B line, taking advantage of Parham's backward pawn on that B file. The queen and the rook ready to line up as well. You know, you mentioned the bishop pair. That's a long-term strategic advantage for Artemiev, which means it's on Parham to find those dynamic chances, to create those imbalances. He has to start jumping on the board with his knight, get that to the central D4 square as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Black's knight is probably the worst placed piece right now. The Black queen, a bit passive as well. You want to start improving those pieces. But he's struggling to come up with the right way to do that. He's spending a bit of time here, Parham. Heart rate still high. Okay, calm move for now. But how long can he continue that as Artemiev starts advancing? Artemiev has a plan. He's just going to push that pawn forward on that left flank, try to undermine, erode Black's structure.
Fascinating, fascinating battle this one is. Their first game in the best of two right now for Artemiev with the white pieces. It looks like he's the one pushing. Now he wants to line up a battery with the queen and the bishop and start hitting that weakness we had spoken about, the h5 pawn for Parham Maghsoodloo. Queen e2 coming up next.
Yeah, what is the Black knight doing? I can't even draw a good circuit for that Black knight. It takes so many moves to get it onto a productive square. At the moment, it's caged. It's kind of controlled by white's pawns. Can't jump forward. Can it jump back? Parham is a bit stuck. That's why he's spending so much time now. He moves his king. He found nothing better, and Artemiev keeps advancing.
he does, he's gaining more space. He's gaining more real estate on the board, getting the pawns behind enemy lines right now. And this plan implicates that white is also eyeing a bishop trade on the c4 square, which has just been stopped by Parham, making sure that the white bishop does not land there. A pawn was attacked, it's defended.
This is such a classy game from both players. Both players really understand what the opponent wants. They're trying to stop that. Rather than just all-out tactics, it's all about that prophylaxis, just trying to prevent the opponent from any ideas.
This is a waiting game by Parham. He's just shuffling around with the pieces, saying that I've placed them on the best possible square. There's no plan that I have, but show me what you've got, Mr. Artemiev.
Oh, the waiting game. Both players shuffling their kings. No way forward. They're struggling to come up with anything more than this.
That's a draw for right there. It looks like a repetition coming up, David.
If the position repeats 3 times, it is a draw. They have repeated a couple of times now, getting closer. Last moment. Is this the big decision? There we go. The first result, game 1, is a draw.
And an important one right there is the players feel their rhythm, zone in to all the action of the Esports World Cup in Paris. Such a cagey battle between these two and ends in a peaceful result. The game definitely had its moments.
It had its moments. It felt like both players just warming up, just trying to play themselves into form, testing the opponent a little bit, but not taking too many risks. A draw. Next game, it's Parham Mangzulu with the white pieces, so maybe the advantage will switch to him.
I couldn't agree more with that. You know, just a small slight victory there, starting with black, a confident hold by Parham, pushing that H-pawn early on. Artemiev with white wasn't able to put enough pressure to make Parham Maghsoodloo sweat, and immediately they go on to game 2. What does Parham have in mind? We're already off, and it starts with the queen's pawn opening by Maghsoodloo.
We're already off, and slightly offbeat opening here. A white pawn stepping forward. That's very flexible. Could we see the London system? Could we see a transposition? It's Parham Maghsoodloo with the white pieces. Remember, he brings his bishop out, creates a pin. But yeah, still very well-known stuff. This could be called the Torre attack. But yeah, very flexible from both sides.
For white, the main dream, the main aim for Parham would be to expand in the center of the board, try to push that pawn in front of the king 2 steps forward as well, but it still needs to be defended just a little bit. Parham looking calm and chill. Artemiev looking completely locked in right now, and this is what he does. He gives up the bishop pair one more time, does Parham Maghsoodloo, to get control of the center.
Nobody told Parham that bishops are strong pieces. He prefers those knights, and there we see the first thing we learn about chess: control the center, control the midfield, you control the game. And yeah, makes a lot of sense. Quite committal. Black still doesn't have any weaknesses, but yeah, he wants that dynamic play he struggled to get in the first game. He wants to make full use of the white pieces, Parham Maghsoodloo.
And will he stop advancing, or will he continue to push those central pawns, gaining more space at the center of the board? Parham, he did it last time, pushing that H-pawn. Will it be the E-pawn this time for him? He's always looking for these early big questions for his opponent.
Yeah, that would be a huge decision, gaining space, pushing forward. He gives a check instead. A bit mysterious, as Black wanted to develop the knight anyway. He asked the opponent to play a move that he wanted on the board. Now the queen lines up. Black pushes the bishop back. I don't think he'll part with the second bishop. Trading off one bishop is enough. He retreats. He still has a nice setup here with white. Black is almost in a kind of hippopotamus setup, just stuck on his first 3 ranks. But yeah, still very, very solid for Black. That hippo could pounce later.
It might bounce just now, David Howell, with a C-pawn moving forward as well for Artemiev. He's not a player who stays quiet for too long. And he's thinking about that. Does he continue slow development, or does he strike in the center immediately? Now both players at the 8-minute mark. The one thing that stood out is they've managed to keep the clocks level in the first game and continue to do so in their second battle.
Exactly. They know that this is such a short match. Just 1 second of weakness, one bad move, or spending a bit too long on the clock. It could come back to haunt them. It could cost them their whole life here at the Esports World Cup. So, yeah, they're both playing very practically right now. Quick moves, solid moves, nothing too flashy.
You called it the hippo earlier. It's sort of transformed into the Sicilian setup for Black, with the C-pawn moving forward, the queen coming out, and I'm expecting Artemiev to continue with the rook development towards the center of the board as well. But right now, most of the center controlled by Parham.
Yeah. It is Parham Maghsoodloo with the white pieces, with pawns occupying those central squares. He is the one who can choose whether to open the game. Black is pretty much waiting for that decision. But is there a threat is the big question. Does white want to push forward in the center? Something you mentioned earlier, Tanya. That would open up the white bishop, the white queen. He can do it, but it comes with risk.
You know, whenever I see a G-pawn up ahead, and I know Parham did this in the last move, I think the H-pawn goes up the board in this one as well by Parham Maksudli. The only storyline reverse is that he does it with the white pieces. H4 coming up or not?
Oh, I would never, but I think Parham might. I think you know him here, Tanya. He's itching for some action. It's rare to see Parham just slowly maneuver for too long. He controlled himself in the first game. He didn't go all out, guns blazing. He still controls himself now, maneuvering his knight around to the king side, in front of his king, maybe a defensive piece, but also an attacking one. But I think it's in the air. That H-pawn push, we won't be waiting too long.
I completely agree. You know, we call this concept the hook. Black's G-pawn is such a hook, screaming to be targeted there. H4, H5, the fastest way to get there. But it is equally committal. So Parham, we can see it on his screen. He's kind of pointing towards the G3 square, and the knight does land there, so continues to regroup.
Yep. 2 knights in front of the king. That white king is super safe. It will be for most of the game, most likely. Those knights are ready to jump for now. Nowhere productive to jump to, but they are poised. And Artemiev has to find a good plan here. Black's rooks haven't mobilized. They are connected. Maybe they'll start to shift. Does he trade off pawns in the center, open up the position? Who is going to change the pace of this game?
Just one set of minor pieces are off the board with no open lines right now. So much tension in the game. And let's remind everyone, if this ends in a draw, we go into an Armageddon. There will be a winner in this match eventually. So this one, still a cagey battle, continuing to improve the position of the pieces is Parham.
There we go. A very logical move. The rook backs up the queen. That C-line could open in the near future if there are trades of pawns. And yeah, it feels like almost a mirror image of the first game where they're just waiting for the opponent. They're waiting so patiently, just saying, okay, you have to commit first. You have to take the first big risk. They both want to react. It's so much easier in this quick time format to react than to create.
Absolutely agree with that, David. And I think the first committal decision of a trade has just happened. And you could continue putting pressure if you're Vladislav Artemiev with further pawn pushes in the center of the board, creating squares for the knight to jump forward. Ideas of e5 come to mind. But again, you block your own bishop. Artemiev trying to work all of that out. Notice how all the entry squares on the C line, the open file, where Black's queen and rooks are lined up, everything defended, he does go for e5 eventually.
Yeah, very nice move. It comes with pros and cons, as you say, Tanya. The black bishops are now both blocked, but black does have access to squares. Dark squares long-term are black's domain. He has the dark square bishop, and his knight now can start jumping. First, he improves that piece. That dark square bishop looks fantastic now, controlling a very important diagonal.
I love that strategy. You find your worst placed piece and you put it on a better square. You know, speaking of badly placed pieces, I want everyone's attention on white's knight in front of that white king. And I was just going to say, you need to start finding greener pastures. And there it appears as it reroutes itself towards the center of the board.
Yeah, the sad thing is he just moved that knight there a few moves ago. He had to retreat. He had to step back. He's lost a bit of time, Parham Magsudlu. It has become strategic again. Not his forte, we mentioned, or at least relative to Artemiev. It's not something he wants, that slow maneuvering battle. And the black knight jumping forward asks the question, does white move his bishop? No, Parham is a knight guy. He's not a bishop man. And he says, you can take it. But white's bishop is a bit blocked anyway. So maybe that's something Artemiev wants to avoid.
Well, everyone knows chess players are night owls. So, you know, makes absolute sense to go for those knights right there. I will point out one of the bishops that Parham has, the light squared bishop. Again, a badly placed piece. An idea that could come into your mind on the radar would be try to activate that, push the a-pawn, create a square to come into the game via that a6 point. And you could even think about trading the knight for the bishop and then landing on a6.
Yeah, just as an example on our analysis board on the right here, if black moves a pawn forward, if white, say, just makes a neutral move, I was about to blunder a pawn. Let's say the white rook moves across. Now, Tanya, your point, you can trade off the bishop, and this dead piece for black would come to life. And these two bishops together are just so dominant. They control everything, and it's on the board. If we go back, this move has just been played. Pawn to a5, that black bishop, sleeping giant, about to wake up.
And what a giant that's going to be once it lands on that a6 square. Notice how both of Parham's bishops on the edges of the board right there, but cutting across on those diagonal, one on a6, the other about to land on a6. It might be time for Artemiev's knight to start jumping over the board, trying to chase the bishop on a6. Ideas like that g4 jump comes to mind. But I have to say, the feeling is that Parham's putting pressure on Artemiev in this one.
Definitely. You can tell that this position could go either way long term, but for now, it's all about those short jabs. They're both trying to create their own threats. And yeah, it's just about who gets their ideas on the board first, it feels like. If Parham is able to get his knight over towards the Black King, start attacking, it'll be great for him. If not, then Black might take over.
And it is Parham on the think right now. 6 minutes on the clock, a5 played.
White would love to move the bishop away, but I was going to say, this is the move he wants to play, but he is hanging a pawn in the center. That would, however, allow your knight jump, Tanya. The white knight going over, attacking that black bishop in the corner. And instead, Artemiev is happy to trade off light squared bishops. He's arguing that white's bishop suddenly became quite a strong piece, so he wants it off the board.
He does play that bishop to a6. It wasn't the most beautiful bishop in black's camp anyway. Gets rid of it, trades that off. Still expecting the knight to jump to g4 because white's forces, it just feels, need to apply pressure on the right flank. Notice how all of Parham's army is on the left side. Vladislav's army even is on the left side of the board right there. But a different plan by Parham Maghsoodloo as he comes back.
Ooh, given a question mark this last move, the first real mistake of this first match at the Esports World Cup. A knight retreat, sometimes you have to go back in order to go forward. He does have some nice outposts in mind. If that white knight is given 2 moves, if it jumps to the left, over to c3, then to b5, it lands on an amazing square, but time is so important, and here we go. Artemiev tries to trade off the queens. Is this a gain for black? White's pawns are further advanced in the center. Maybe they'll become vulnerable with the queens off the board.
I'm absolutely loving what Artemiev has done so far. You know, with the queens off the board, the only open file, the C line, it is accessible for Artemiev's rook. You can start sliding over, attacking white's pawn, doubling up. Black's got a bishop and a knight imbalance in the position. The black knight ready to jump towards the center of the board as well. This is the plan I was talking about, David. The other rook ready to line up on the C file, full control.
Full control. Black is going to dominate the only open file, as you say there, Tanya. The black rook's on the C file, the black bishop as well, perfectly poised, ensuring that white's rooks can never challenge. This is a one-move threat, attacking an undefended pawn. Black defends it there. Artemiev moving his rook, controlling all the squares, controlling everything, controlling the game.
And a big threat as well. If the black knight was to jump towards that c5 square, you've got 2 pawns hanging for Parham Maghsoodloo. This endgame is a party of 1, and the only one enjoying is Artemiev right now. Knight c5, a threat that you need to take care of. If you push the b pawn, trying to get rid of the rook on c4, you leave behind so many squares. I have to say, David, this endgame is going to be an uphill task for Parham to defend.
Exactly. Just to show your ideas on our board, Tanya, if white does push the most natural move in the position, black is simply going to win a pawn. There's not much you can do about this. The white rook shifts to defend. This is an attack. There's a double attack, hitting the central pawn twice as well in the live position. This is such a big, big threat. How can white stop it? Maybe you can just slowly make a move and argue that the white knight drops back, but white is so passive here. Black is the one attacking. Black is the one creating the threats. White is simply all-out defense. This is a really tough position for Maghsoodloo right now.
And I'm going to go back to our point earlier about the clash of styles that we were talking about. Again, the kind of position that plays into the hands of Artemiev. And we've seen that play, the positional strategic battle by him from the very start, controlling the nature of having the bishop pair, trading at the right time, opening up the C line when he's ready to control it. And somehow Parham in this game just never got his type of position.
Exactly. Artemiev has been playing a really classy game, but he's also been playing against his opponent. He's clearly aware of Parham's strengths, and he's not allowed him to show them so far. The white knight is forced back. He's lost so many tempi with his knights, so many moves. Parham's been hopping around, trying to find good squares, unable to really do so. But Artemiev now, can he time a break correctly? We talk about pawn breaks in chess, Tanya. There is one available to black. White's pawn on e4 is a target, that central pawn. He can undermine it now by pushing forward his own pawns. Pawn to f5 and open up the squares.
I love that idea, and I'm just wondering if on Artemiev's radar, that's something that he wants to employ when Parham is down to his last few seconds, because that's when it becomes incredibly hard to counter the move like f5, just completely changing the dynamics of the position. For now, he's also eyeing a beautiful f4 outpost for his knight. The black knight jumps in, probably landing on f4 to hit that rook on e2. Although I did like where it came from, David. It just felt like it was tying down white's pieces to defend all the pawns.
Exactly. I would not be shocked here if Artemiev just went back, just admitted, okay, he tried to jump in, didn't really get anywhere, and correct that last knight jump. The one thing I was going to say that might be double-edged is trading off the knights. He's got to make this work, Artemiev, now. He's removed more material off the board. He had great pieces. He's traded them off for inferior pieces. He needs to win a pawn, otherwise Magsudlu might be able to defend here.
Yeah, just compare both of Artemiev's rooks to Parham Magsudlu, both defended. And David, your idea on the board now that White's rooks are clamped into defense. F5 trying to open a second flank for attack.
It does feel like Artemiev might have rushed it. We see the evaluation bar on the left side of the board. That shows total equality now because White has targets himself. It's no longer one-way traffic. It's no longer Black trying to create threats, White defending. Suddenly, look at this. White's rook is hitting an undefended pawn, a backward pawn that cannot move, and Black's rook is forced into the passive. They're starting to repeat the position now. Could we see a draw? There we go. 3 times repeated. A second draw. We go to Armageddon.
It's Armageddon coming up, but this has to be relief for Parham Magsudlu in so much pressure most part of the game, and he does survive to take it to Armageddon. David, this one goes down to the wire.
Yeah, it does go down to the wire. The next game will decide it all. There will be a winner. Artemiev there, flexing, stretching a bit, but maybe he rushed his play. He had the advantage. He had some pressure. He didn't make it count, though.
It was in the end game, the final few trades that we saw that gave Parham a fresh breath of life, eventually capitalizing on the weaknesses on the left flank was Magsudlu, always looking for those attacks, and for the second time in a day, a 3-fold repetition.
Exactly. The black rook going back and forth, the white rook going to attack a pawn, then defending a pawn. The players are now bidding for time. Tanya, the lowest player here, the one who bids the lowest amount of time, will get white. Will get black, will get draw odds. The highest bid will get the white pieces and need to win.
And we'll start with 10 minutes on the clock. Will the white pieces? And the big question in an Armageddon always, how low can you go to try to get those result odds right now? A secret bid being put down there. What are you expecting with what we've seen? What is the mark of bidding that Parham and Artemiev will go for? David, I would say anything below 7 minutes is playing with fire.
That would be reckless, Tanya. Normally, you can get away with maybe around 7.5 minutes, 8 if you're feeling safe, but anything less than that would be, would definitely have potential to backfire. This is a secret bid. The players don't know what each other are bidding, and all will be revealed very shortly. Will we get a glimpse into Artemiev's bid here?
Someone tell him, he's got cameras on him right now, as Artemiev does put down his bid for the Armageddon. And again, it's the player with the black pieces. A draw means you go through. With the player with the white pieces, has to win on demand, starts with extra time on the clock. The clock management has been pretty good for both these players so far.
Exactly. They've both been within touching distance of each other the first 2 games. Both been equally fast, equally slow, you could say. But normally, unless your name is Magnus Carlsen, you do not bid below 7 minutes. That's the rule.
I predict an aggressive bid for the black pieces. 2 draws. Draw wins the match in Armageddon. Great time control, and it's 8 minutes 35 seconds is the reveal.
Okay, which player is this? Is this Vladislav Artemiev, who we see in the background?
Yes, it is. 8 minutes 35 seconds. Remember the number.
Oh, and Parham Magsudlu way lower, 7 minutes 15. That is brave.
He wants black to crack right now. He's going to try to draw or hold the game. That would see him through in the match right now. For Artemiev, it's a must win with white.
Wow, Parham Magsudlu will start this game with 7 minutes 15 against 10 minutes. That's almost a 3-minute deficit, but he does get the power in his hands of that second result. A draw, and he progresses. He will knock down Artemiev to the lower bracket. This is huge. I think that is close to the sweet spot, Tanya. Normally you want 7.5 minutes, maybe 7:15. He's got to be quick in the opening, that's for sure.
He just really wanted the black pieces, and I think it makes sense with everything that we saw in the first 2 games, how solid and confident the hold was by Parham. Even when it got slightly tricky for him, he's taking the result odds over the extra time.
And will he pay the price? There's a lot to learn. Often the players in the early stages of a tournament, this is new territory for them as well. Armageddons are so rare. They might have only had a few in their entire careers. So it takes a lot of courage to bid that low. They know they want black. Parham, when he had black pieces last time, was relatively untroubled. I think he was very much influenced by their first game of the day.
And for Artemiev, the ball's in his court. He needs to find ways to create dynamic chances. He needs to keep as many pieces on the board. Flagging is highly encouraged in the Armageddon. You want to keep the complications going. Just make sure don't get any of the trades in. And he's got a big shot in this one. It's going to be an insane battle. David, you can run, but you can't hide in this format.
Exactly, Armageddon. It normally means the end of the world. It's going to be the end of this match, that's for sure. There tend to be two strategies for the player with more time. With White, you either go straight on the attack, straight for the throat, force your opponent to burn their little time early in the game, or you just drag out the game as long as possible. Play 100 moves if you have to, and hope to win on time a bit later. We'll find out, the game beginning any second now.
You got guys like Artemiev, Mr. Nice Guy of chess, but he's got to put that off for a bit. Shameless flagging is often the name of the game when it comes to Armageddon.
Exactly. The Iceman, you were saying, ice versus fire. He cannot freeze, that's for sure. He needs to be speedy. He needs to be direct. He needs to win this game. Artemiev gives the nod. The referees will give the green light for the game to start any second. Parham looks super focused right now.
7:15 on the clock for Parham. He better be super focused. He can't afford to burn the clock too much. Are we still expecting the Reti opening one more time by Artemiev? Will he take out the knight on the right side of the board?
He's going to do something like that. It is his calling card to play these flank openings a bit less direct. And what is he going to choose? It looks like he's going to start with the English opening. We'll get the moves up on the board any moment now. Looks like play has just begun. Parham Mugzulu with the black pieces, only needing a draw.
And as long as Artemiev is able to keep the pieces on the board, continue the fight without letting black too many chances to simplify, it's going to be a feisty Armageddon, and we are getting moves in. We will get that updated just for you. As you do see, it was indeed the English opening, but eventually Artemiev does get the knight out, goes for the Reti development plans on the right flank.
Exactly, the double fianchetto for White. That means that White's bishops are on the longest possible diagonals. Super flexible. You don't commit your pawns in the center early. It gives you full flexibility to drag the game into any direction you want. A bit of hesitation there from Parham. Can't afford that too often in this Armageddon. He captures with the bishop. The bishop will most likely drop back. If attacked, there we go. The bishop is the guardian of the light squares. And Artemiev has to decide how to push forward in the center.
And he has to do it, and he does it right now. Now for Parham, does he want more liquidation in the center? Will he strike with his own c-pawn moving 2 steps forward right now? For Artemiev, absolute key in this matchup, in this Armageddon, is to make sure that the time deficit remains exactly as is. So speed is everything.
Speed is everything. This is still well-known territory. This is still opening theory, as we call it. So I would expect the players still to be playing relatively fast. Artemiev pauses. We're going to get a symmetrical pawn structure, Tanya. If those 2 pawns in the center are traded off, there we go. Then it's going to be hard here. It's all about piece play now, rather than those pawn breaks.
This is a small opening win for Parham, I'm going to say, with the pawn formation as you're talking about. Potential queen trades on the board, more simplification coming up. And again, for Vladislav Artemiev, how does he just make sure that the game continues to play? He says, I will not deny the queen trade. I will have control of the only open 2 center files. Queen takes queen. You're tempted to it, but it comes with its own dangers.
Exactly. If we go back in time, a few decades ago, they would say, this position, dead draw. Symmetrical pawn structure, no chances. But players have shown in recent years that there are always chances as long as there are pieces on the board. And Parham, true to style, true to his dynamic preferences, keeps the queens on. He's not playing just for a draw here. He knows that the best way to get that draw is to play correctly, to play, keep the tension, and here he wants to gain a bit of time by bringing his rook to the center instead.
Smart decision right there. The rook will attack the white queen. There's another plan in this idea. Notice how the queen and the bishop have set up a battery for a future possible trade of the dark squared bishop if black was to land on that a3 square. The black knight also ready to come to the center of the board via c6 on the next few moves. I think Parham's handled this very well so far.
Yeah, great play from Parham. Anything that white has here, any potential opening advantage is tiny as the white queen steps out of the way. Most importantly, though, the black position, relatively easy to play. No real weaknesses. White is not creating any threats right now. No tactics. That means that Parham can speed up, and that time deficit now is down to 2 minutes. It started at 2 minutes 45. He's eating away at Artemiev's time advantage.
And the move's coming in easy as well if you're black. You're looking at getting the rook to the center of the board right now. Meanwhile, Artemiev falls back with the queen. The rook lines up for future trades. Again, always bishop a3 in the air for Parham.
Yep, it's coming. First, those rooks sorting out business, getting towards the center. We could have all the rooks staring at each other. We could see some knight jumps and knight trades soon. Neither side really wants to blink first, but Artemiev definitely feeling the heat of the situation, of the Armageddon. He's burning time because he doesn't see a plan. He doesn't know how he's going to win this game.
All right, he makes the first aggressive move of the position right now. Jumps with the knight behind enemy lines, behind the half of his own board right now. Watch out for that tender spot on 8-7. The knight and the queen lined up. The bishops get off the board. The white knight aiming for that e4 square, trying to get rid of the defender on the king side. But first, Parham gets the bishops off.
He really hates bishops. He was trading off his own bishops earlier. Now he's trading off the opponent's bishops as well. He just wants those naughty knights to jump around the board. Parham Maghsoodloo, he has a draw in his sights. This is such an equal position right now. It's going to be so hard for Artemiev to create anything. And the time advantage is down to almost just 1 minute.
Oof. That just means close to just having result odds if you're Parham. A draw means he takes the match right now. And you can see it on Artemiev. He's struggling to find ways to create dynamic possibilities for white here. It just feels like that queen beautifully placed on a3. If anyone's aggressive, it's got to be black.
There is a threat, though. There is a threat for the first time in this game. White's rook in the center is aiming to capture a black knight. The black knights are overworked. Tanya, you mentioned the white queen. And the knight over on g5 near the black king, lining up on the diagonal. Black's knights are overworked. There could be tricks, could be checkmating tactics. Parham, for the first time, has to be a bit wary here.
Tricky Artemiev right there. Huge idea on the board. Parham definitely spots it, but the question is, what is it gonna be his line of defense right now? We've got to show that plan, David.
Yep, the threat is rook takes knight. If black just takes the eye off the ball, makes a useless pawn move here, then rook takes knight would be a winning tactic, winning a piece, since the black knight cannot recapture due to the white queen, the sniper from afar, landing a checkmate on the diagonal. Queen and knight, the deadly combo, the best attacking duo there is, will trap that black king, mate the black king. So this threat with the rook sliding across has to be dealt with. Whether that knight moves, whether it's defended, whether the black queen swoops the whole way back, we'll find out. And okay, we saw a couple of moves. The black pawn steps forward, attacking the white knight, forcing it back. He has dodged the worst there, Parham Maghsoodloo. He solved the problems. No checkmate on the cards.
No checkmate on the cards, but I think there's still poison in this position. Notice how the white knight's fallen back, eyeing the d6 square as well. The knight infiltrating further into black's camp right there. For Parham, the defensive task isn't over just yet. He brings his queen back, eyeing both knights right now.
Very solid move. He's angling for more of those trades. As long as he doesn't allow that knight to jump in and maybe fork a few pieces, as long as he doesn't allow any loose pieces to drop off, he should be fine here. Parham, he did have to spend a bit of time though. So this last couple of moves, the last transition, maybe in practical terms, decent for Artemiev, but still needs to create something and win here with white. It's going to be an uphill battle, Tanya. I just don't see how he keeps all the pieces on the board as he improves his queen here.
And he's trying to improve it further, get it towards that a6 square, trying to eye black spawns on the left flank, creating pressure, creating threats. But there are knights that are attacked at the center of the board. Not easy, like you're saying, for white to find infiltration plans right now. For Artemiev, I think he just really wants Parham's clock to go as low as possible before we see a committal decision by white in this one.
Exactly. It's never over till it's over, Armageddon especially. And I think this might be the first time in the Esports World Cup, at least in this first match, that we will see the clock play a big role. The white queen slides across. We see a trade of knights now. Black's knight can leap forward at some point. There we go, attacking the white queen, destabilizing it. Not so many safe squares for the white queen to go. It has to cling on, keep contact to its knight in the center. Black's pieces are so active. Momentum's turning in Parham's favor.
Just 2 squares, I would say. If you want to make sure you don't lose material and the game, you could move it 1 step forward and 1 step towards the left if you're white right now for the white queen. And he tries to take that decision. Very important for Artemiev to keep the queens on the board. He does go back eventually, once it hits the second time, keeping the knight defended and also eyeballing that b6 pawn of Parham's.
Yeah, Black's queenside pawns on that left flank are a bit vulnerable, are a bit loose and weak. So we'll see if that plays a role later. For now, The more trades, the better, Parham says. Rook's off the board. And now it really is hurtling towards an endgame. If the queens leave, white might have a small advantage as white's rook has a bit more access. But still, this last maneuver, really nice. The black knight is going to land in the center.
Hitting the white queen for the third time in that one. I think white is forced to jump up with the rook, create chances against the black queen, or start attacking the knight. But you have to be careful of folks right now. And for Artemiev, he does hit the queen. The knight jumps forward with a counter-attack, but it is a big blunder on the board. Artemiev has missed it.
This is a huge blunder. There we go, a knight check, devastating. This is a huge, incredible tactic. A sacrifice to drag, to break open the black king. If the black king moves, the knight will capture the black knight. The black queen will be hanging at the end. If the black knight moves to recapture, the black queen is still hanging, and a pawn capture would have left the black king too open. White has won the black queen. White, Artemiev has a winning advantage.
This is completely busted for black, and you can see Parham there shakes his head. He can't believe what a tactic he missed. And Vladislav Artemiev with a brilliant knight jump with both queens hanging, about to take this Armageddon, and now Parham cannot believe it.
That was the first brilliant move, double exclamation mark move of this match. Artemiev now surely is going to win this game. Not just does he have the queen, but he has an easy plan. The white pawn, the B pawn, a passer running down the board. He's just doing some double checking here. Still plenty of time, 4 minutes. More than enough time to convert this advantage, and Parham on his last legs.
A queen and an extra pawn and some extra seconds on the clock right there. Parham needs to find a way to build a fortress right now. But in this one, probably none exists. If that B pawn was missing for Artemiev, there would still be hope for Magsudlu, but not in this case. And there we see on Parham the disappointment. You know, sometimes it's just one blunder. That's all it takes. It's brutal like that, Chess is.
Exactly. These two players are so classy, so strong. They've cancelled each other out for so much of this match. But one blunder and everything will be decided. Yeah, the black knight just not stable enough. And the white B-pawn starts rolling down the board. A rook alone cannot stop it. Will cost black that rook or the black knight. And white is going to win this game. Artemiev so close now.
Ooh, and some tricks being set up. You capture the pawn, then the F2 pawn is a bit tender. You have to be careful. Rook takes pawn ideas with forks coming in. The rook and knight, and Parham doing Parham things. Still setting up tricks right now.
Yeah, potentially the last big trick, but last big trap of this game. Artemiev, he doesn't have to get greedy here. He doesn't have to capture that pawn. If he dodges with the queen, he should be winning. Just to show, queen takes pawn here would allow rook takes pawn check. And this would lure the white king into forking distance. White's king should, of course, retreat. Resist the temptation of the rook, but if it captures, suddenly a full turnaround, a knight check, a royal fork, and the white queen would be lost. Black would be winning. So this is the only thing Artemiev needs to avoid. Better not to take this pawn, maybe just a sidestep. There we go. He dodges the trap, and he's still winning.
He's assisting the B-pawn up the board right now with his own queen. The rook steps behind it, but that's not going to help. The B-pawn about to march up the board. Trying to look for tricks here is Parham, but the rook and the knight disconnected from the board. The white king jumps forward, making sure that the black knight remains where it is, not allowing it into the attack. Really nicely done by Artemiev.
Nicely done. The black knight was again threatening to jump forward, so again he stops that. Just the way he set up his pawns, his pieces, have prevented the black knight from coordinating with its rook. The black rook does drop down one square further, but white's pawn also advances one square further. It feels like we are heading towards the closing stages now. Parham, he needs a miracle. Is it a knight fork? Tanya, he's trying to distract the white queen here. He's saying, go take some pawns. Go take a pawn with your queen, and then I can get that powerful white passed pawn. But no, Artemiev is so focused on his plan, not getting distracted.
The plan is simple. Keep pushing that pawn up the board and win big material in return for the queen. That's about to happen. And right now, Parham puts pressure on that center pawn. And you could also just ignore it, just as Artemiev is showing us.
Exactly. A pawn drops, but here we go. One square away from touchdown now. White is about to make a new queen. That will cost black his rook. Maybe there are ways to give up the knight for that pawn. But there we go. The knight is going to simply be captured. Pawns are going to drop off the board, and this is still far from a fortress.
We see equal number of pawns there. At some point, we'll see open lines being created for Parham. He has to get his rook defended closer towards the king, closer towards his pawns right now. We see the white pawns ready to march forward to explode open the right flank right there with F5. And big problems for black to keep everything together.
Artemiev is sped up. He didn't want to hang around. He knows the clock is the one thing that can save Parham Maghsoodloo. So Artemiev, there we go. He throws his pawn all the way up the board, creating mating nets around the Black King. There's the kiss of death potential if the White Queen is able to sneak in round the back. It's coming in, and this is going to break the fortress. Rook takes queen. A new queen will be born, and Parham Maghsoodloo resigns. Artemiev takes the win.
He takes the win, he takes the match in the Armageddon. What a performance, and it's a heartbreak for Parham in the whole match. Just one blunder cost him after 2 confident holds. 2 draws it was. Artemiev taking the Armageddon. There we see relief on his face.
Relief on his face. He earned it. He deserved it in the end. That tactical vision, his knight sacrifice earlier, knight to f6 check being the key. That was the one that his opponent had missed. And we said ice versus fire. It was ice that won out. Artemiev, too strong in the end.
Icy cool move of the day right there, getting him the match. He stays in the winner's bracket. For Parham, it's not over. The road continues. He drops down to the elimination bracket on his last life.
On his last life, no room for error in his next match. Parham Maghsoodloo for Artemiev. A job well done. Team Spirit will be cheering, will be very happy with his progress there. In the end, it was a very calm first 2 games, but the Armageddon is where it all came to life. And Artemiev walking over, a nice handshake, nice spirit between these two, nice sportsmanship, 2 of the nicest guys on the chess circuit.
And as they stand there to discuss the games for Artemiev, he said it in his pre-game interview. He wants an exciting match. He wants to put up his best skills, and that's what he did. He got that one opportunity, and he seized it.
Exactly, and here we see the players analysing, discussing some variations. Artemiev just breaking things down, saying, oh, what if you'd done this? Maybe that would have turned out better. But here we see the closing stages of this game and the knockout blow, the knockout punch with the White Queen coming up the board. Artemiev had done the hard work and he finished it off in style. Will we see Artemiev march into the group stage next?
And we are with the man of the moment. We head to the stage.
Well, chess is well underway, and match 1 has concluded, already going to an Armageddon, and it was an exciting ending to say the least. What a matchup we had. And Team Spirit, they are flying high. They're feeling good because their competitor now is very close to making it to the next stage, which would be big news for Team Spirit, as well as just Artemiev as a whole. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vaults. I'm Taylor Reflections, Noble Nemo, Mike Clyde. Good to see you, both of you. Yeah, Armageddon. I don't know. Were we expecting it that quickly?
Probably not. And, Vladimir obviously believed in himself of playing white, because when you bid 845, that's tantamount to saying, I'm comfortable playing white. And that's a big call because Maghsoodloo had not lost a game all tournament, and he's putting himself in a situation where he literally has to beat Maghsoodloo on demand, and he did.
I mean, I think it also stems from the fact that Maghsoodloo was up on time, at least, until a certain point in the game for both of the games. And that probably also impacted Artemiev's decision to decide to take the white pieces, take the extra time. Maybe I can think a little bit more, maybe find some great tactics, which...
That's right.
Yeah, he actually didn't go for very much out of the opening in any of the 3 games. In game 1, he plays essentially like a King's Indian. Game 2, a Queen's Indian. And then when he has to win on demand, he double fianchettos the bishop. Not a very aggressive approach. No pawns pushed in the center. But he obviously believed that a slow build-up was the way to go. And then, of course, there was a tactical shot, which he was able to find. And just getting back to the health issue, Parham's heart rate was at 125 and above pretty much the entire match, even during the Armageddon bidding, which should have been a small, respite. He's still up around 125 or so.
Again, a warrior nonetheless. To go to the stage, power through it, appendicitis, never easy to deal with. But he says, I'm not missing the competition at the Esports World Cup. You have to give him props for props is due. But it did, in fact, go to Armageddon. And, of course, on the other side, there was a big mistake. And this big mistake now ended up setting him up for failure, which ultimately did him in the end. We take a look at that replay and that moment. Walk me through what the error was and why it was so impactful.
Yeah, we say in the chess world not to answer an attack with an attack. And what happened is white attacked the black queen, which we're about to see coming up. And instead of just saving the queen, there we go, the attack on the queen. Black counters with an attack, but this knight f6 check move. And if the pawn had taken queen takes h6 would have created a checkmate threat and the queen threat.
I mean, once the queen is on b4, it's being attacked, you might want to move it because, you know, Parham got a little bit tricky, tried to get a little bit tricky, but unfortunately it super backfired on him, and that did cost him the game here.
Now, is this a result of him taking a lower time, right? Going for the bidding. He thinks, okay, you know what? I don't need the just under 3 minutes of time because he was leading game 1 in time by about 2 minutes, right? Game 1, game 2, he was also leading just the same. So game 3 going into Armageddon, he takes the lower time. But then again, that does increase the pressure and also the risk for mistakes.
I think it's actually not just a result of him having to be worried about his clock, but his king position was so safe. And you don't see those tactics happen when you've got all the pawns. He had not just 3, he actually had 4 pawns, you could argue, in front of his king. And knight f6 check ruined the pawn structure if the pawn had taken, and that's why he may have let his guard down.
But that's why we always tell people who are starting out in chess to look for checks, captures, and threats, because you just never know when a tactic might happen. And that's certainly the case in this position. Mike mentioned that it looked really safe, but unfortunately, there was this knight f6 check, earning Artemiev the double exclamation mark.
Yeah, exactly. I always tell my students that if somebody attacks your piece and you attack them back, I liken it to eating cake. If they get the first slice and you get the second, you're never going to end up ahead. If there's an odd number of slices, your buddy's getting more cake.
What if I eat both slices, though? Because I'm a big boy and I like both slices. I'm taking both of them for myself. It's hard when you make a mistake like that, especially at this level. Now, was there a chance that Parham could have reversed his odds? He makes a big blunder, but at this level, did that do him in the end? Obviously it did, but was there a chance maybe he could have dug himself out of that hole?
Unfortunately, once you're just down the material, it's a queen for a rook and a knight, which is just simply value-wise, point-wise, not enough. But also on the position, White was also able to get that passed pawn. And you just, at some point, have to give up a piece for that pawn in order to stop your opponent from getting a second queen, which would be an absolute nightmare. And that's kind of what happened. The fortress wasn't, unfortunately, able to work for Parham at the end there. The rook versus queen endgame was just lost.
Yeah, it's bad luck for Parham because in some of those positions, you actually can hold rook versus queen, but you have to have a stable pawn structure. And what makes it even more bad luck is that Parham was clearly better in game 2, but faced an impregnable fortress that he couldn't break through. So sometimes in chess, you are better, but still can't convert it to victory.
Oh, that's tough too. To be better and can't convert it to victory has got to be so frustrating to keep your head in the game. And by the way, chat, you have a chance to get involved with the broadcast. Make sure you're chatting as much as possible and ask any questions you would like me to give over to the experts, and they'll feel free to answer it and teach you like the students you are, learning the craft of chess just like I am. Get involved in the show. Again, literally just chat where you are currently watching, get hype or ask some questions, and your comment might actually pop up on the very screen. It's always one of my funnest parts, hearing from the chat, and just you never know what you're going to get from them. You know how crazy they get, but it's always fun to say the least. Hey, the players are arriving. We're about to head into match 2, and John is catching up with a couple of them.
All right, we've got the next batch of players arriving for their match. Let's go ahead and see who's coming out of the bus. They're exiting their metal chariot and going to their premium material gaming chair. Here we go, it's Wei Yi. Wei Yi, welcome back to the Esports World Cup. How are you doing? Are you well rested?
Yes, and I'm ready for the matches.
Very tough matches today. How are you mentally? You prepared? Everything good?
Yes, I think I slept well, and yeah, I'm in good shape. Yes.
Amazing. Well, best of luck, and I'll catch you in a little bit. Good luck, mate. See you. Let's see who else is popping down the stairs in just a moment. Aha. Mr. Yesipenko, how are you doing? You all right?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you.
Well rested. It's a really lovely temperature today, so hopefully nobody's sweating too much. You're in a good mental place for your match?
Yeah, I guess so. We will see. We will see how it goes. Yeah.
It's going to be very difficult, but also very optimistic for you today. How do you fancy your chances?
I think it's 50-50, yeah?
Yeah.
Either I win or I lose, yeah?
Well, best of luck to you. We're rooting for you, and we'll catch you on the flip side. Thank you very much. All right, folks, we've got the next match lined up on stage. Let's look forward to getting started. See you soon.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Thank you, John, for catching up with the players. Andrei Yesipenko going against Wei Yi next. It's going to be a great matchup for sure. 50-50 chances. I don't know, man. Feeling kind of confident for Yesipenko, but 50-50. Come on, he's got to do better than that. He needs 51, at least. 51-49. Wei Yi, though, great competitor. How you feeling about his chances?
I mean, Wei Yi has said himself that he is in good form, and we saw those results earlier this year at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships, where he did help Dragon Chilling get double gold medals. So he had a great performance there. It's been really cool seeing him here again. He did play last year's EWC, so he brings that kind of experience with him. And on top of that, Wei Yi and Yesipenko have gone head-to-head before.
For a decade. For a decade, they've been going at it, battling tooth and nail. However, Yesipenko's only been able to get draws, whereas Wei Yi's been able to get the wins. So when we talk revenge, Mike, like this is a revenge match of the most epic scale on the EWC stage.
Yeah, players don't forget about individual games, even from 20 years ago, and they've played each other very recently. So if revenge is a dish best served cold, it's still pretty warm in their memories. Now, for Yesipenko, I think he wants to get off on a better start. Recall that at the Candidates Tournament, he was beating Javakir in round one, and after not being able to convert that game, it kind of hurt his whole tournament. Of course, here you don't have 14 rounds to recover. You have 30 minutes to recover. So what do you think about getting off on a good start?
I mean, I think, Yesipenko himself said it great. 50-50. Look, we know it's chess, so there's always going to be somebody who is perhaps in a little bit better shape or a little bit better form or perhaps better prepared. But just on their head-to-head earlier this year, Wei Yi did play against Yesipenko twice in the Candidates, one game with black, one game with white. And unfortunately for Yesipenko, Wei Yi did win both of those games. So this is definitely potentially a revenge arc coming for Yesipenko if he's able to take Wei Yi down.
That's right. Well, Wei Yi does lead in the head-to-head at least, but maybe not on the stage today.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think you can throw all that out because when we talk about head-to-head, we generally talk about different formats. Even if we talk about rapid, we talk about things with increment. And so it's very hard to compare across lines. And as you saw in the previous match, they're going to play offbeat openings they don't normally play. So it's not even about preparation. It's more about nerves. And so all that is going to go out the window after the first move begins.
It's a 10+0, so much faster than anything they've played against each other. They also faced World Cup probably, and yeah, it's going to be intense. It's going to be a fun match.
It is. Also for the organizational standpoint, right? You've got Wei Yi representing Nemesis, and on the other side, Yesipenko is going for VP. And you mentioned at the start, right, for Virtus Pro, they need the club championship points.
Yeah, it's so close. They're tied for fourth and only 50 points away from clear third. So there's three teams that are essentially tied, if you want to call it that. So making it into the main event is going to be huge for Virtus Pro.
So what makes Wei Yi, let's go back to him, so good? Because obviously in this matchup he leads. I understand different formats, and that's a great point of perspective. But Wei Yi clearly is here for a reason. Why is he such a great player, and why does he deserve to be on the EWC stage for the second year in a row?
Wei Yi has always been known sort of as a prodigy, and he was one of the youngest players ever to become a grandmaster. On top of that, he's also insanely tactical. He's a brilliant chess player.
Yeah, he's one of those players that he's been around forever, and yet he's not that old. He reminds me a little bit of Grandmaster Aravind, who's here, who was a Grandmaster from a very, very young age, and they've had meteoric success. They haven't quite gotten to that World Championship level, but they're always sort of, hanging around, if I can use some Malkovich there. They've never gone away, and so, they're waiting for their big moment in chess. If either of them were to win this entire event, that would be probably the pinnacle of their career.
All right, it's going to be a fun one. Another match about to go down. Will it head into Armageddon? Well, it's up to the competitors to decide. Let's head to the stage for match number 2.
It is time for match number 2. Our first match is over. First match, first Armageddon. Everyone is fighting tooth and nail to access that main bracket. But now, big match coming up, Rob.
Big match coming up. Absolute banger, certified, actually, as we have Andrei Yesipenko going head-to-head with Wei Yi. Now, because the players are right behind us, I want to make sure Big Hollywood whispers this part a little bit. I don't want to throw nobody off. But over the last 10 years, Wei Yi has yet to lose a game to Andrei Yesipenko.
You know what? If there's anything, this is week 6 of Esports World Cup. You and I have been there for 6 weeks now, and we've seen plenty of demons being defeated, plenty of storylines where someone finally defeats his arch enemy on this stage. There is no better stage to make it happen.
Okay, and we have to also make sure we point out when it comes to Wei Yi, this is one of the big dogs, ladies and gentlemen, because he actually broke the record and became the youngest player ever to reach a 2,700 rating, breaking Magnus Carlsen record at only 15 years old. Damascus, what the hell were you doing at 15 years old?
Playing football?
Yeah, not much, exactly.
Yeah,
we see where that got you. Okay, now that said, ladies and gentlemen, this match is, of course, a clash of the Titans as we have Team Nemesis going head-to-head with Virtus Pro. There's a whole lot on the line.
A whole lot on the line, and remember that these two, they were at EWC last year as well, and they finished at the same position, 9th to 12th, so they want to get back into that bracket and to do better than last year.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not here to talk your head off. It's time to get straight to all of the action. It's about that time. Andre Yesipenko going head-to-head with Wei Li. Let's get into the action.
Thank you, Rob Damascus. What a match. This is going to be an absolute banger indeed. The spotlight turns on Wei Yi taking on Andrei Yesipenko. Now, this is a rivalry shaped by the candidates, shaped by the World Cup. And I will say one thing. This man, Wei Yi, has been a painful opponent for Andrei Yesipenko. David Howell, this is a grudge match for Andrei on the biggest stage.
It definitely is. Wei Yi has to start as a favorite due to their head-to-head record. He's playing for Team Nemesis. He has been the nemesis of Andrei Yesipenko for years and years now. Wei Yi was also super impressive just a few days ago in Paris in those last chance qualifiers. He looked so calm, so smooth. His play was flowing. He's going to be a hard one to stop.
We had an Armageddon in our first game. What are the odds that we get a second Armageddon of the day with this matchup?
It's definitely possible. I think if it goes that far, that would be a win already. A big psychological gain for your Andrei Yesipenko just to survive the first 2 games. Maybe get a win in if he can. His first ever win against Wei Yi. But the clocks are about to start. The game's about to kick off.
And let's set the context right here. Wei Yi knocked out Andrei Yesipenko in the 2025 World Cup in the semi-finals. In the candidates in the 2026, it was a 2-0 victory for Wei Yi against Andrei Yesipenko. He can change all of that. This could be his redemption arc. And Andrei Yesipenko chooses the Queen's Pawn opening to start with.
Exactly. Yesipenko with the white pieces. Will it be a Queen's Gambit declined? We get there by transposition now. And okay, we're going into a semi-Slav defense. And here, Black has created a triangle of pawns on the light squares in the center. Rock solid stuff. But often this game does explode a bit later when there start to be exchanges in the center of the board. Slow build up for now as Wei Yi, I think he's happy to neutralize this first Black game, and he'll aim to win the next one with white.
And he's a player who can be so incredibly tricky and attacking Wei Yi. So with the white pieces, he's going to be a menace, a nemesis for sure. But Andrei Yesipenko, he has to find his chances, starting with white. First, we see a lot of development and finally making the plan clear. It's going to be on the queen side, on the left flank, that Andrei will strike first.
That's right. He pushes a pawn. He's trying to push that pawn as far down the board as possible, as that would gain space. It would create some pressure along the way, create some big decisions for Wei Yi. Does he block that pawn now? Does he stop its advance? No, he creates total chaos in the center of the board. There are currently 4 possible pawns leaving this board. Will white blink first? Will Black initiate those exchanges? The whole center could just be obliterated, and we could have symmetry. So many questions right now.
So many questions, such little time for Andrei Yesipenko to make a decision. Complete tension, a face-off at the center of the board, which will determine the narrative for the rest of the game right now. Does he trade? Does he play more development moves? No, he doesn't. He continues with his plan and tries to strike with a5.
Black can now capture 3 different pawns. You can capture 2 pawns in the center. You can capture that one that just fell off the board. Black is now a pawn up, but Black's pawns on that left flank, the A pawns, they're both isolated, they're doubled, they're weak. They'll surely drop off a bit later. Black's bishop forced to retreat in the meantime, and Yesipenko will try to regain his pawn in the near future. This is so tense right now.
I love it. I love the battle that Andrei has created with the white pieces. The black bishop falls back. The white bishop might move forward to target that a5 pawn next, putting maximum pressure. Not easy for Wei Yi to hang on to that pawn right now. For Wei Yi, the plan has to be to activate his light squared bishop as quickly as possible into the game.
Exactly. He'll be aiming to do that. The first long think now from white. What is he going to do? He's definitely looking at all those captures. It's so much choice that often slows you down when there's more to calculate, when you're trying to evaluate every single option at your disposal. A bit of a shake of the head from Yasipenko there, as I think he played his first choice. He went back to his first instinct. He attacked a pawn, which was going to drop off anyway. So Wei Yi says, okay, I'll advance. You have a choice of two. Do you take it with your pawn, with your rook? Decision time.
Always the rook, I would say, in this case. You want to keep that A file open. You want to keep the pawn closer towards the center of the board. I'd be surprised if Andre picks up his pawn, uses his mouse to pick up that pawn and capture with it. A rook takes pawn is what I'm expecting here, David.
Yeah, definitely the most natural move on the board. Yasipenko potentially wondering what to do if his knight gets hit. The white knight has stepped into enemy territory, into the black half of the board. It might get kicked back any second. But there are counterattacks. White's dart square bishop is going to go hit the black queen potentially. You don't really want to step that white knight back to the edge. There we go. A counterattack. The black queen has to shift. And the white knight can actually step towards the center now. And the pressure, the tension continues in the middle of the board.
Fantastic spot there by you, David. I love this idea that we see the knight going not towards the edge, but the center right there. I'm expecting the queen to move forward, line up on the A file, try to target that A6 pawn if you're Andre Yasipenko. Who do you think has won the opening battle in this one?
Ooh, I think neither side will be too unhappy, but Yasipenko has to be at least a slight favorite. It feels like there's less at risk for him. If he wants, he can trade off all the pawns in the center. It's probably going to fizzle out towards equality. White's piece is slightly more active, I would say. Black's rook on the top left corner, a bit stuck. So we'll see. He is the one to initiate those exchanges. He didn't want that tension any longer. White blinks first. Tanya, how about yourself? Do you think Wei Yi is happy with the outcome of the opening here?
I'm going to go with what you said. I think for Andre to have this A file open and a clear target A6 pawn. Notice how the bishop, the light squared bishop that Andre has, is already eyeballing that pawn at the edge of the board. The rook and the queens are ready to line up as well. The big question right now with B3, which was under fire, do you trade or not? And Andre says, yes, I want to get rid of Black's most active bishop in this position.
Now, Black's bishop in the center of the board is the one that he wants to trade off. Black could now keep it alive, gain a bit of time, kick back the rook, and then start maybe initiating trades, improving the black knight, bring that towards the center, and this should guarantee him an equal position here. The one thing maybe to avoid is trading off on White's terms. A capture here would allow the white rook to step across, and suddenly there's a pin. The black rook undefended on the back rank. This would invite some serious pressure. Advantage would go to White's hands here.
It does feel like Andre Yasipenko is the one first to put pressure in this game, asking the big questions. I really like this idea of his last move to trade off the light squared bishop, really adding up to those opening problems for Wei Yi. For Andre, really important to just keep psychologically really strong, to take this as his one-match opponent rather than to go back on their historic rivalry.
Exactly. And okay, Wei Yi now pondering what to do next. I think he's going to retreat the bishop. It must be tempting here to try and simplify, especially as Black, to trade off pieces, to try and rush towards a draw, but that was a bit of a trap to trade off on White's terms. He says, no, not yet, and he kicks back the white rook, and there we go. The knight improves itself.
And I like that square that Andre just chose because it keeps the rook flexible to sloop over to the right side of the board, but also keeps a square just behind it on that A1 spot for a doubling up to happen to attack that A6 pawn. So rook A to a really nice retreat there. While Wei Yi continues to improve his own pieces, the knight comes forward. Are we going to see more trades in the center?
It's very likely. There might be a threat in the near future of grabbing Black's A-pawn. The white light square bishop, the white queen are lined up on that diagonal. That would come with a lot of risk attached, as White would lose coordination of the pieces. A lot of pieces would be stranded on the edge of the board. But it's something for Wei Yi to consider. I think he wants to eliminate those pawns in the center of the board, but first he gets his bishop off the back rank. Eval bar rises slightly in White's favor, but a very logical move there.
And Wei Yi is a player who loves to play for the initiative. He doesn't care about pawns as long as he's able to create his tricks. And taking that pawn would have been extremely tricky for Andre Yasipenko with all the ideas you mentioned, with Black capturing the knight, the white queen being overloaded, defending that, and the bishop at the edge of the board. So instead, he does continue to consolidate the center. And look at this nice move, sliding the queen over, lining it up on the longest diagonal, eyeing the B3 pawn, also defending his own A6 pawn. That's one move, many grooves.
Exactly. multi-purpose. The black queen loves to be on these flexible squares, long diagonal, open file. The black queen is one of the MVPs right now. The black bishops, nicely placed. I think Wei Yi, with this last move, has finally fully equalized. He can argue now that he no longer has too much to worry about. As long as he doesn't walk into the white bishop capturing that A-pawn right now, he can trade off the light squared bishops. He has many options. There we go. Super solid from the Chinese Grandmaster there.
Trading on his terms, if you pick up the bishop, black loses that weakness forever. Capturing towards the center would be that a6 pawn, so not letting that happen. Andrei Yasipenko instead just creates a breathing space for the white king on the right side, says, I'm okay to trade as long as it's on my terms.
Yeah, that's the type of move you play, the last one from Andrei Yasipenko, if you know you don't really have an advantage and you know the position is just equal here. Black's knight landing in the center. That knight can be hit, but it would be able to travel further forward into the white half of the board. A very nice post for it in the meantime. Yeah, what to do? Yasipenko slightly lower on the clock. He might start to feel the pressure soon. And there's that dilemma, Tanya. Does he bail out? Does he trade off all the pieces, head towards safety, head towards a draw, knowing he's never ever beaten Wei Yi and he gets black next? Or does he try to take some risks to complicate it and to try to go for it here and now?
I'm not seeing the complications after this last move by Andrei Yasipenko. It just feels like it solved Wei Yi's problems in a really great way. Now there's no weakness on the A-line. The pawns look better for black. Center being attacked currently. And right now that last move puts pressure on the C5 pawn, asking for a decision. I think this is where we see the final capture.
Exactly. Wei Yi can defend that pawn with his rook, or he can just trade off in the center. Both moves look fine. Black is totally happy here with the game scenario. I think his match strategy has been to neutralize. That's clear with black, Wei Yi. He feels he's much more dangerous with white. That's where he wants to strike. And so far, so good. His game plan has been perfect.
Just confident player all through with the black pieces right there. It felt like Andrei created something out of the opening, but Wei Yi handling that to perfection right now. He does consolidate on that C5 pawn, creates a breathing space for his king on the right side as well with that last move.
Yeah, and it's really clear here that Yasipenko's running out of useful moves. He's kind of moved his rook one square up. How is that better? Very unclear. His queen, is it better placed than it previously was? Very unclear. He's just waiting now. He's waiting for Wei Yi to do something. He's maybe waiting for the clocks to tick down before deciding on his risk appetite.
You know, I look at the pieces and compare blacks to each of the whites' counterpart. I think there's a case to be made for Wei Yi to be the one putting pressure. He's also placed his queen nicely on the open file. We see a trade. It feels like you've got more space if you're black right now. The piece is more beautifully coordinated at the center of the board. The black knight better than the white knight. The black bishop better than the white bishop.
Yeah, white's bishop especially. Not a happy piece right now. Stuck in its own back rank. Not on a great diagonal. Not very active at all. It is small things we're arguing about here because ultimately it is symmetrical. Pawn structure, pieces, everything looking balanced. But this is the format. This is where the clock starts to play a role. The players could start to get nervous. One side could start to push a little too hard as the white queen steps back, attacking black's bishop. For now, a draw would be the most likely result, but we've seen strange things happen, Tanya.
I couldn't agree more with that. I think very likely we're headed into a peaceful outcome in this one. But if anyone is going to try, I think Wei Yi will find a way to put some pressure on Andrei Yasipenko. Imagine that B-pawn for black moving one step forward, taking more space, also occupying a beautiful square on C3. He first just retreats with a bishop that was under attack. I'm actually expecting Wei Yi to play some committal pawn moves soon enough.
Mm-hmm. The black queen also has access to swoop down to the first rank at some point. White's king maybe slightly more vulnerable than its counterpart on the back rank, just due to the fact the white king can never really step forward. The black bishop eyes the h2 square. And, Wei Yi brings his bishop back where it came from. This is the second time we've seen this position. Could we start seeing, repetition here, Tanya?
It's an invitation to do just that right now, but he chooses another square to retreat to this time, so definitely denying that. Some mind games there by Wei Yi, saying that that bishop can plant itself on the f6 square, on the longest diagonal on the right flank, where it says it'll be more active. So kind of tricking Andrei Yasipenko into this feeling of safety for a second.
Exactly. It's a psychological battle here. The mind games have started to begin, where you're just teasing Yasipenko with the idea of a repetition. The clock does tell the story that Yasipenko is the one slightly less comfortable here. He brings his queen to a different square. Just as a side note, 99% accuracy for both players. So right now, both playing pretty much perfect chess, not giving each other a chance here. But the clocks, I have a feeling that might be the decisive factor. If Wei Yi can put the pressure on, he's up around 30, 40 seconds right now. Can he keep up that time edge?
He's playing fast, he's playing swift, he's playing accurate is Wei Yi. Again, the position very much in balance, but the feeling is that Wei Yi is on the right side of that equality currently. Andrei Yasipenko with that last move, trying to improve the quality of his own bishop. But where is the breakthrough? Notice how Andrei's queen is beautifully placed, just making sure that Wei Yi's queen isn't able to leave the defense of the b5 pawn.
Ooh, and he lashes out slightly. This isn't too weakening for Wei Yi. He just wants to advance his king slightly. He feels that the squares around the black king are covered. But it also does show some ambition. He's gained a bit of space. Those pawns could advance even further long term. I'm expecting the black king to improve itself. Yeah, it could be a race towards the center. If the queens come off the board, the kings will start to play more of an active role.
And now the clock's leveling out. This last move by Wei Yi, I do think it gives Andrei Yasipenko just a little something to play for. Ideas like the H-pawn moving forward, targeting the black pawn that's just moved ahead. Ideas of the E-pawn moving ahead, kicking that knight. Wei Yi instead just retreats voluntarily on his own, trying to reroute it to the other side of the board right now. Is this the moment that Yasipenko uses to try to trade the last remaining bishops?
Oh, that's a very good point there, Tanya, because we were saying just a few moves ago that White's bishop inferior to the black bishop. White's knight cancelling out the black knight right now, but bishop's about to leave this board. Maybe, just maybe, it will backfire. The fact that he opened up his king, Wei Yi. Those dart squares looking a bit tender right now.
Every pawn move comes with its own set of consequences, and this one definitely weakened, created some squares and holes in black's position. Getting rid of the defender now is Andrei Yasipenko, taking control of that opportunity with the knight retreat that this move was made possible.
Yeah, momentum starting to turn both on the board and clock. For the first time in a long time, Wei Yi is slightly below his opponent on time. He's now begging for that queen exchange. This hits the white queen. It also hits the undefended white knight. So will the queen exchange be forced? That would be a calmer way. Yasipenko more ambitious, though.
He wants more. He doesn't want the repetition. He doesn't want the draw anymore. Queen takes queen would essentially have been a draw offer, but instead, Yasipenko, he is trying to trick Wei Yi. Even though the position is in balance, it's all about king safety. And it is Wei Yi's king that's feeling the heat.
You can see he senses it, suddenly leaning forward. The body language has changed. He feels that there might be something in the position. The white H-pawn might step up the board a bit later on. But he can't spend too long trying to make that magic happen. White's knight now entering the center. Very logical, hitting the black queen, eyeing up some pawns. Wei Yi is hanging by a thread suddenly. He has to find some very accurate squares with his queen to hold the balance. There we go. Centralize. If in doubt, put the queen in the center of the board. Makes a lot of sense. She controls the most squares there. And still no clear path forward. White's queen, the only square I was going to say is this one to trade off. Will he go for it, Wei Yi? Will he remove the queens from the board?
And the reason is that you trade that off. Notice how black's knight is so offside from defending the lone pawn on the left flank for Wei Yi. You trade that off. You need to be careful with the white knight coming for that black pawn. And I think we're going to see Wei Yi trying to come up with a way to defend it. And he does. He stops the knight jump to the center of the board.
Such an important move. Black really didn't want to make that move, but he had to stop the white knight traveling quickly over to that left flank, to the queen side. The reason he didn't want to play it is because after white's last move, there are some light squared holes on the structure there for black. White's knight will have an easier job hopping, jumping, but for now it is a defensible position. It should be holdable here for Wei Yi, but it's very much the type of position where it's likely to be a white win or a draw. It's going to be very hard for black to win this.
Especially when you're going down under the 2-minute mark right now. Notice that 8-6 pawn, that's a forever weakness for Wei Yi as the white knight does find its path, its route towards that f5 square that you highlighted, David. Meanwhile, the black king looking for activity on the left side of the knight leaves the center of the board. We will see that king heading towards the b pawn.
I think this is deceptive. The evaluation bar says 0.0 should be a draw, but this is not easy. Wei Yi is 30 seconds down on time. He has a slightly more difficult position. Black's pawns are easier to get at. White's knight is just beautiful in the center of the board. Can't be challenged. This is an opportunity for Andrei Yasipenko to win his first ever game against Wei Yi.
The only thing going for Wei Yi is that the king of the hill, the king finds itself at the center of the board, the more active of the two. Also notice that the knight, it's a defensive piece, it's a passive piece, but does a beautiful job of controlling that f5 square right there. So I think Wei Yi so far keeping it in the balance, but it's going to be Not an easy task to finish this into a draw.
It's going to be a flag fest. That's what it is. 1 minute each now. Not much time at all. There's still plenty of life left, despite the fact it's only knights and pawns. Knights are such tricky pieces. Could there be knight forks later? Yasipenko's getting ready for that pawn race. There we saw his screen with the fancy graphics. How is he going to try and press here? He needs to speed up. He pushes the pawn. That's very, very committal. That pawn is now within striking distance by the black knight. But he's hoping there might be some checks. Are the pawns on the left flank going to be eliminated now?
He did push that pawn to take away some running squares from the king right now. And we are officially heading towards bullet territory with no increment right now. The king falls and now the whole of the queen side is off the board. This would make the defensive task easier for black.
Yep, just pawns on one flank. This last knight move, really classy. The black king was uncheckable. The players start to repeat, and they don't want to risk it. It's a draw in game one.
Oof, a peaceful result, but the game anything but peaceful for both these players. Up and down battle, some committal moves right there, and they go in with a level score, as it will be Wei Yi who will start with the white pieces in game two.
Yeah, that was about as much of a perfect game as you could hope for. Neither side making any big mistakes. It was Yasipenko maybe with a little pressure at the end, but ultimately I think both players equally happy.
Leave already underway. We've got action coming in.
We do indeed.
No moment for the players to take a pause. David? It's non-stop in Paris.
Non-stop here in Paris. The players were so impatient to get game two going that we missed the opening moves. It was a Petrov defense as pawns traded off in the center. This is actually a battleground they've faced each other on before. This exact opening featured between them at the candidates tournament earlier this year. White's king has been displaced. No castling in the near future. It's been checked off its starting square, and black cannot castle either. Yasipenko's last move, Wei Yi's last move. He's put his queen on the diagonal that cuts across the black king. And this is a really double-edged opening. For a Petrov defense known to be relatively solid, this is pretty much the most extreme version you can get.
I'm really glad you brought that up. Now, usually in chess, when players have faced each other in an opening, you'd expect that you'd go down and prepare and see what went wrong. That game, Wei Yi won against Andrei Yasipenko. But the way the candidates went for Yasipenko, how motivated was he to find the right way forward? Because look at what's happening right now with the black pieces. A long think by Andrei. And we are just on move 11.
Exactly, still very early days, and this is the first case of the Esports World Cup this year where one side has clearly got their opening preparation in. This is some home cooking from Wei Yi. He's clearly studied this in a lot of detail. He knew that he was up against Andrei, and he knew this opening was very likely to land on the board. This black bishop retreating in the meantime. It wants to step further forward, maybe to the d6 square, just to eye up the white queen, to try and break its x-ray vision, to get the black king to safety, to get castled. But Wei Yi definitely with the early psychological win. He's up on time, and he's got his opening idea on the board.
He does, and he's got one pair of knights off the board right now as the bishop does land to stop the connection. Severe, the queen, the white queen, from stopping the black king to get to safety right now, but loses another tempo as white does compromise on the pawn formation, but gets an open beeline for the rook to eventually land in.
Exactly, and the black king is going to be castling next move, just in case it gets checked, but it's going to castle onto a flank of the board where there are no defenders. Black's whole queen side, that left side of the board, fully asleep. It's going to take several moves for them to get into the game. Can Wei Yi whip up an attack before Yasipenko is fully ready? I see the evaluation bar liking White's position slightly, but that means he needs to be quick, needs to be energetic and accurate.
And then suddenly, Wei Yi's idea of having the rook on h1, the h-pawn up the board, putting his king on this square, which is so unconventional in chess, just makes sense. If the black king is about to get to the right side, as it just does, White's pieces are beautifully placed for an avalanche, for an attack on the right flank.
Exactly. Give White one more move, and he's actually going to be retreating his queen backwards. The white queen can land on the c1 square, and there are threats. The white bishops, the diagonal they point towards, Tanya, that spells danger for the black king. No defenses around it.
There'll already be sacrifices to be looking into as batteries are about to be formed right now. Very sneaky, rook to the center of the board, creating the idea, David, that you just pointed out, the white queen getting to that square. Bishop takes pawn coming in next. And the thing is, with this time format, defending and fighting these ideas are so difficult.
Exactly, and just to show that on the board, if black is a bit careless here, for example, plays on the wrong flank and refuses to develop the sleeping pieces, then white would already have a winning advantage. After just one careless move here, the white queen will swoop back, and this diagonal is the key. No real way to stop a sacrifice on that square. If the black queen comes out, for example, whoops, she gets trapped. A sacrifice here, and white has beautiful tactics. Another check. If the black king ends up taking, this is deadly. A fatal check here. The black queen will drop off the board, and if you don't defend that pawn, if you continue your operation on the other side, where you would crash through, bishop takes, a queen jumping in, and clearly this is going to end in a checkmating attack. Black would be helpless. Therefore, he tries to trade off as many pieces with this rook move as possible before the attack lands.
But I'm still expecting it to attack to land just there. You know, you trade the rook, you bring your queen back, and as you said, black's army is still so offside from defending the king right now. The big idea, and let's not forget, Wei Yi, one of the youngest ever players to cross the 2700 Super GM club mark in the history of the game. You know, he's touted as one of the players who's just so incredibly attacking and aggressive in his play. He's played some of the most attacking immortal games of chess as well. I think queen to c1 and all these sacrifices that you're pointing out is very much on his radar.
Exactly. That move is going to land the white queen retreating. It's just a case of whether he trades off rooks first or whether he allows the rook trade on his opponent's terms. He does get the rooks off. The white queen is offside. She's not doing anything now on that left flank. She's going to step back. Surely no. A slower approach from Wei Yi. Question mark given as well. Very surprising. I guess he wants to improve his king, get his king off the back rank, centralize his rook, but that looks like a very slow approach.
And it also gives Andre the time to actually finish development with tempo. Your bishop could now come out before the knight does, hit the white knight, bring that bishop to g4, then continue with development, and suddenly there's perfect harmony for Andrei Yasipenko right now. The question mark feels like it's on point here. You know, queen retreat with all these tactical ideas would have been so much more difficult to handle.
Yeah, it felt like he was a bit scared there, Yasipenko. His heart rate was quite high. He was down a minute or two on the clock. Wei Yi, that might have been the moment to strike. The moves you predicted now on the board, Tanya. Black has developed. Finally, all the pieces are out. The queen has been hit, though, forced to sidestep. It feels like the worst has passed. The danger from that opening, from that preparation that Wei Yi landed on the board, it's over.
I just want to point out about a very important defensive resource now against all the ideas of sacrificing the bishop for the kingside pawns that black will always have. Andre can retreat the knight to a square next to the black king and just make sure that no checkmates are delivered. Knight on f8 and you never land a mate.
Exactly. Knight on f8 and yeah, you can be confident about your fate. That's
Knight on f8, you're your king's best mate.
Exactly. A knight is a king's best friend. Full stop. A great defender. And Yasipenko has that one up his sleeve. First, Wei Yi forces back the black bishop. But to the white knight now, not so well placed. It does feel like long-term black is pretty happy. White has some double pawns on the queen side. So if Yasipenko continues defending as well as he has done, he's got to be feeling pretty happy about how this game is going. The white queen does step back, though, and will we see that knight land on f8? There are still sacrifices in the air, Tanya, that black must be careful of.
It's got to be one of the two squares, either on f8 or on f6. The idea is to control that square next to the black king on 8-7 with your knight, making sure there are no checkmating patterns right now. Andrei Yasipenko looks like he's very much in control. He knows that he's got the defensive resources. I will just point out that black rook, which has not made a single move and entry into the game, needs to do it fast.
Exactly, he needs to do it fast. And it's often at those moments when you start to feel like you're on the defensive, you're a bit lower on time. That's when the fact that you have this horrible head-to-head score against your opponent, it starts to play a factor. And whoa, big mistake from Andrei Yasipenko. He's totally taken his eye off the ball. He's just allowed Wei Yi to break through with a sacrifice. He's trying to call Wei Yi's bluff, but it's simply a blunder. We have to check out whether Wei Yi can land a sacrifice now. We see the evaluation bar saying white has a huge advantage.
It's the big moment. Bishop takes pawn. And David, I think we need to investigate that because it does come as a piece sacrifice and black's knight is ready to jump into the defense.
It is. Bishop takes pawn is the acid test of what black is trying to do here. The white queen would swoop in, threatening some checkmating ideas. The black knight now. Which way does it go, Tanya? Back, forward.
Let's go back. Let's go knight f8.
Knight and f8. There is no mate, they say. But white here has more ammunition in the tank. The white knight is now going to come forward. Black is pretty much frozen. Black can't bring any more defenders across. And for example here, it's just too many attackers. 1, 2, 3 incoming, and the white rook could also join the attack. It's on the board.
He does it!
Sacrificing his bishop.
Wei Yi with a brilliancy on the board, going for checkmate against Andrei Yasipenko, bringing on his attack right now. And Andrei Yasipenko will realize that he's a little too late to defend.
He's too late to defend. He has to maybe just ignore this bishop, but that is a huge pawn to lose around your king. Double exclamation mark, a brilliant move, and Wei Yi, he wasn't hiding it. He pretty much showed his opponent this was the plan, and Andre really surprising to ignore this.
If I have to get into Andrei's head right now, I think the feeling is that he forgot that Wei Yi can add to the firepower at the end of it. You know, you can defend that checkmate, as you pointed out, but once the white knight comes and joins the party of the bishop and the queen, it would be game over for him. And I think that realization is about to dawn on him, that he indeed cannot capture that bishop. Oh, he does it. He's taking it on. He has to bring the knight forward or back to defend the checkmate. Head in hands, but is it too late?
It is too late. He starts to calculate now. He starts to try and work out his defensive resources, but there simply aren't any. The white queen, the white bishop is the MVP, potentially. They're just threatening too much right now. And a knight, we said it was a king's best friend. We said a knight in f8, there is no mate. That might be the commentator's curse, because it looks like this could be a checkmating attack. Wei Yi is such a dangerous attacking player as well. Andre, I think he just forgot who he was playing for a second. Of course Wei Yi was going to sacrifice, especially with this time format. This is just fatal.
Unbelievable what has just happened for Andrei Yasipenko. Does he bring his queen into defense? There are ideas of landing that queen on f6 as well, trying to trade it off. He's trying to calculate 3 moves. Knight retreat, defend 8-7. Knight forward, defend 8-7, or offer a queen trade.
Oh, and maybe we can show that in a second. The queen coming across was his defensive resource. That was definitely what he planned, Tanya. I think you're right. He just assumed he could defend by bringing his queen out. But there are some deadly tricks that Wei Yi has spotted. Wei Yi finds tactics like that for breakfast. I think we might see that on the board anyway. We'll see if the black queen or black knight come across to defend. Has to be one of them. It is knight to f8, the move we mentioned. But if the queen had come out instead, there would have been some deadly sacrifices. Wei Yi would have won material while continuing the attack.
And David, they say 3 is the magic number for an attack. The queen and the bishop there, the knight about to jump in. I'll add a 4th attacker. That's Wei Yi wielding his weapons right now once that knight lands to f3 and g5.
Oof, and it's coming. It's just 1 or 2 moves away from delivering the killer blow. Andrei Yasipenko, it's the board. It's cut in half, essentially. The black queen, black rook, they're on the wrong half of the board. The real action is around the black king, which is too open, no shelter. Andrei Yasipenko down to 3 minutes as well. You need time on your clock to defend. Even in a position like this, there might be chances, but the clock is going to compound the misery here.
For Andrei Yasipenko, he's up that extra piece, but he's playing down a rook right now. We said it, that rook hasn't made a single move, hasn't entered the game, and I think it just perishes there till the very end. The black king under so much fire, and tick-tock goes the clock. It's under 3 minutes for Andrei to defend. A very difficult position.
Yeah, we saw his key there. It won't get crushed yet. Even if he loses this game, he will still have another life in this tournament. But yeah, there's no defensive key to this position. Shake of the head. He knows he's in huge, huge trouble here. And all Wei Yi needs to do is keep bringing those pieces into the attack.
And what Andrei Yasipenko has set up as a defensive resource is a battery that's going to allow him to trade the light square bishop on the next move once the knight does jump forward. Ideas of bishop f5, just trying to keep everything guarded, as they do have the trophy in sight right there.
The trophy is in sight, and these two players will be hoping to go even further on their journey. For now, the knight needs to go further on its journey for Wei Yi. It needs to continue marching up the board. The winning variation would begin with the knight stepping forward, threatening some deadly checks. Black wants to block. Tanya, you mentioned this. The black bishop wants to trade off, at least eliminate one attacker. But the problem is, once the bishops leave the board, another attacker jumps into the action, rides into the black position with power. The rook would land on the 7th rank, 7th heaven, attacking a bishop, attacking a pawn. Black can trade queens here and not get checkmated, but unfortunately at the very end, the bishop would fall, white would have 2 extra pawns and a winning position.
That would be fantastic. And again, the 3 magical number of attack, this time converted to queen, knight, and rook. Instead, we do see a check being thrown in. Is this Wei Yi just, again, repeating and then changing the order?
Could be him toying with his opponent. He can repeat once more, but not for a 3rd time. That would be a draw. He can check from a different square this time. That would rule out any bishop exchanges. Wei Yi, he could be overthinking this potentially, Tanya. He can win by keeping it simple. No, he jumps in with his knight. also looking good. His rook might recapture that knight if it's taken by the black bishop, adding another piece into the attack.
Hits the queen for now, and for Andrei Yasipenko, no easy questions to answer. You could throw in a check if you're black yourself, but that doesn't solve anything. And you can see it on Andrei Yasipenko that he realizes just how difficult this position is. It's a best of two. This is the final game. If Wei Yi wins, it's match over.
It's getting close now. Andrei Yasipenko needs something special. He needs to somehow trick Wei Yi, force him up the wrong path. He needs to at least make the job difficult here, but here we see a capture. Will it be the white rook? Nope, it's the queen first.
And you could just do a maneuver with your queen, keep giving checks, and then plant your rook on that e5 square. Just get that major attack as Andrei Yasipenko realizes. And now that square that you earlier highlighted, give it from a different square. The rook about to slide up, and Andrei Yasipenko continues to shake his head.
Exactly, this rook arriving, that re-establishes the magical three. The white queen, the white rook, the white bishop, all attacking. Black is defending with not enough pieces here. He was talking to himself, Yasipenko. He was saying, why did I allow one of the best attacking players in the world to attack my king? And that one move earlier, taking his eye off the ball, is going to be the reason he's punished. A white rook sliding across is going to be a deadly check.
And one opportunity is all Wei Yi needs to find his way towards a victory. And as he did that, now a huge threat on the board. The rook giving a check would be game over. Andrei Yasipenko with 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. And the clock, not his biggest problem.
It looks like he's getting ready to click that resign button. He's looking away to the right side. There we go. Wei Yi takes the win, takes the match.
And what a win. This was absolutely flawless by Wei Yi, getting it done. And calm and cool he is. Absolutely expressionless. He is the assassin in the chess world.
The assassin, team nemesis. He has shown that he is Andrei Yasipenko's nemesis. Still unbeaten against his rival there. That very one-sided head-to-head that we talked about. But his match strategy, Tanya, so impressive. He just wanted to be solid. Draw with black, win with white, like in the good old days.
And he just proved it. He just did that to perfection, you know, with his opening choice, playing something that has the ghost of the past for Andrei Yasipenko, and then capitalizing on that psychological advantage right there, setting up a tactical idea, executing it, given one shot as the heart rate monitor comes up. You look at Wei Yi and you just feel his baseline, that's where he remains no matter what happens.
Exactly. He was always the one chilling there, it felt like. Lower heart rate, more time on the clock, always in control. He takes the match. Andrei Yasipenko's key is now in danger. He's on his last life. He will drop to the lower bracket. Analyzing his games, trying to figure out where he went wrong there. But yeah, not his finest game.
And I think if he looks back, he will see it was that one moment, that one decisive moment there, allowing a beautiful bishop sacrifice as we relive and the final checkmating pattern there. And of course, the action goes and we return to our studio.
Well, the revenge matchup won't happen. Wei Li holds on tight to what he has. Wei Yi has been absolutely sensational, winning for the first time here on our stream 2-0. We don't see Armageddon. Still very early days. And I got to say, man, this matchup was very well done. You know, going into it, Yasipenko knew that the pressure was going to be on. Over a decade of competing against each other, Wei Yi has been getting the best of them, and well, he does so once again. Hey, welcome into the Allianz Vaults. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Mike Klein, and Anna Kremling on the desk. Good to see the both of you. Anna, welcome to the Allianz Vault. We're back with some chess at EWC.
Thank you. I am so excited to be here, and what a match we just saw, and what a game. I mean, Wei Yi with bishop takes h6, this incredible sacrifice. It was a brilliant move, and what an attacking player he can be. I was so happy when he saw that move. It was absolutely fantastic.
It's the best of the best. He sees exactly what he needs to.
Yeah, we might cover that match later. By the way, funny malapropism, Wei Li. Maybe you're suggesting that Wei Yi will play Liam Li next. We'll see on that. But Wei Yi got the job done today. You know, they played 2 Petrovs at their most recent classical encounters in Cyprus. This was a 3rd Petrov, but it was actually Wei Yi who diverged first. He went for a very attacking setup by playing pawn to h4. Now, the pawn never made it any further, but he did get his kingside attack going. I think this was the first time today that we saw some home cooking. I think he had prepped, and he knew the position he was going to get into, and he played this h4 surprise.
And something that I really love to see is that at the Esports World Cup, the players are daring to play these sort of moves. I mean, h4, we've also seen h5, I think Perrin played before. So we've seen very aggressive moves, and they kind of go against all opening principles that we typically talk about in classical chess.
Yeah, that was a big talking point, especially learning about the tournament, the format, you know, getting involved in chess for the first time, learning about how this is going to be very different versus your traditional standard openings. Mike, they're going to throw the curveballs out there as they should.
Yeah, this is like street basketball, not 5-on-5, slowly walk down the court.
Analogy.
Yeah, this is like more like 3-on-3, showing off some slam dunk type stuff. I don't know that we'd ever see a move like that in a classical tournament to play for the World Championship, but here the doors are wide open. So, Anna, you play a little more freewheeling when you play online, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I play online, I love playing these sort of things. But what I was going to say is that we're seeing, of course, right now, the winner's bracket. I'm wondering if the players will play like this if they go to the loser's bracket, because then if they lose, they're out, right? So maybe we're seeing it because of the fact that they're in the winner's bracket.
Well, that's a great segue into our bracket, which is being updated in real time. We've got some matches still underway, especially over there on Stream B. A little bit of repeats here, but I do want you to pay attention to the matchup that is going to be happening on B Stream next, and it is going to be Grishuk going against Artemiev, which is going to be a great one for our side of Grishuk. He's been playing very, very well, very stellar, but the thing is, can he defeat his opponent? That's going to be on the upper side. And Anna, this is the big news, right? If they win that series, they will then be one more match away from entering the next phase.
And that means so much for them. I mean, what a journey that they've taken, both by, of course, winning in DreamHack Atlanta and also in the last chance qualifiers, going all the way to the group stage would just be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and if you keep winning, you get the added benefit of not having to essentially play a final match. You actually play one fewer matches than the person who advances from the loser bracket, gives you a little bit of extra rest. Most of these guys are pretty young, but who doesn't like a little bit of extra rest? They can go to the players around. You know, we saw some of them play video games. That's what Grishuk was doing yesterday.
Sure.
He was not prepping. He was sitting down with Jan Nepomniachtchi, his fellow main event possible competitor, and I don't know if they're playing NBA 2K or whatever. They weren't playing chess, I can tell you that.
But getting additional insight, maybe some help. That's one of the beautiful things about chess that I've noticed is even though you do compete against everybody, there are times where some partnerships do evolve and do happen. And sometimes, you know, like Hikaru last year, I know was given some advice, especially he was ready, at least on the sidelines, ready to give that advice if needed.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many partnerships in chess. And I mean, at the end of the day, we're like a big, happy family. That's what I feel like. And that's what I love about the chess. And something quickly that I want to say about Grishuk as well, which is really interesting, is that he's been 3 times Blitz World Champion, but his wife has also been 3 times Women's Blitz Champion. So I think that's a really cool fact. They're a big chess family, which I think is just amazing.
We saw something at the last EWC that I've never seen before. When Hikaru lost and he wanted his teammate Ali Reza to beat Magnus, he was openly supportive of Ali Reza.
That's
now,
what I was talking about.
No reason to believe that they're enemies in real life, but I've never seen Hikaru play the role of cheerleader before. That was a new one on him, and I loved it. He actually called out Ali Reza, gave him some support as Ali Reza was walking by.
We need some biases in chess sometimes. Sometimes it's fun to see when people are biased towards a certain player.
Yeah, that was the moment I was talking about last year during the finals. He was willing to give advice and maybe even set up a private room to go in, give him some advice on how to take Magnus. We know the whole story between Magnus and Hikaru. It goes back a long way. Artemiev has moved forward. He's playing incredibly well, and John had a chance to catch up with him after his win.
Well, I'm here with Vladislav Artemiev, who has just played the first match on stage, and already we went to Armageddon. Lots of very stressful moments. Talk to us about your match against Parham.
Good afternoon. First of all, it was a very tough match because I think that my opponent, one of the best on this tournament. His tactical skills and blitz skills on very high level, and I am expecting a very close match, and it was. We make 2 draw in main stage, and then we go to Armageddon game. I have white pieces and extra 2 minutes and probably 10 seconds. And it's a must-win situation. Last few years I have some experience in this format, so of course it was stressful, but when you have some experience it's more easy. Unfortunately, in the opening we have a boring position, but the big plus that I can play natural without long thinking and just play move by move. And critical moment was after knight d5. Parham played knight d5, attacking my queen on e3 probably, and he completely missed my tactical idea with knight f6 check. And like in game knight f6 rook b4, it's queen against rook and knight, and completely winning position for white. If take with pawn, g takes on f6, I will continue queen h6, and then I will take queen or knight g4 check. Rook g4 check. And it's mate. So after knight f6, white is winning, and of course I'm a little lucky in this moment because my opponent have a solid position, but still if he not will miss, it's a long game. Potentially I have practical chances, but anyway I'm happy. Good start for today.
Now you played white in the Armageddon game. Did you want to play white? Would you have rather bid a lower time and played black? With hindsight now, what's your strategy going into Armageddon? Are you happy just to sit with the extra time?
If honestly, it's very individual moment. Usually I prefer play with black, but not with big different time. Because when you have less on 2 or more minutes, it's very stressful and very hard to play, personally for me. So maybe I was glad with this decision because at least I have extra minutes, and without increment it's a big advantage, and everywhere you can find chance because your opponent need focus on every step, and one small mistake and troubles.
Now, you said that Parham was possibly the strongest opponent in the bracket. Do you think things get a little bit easier for you now, or not really?
I think that not big difference between, for example, Grishuk and Maksudlu, because Alexander Grishuk also have a lot of experience. He was world blitz champion many times. So, okay, now, of course, Parham very young player, very talented and motivated. So these factors very important for understanding, and of course I happy beat such strong opponent. He is a really good player, and I wish him all the best.
Thank you very much, Ladislav, and best of luck in your next match. Thank you.
Thank you, all the best. See you.
Thank you, John, for the interview. Artemia breaking it all down after his win. He's going to play in just a little bit over on Stream B. But for Artemiev, a great competitor, undefeated in LCQ, stays undefeated so far. Maybe he'll make it through without taking a loss.
He was just saying in the interview that he typically prefers to play with black the Armageddon, but he played it with white, and oh, how well that went. Such a beautiful tactic that I found in that game. And that's the thing with Artemiev, that he's both really good tactically, but he's also very good positionally. So a very flexible player. And he's done some fantastic results. He's actually also someone that has really good results versus Magnus Carlsen. So if they play later in the tournament, I think it's going to be a really cool matchup.
Fascinating point, Anna. And I don't know if I can take him at his word when he says he wants to play black in the Armageddon, because he bid 845, which is not a very aggressive bid. Now, I know the bids are a little higher when you play non-increment, but we were talking about this with some of my colleagues, and we think that the equilibrium is some in the 7.5 range. 845, not a competitive bid. He must have known he was going to get white.
Maybe he just said that to not really show all his cards, right? He doesn't want to tell everybody if he prefers to play with black or white, so he's just going to leave it open.
And me, now I'm kind of ignorant, but I do have maybe a thought process. Was it because he was losing on time? Because Artemiev was playing a bit slower than his opponent Parham during that matchup. Could that have played an impact as well?
Could have. I mean, he actually was close enough to be able to see Parham sweating. He was probably the most visibly, perspiring player that we've seen. Of course, there were some medical reasons. So maybe he thought, this is the guy who's not going to do as well with less time on his clock. That's a big overall thought process. Honestly, if I was a player here, I'd probably have my bid already in my mind ahead of time. Now, if you looked at when the bids were made, he actually made his bid after Parham did. You saw Parham give some thought. So I don't know, maybe there was sort of like a, double plus negative. He was looking over and second guessing himself. And I'm not really sure what the optimal bid time is. But you know what? You can't second guess a guy that got it done. What about you?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. What I've seen with Artemiev is that he always looks like he's in control of everything. It looks like he always has a plan. We were calling him as the ice and Parham being the fire. So I just feel like he always knows what he's doing, Artemiev. But we're going to see if he can crack under pressure throughout this day.
Yeah, he's got Grishik coming up next on the upper side of the brackets. We're still waiting for the lower side of the upper brackets. Maybe we'll see them face off a little bit later on. However, let's go back to the game that we just witnessed, Yasipenko, Wei Yi. We're going to go to a critical moment in game 2 that ended up unfolding for Wei Yi's positive benefit.
Yeah, exactly. The queen and bishop were lined up on the king side, and then Yasipenko made a somewhat random move on the queen side, and here we're about to see this big sacrifice coming up on h6 when the queen drops back. Now, she went to a3 much earlier in the game. She drops back, and then black just doesn't notice the danger, and then the sacrifice happens. The king side is destroyed, and then what's the classic finishing move here, Anna?
I mean, this is just beautiful. You bring in the rook. You want to have the queen and the rook together in front of the king. And that knight, it's just alone. The h-pawn will push that knight away. The knight has no way of defending that king. And it's just game over.
And it was, in fact, game over. No Armageddon. I was quite sad for that. I'm becoming quite fond of it, even though I've already seen it once. But we did have it on B-Stream, though. We had an Armageddon over there, too. So it seems like that's going to be quite a reoccurring theme. Now, I heard Magnus brought up just a little bit earlier. I know he's going to be playing a little bit later. But I do believe it. I'm going to absolutely get a fact check on this, but I do believe it's true. If you do earn that second spot, right, not from uppers but lowers, I think you do have to play against Magnus moving forward.
Exactly. So, like I said, Artemiev, he's actually someone who said in interviews that Magnus struggles a little bit to play against Artemiev's playing style. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe if Artemiev loses and he ends up being player number 2 and ends up playing Magnus Carlsen, maybe that even benefits him. Who knows? That would be a crazy matchup at least.
Maybe Magnus will stack the deck, and to make sure he doesn't play Artemiev, he'll figure out whoever plays in the losers bracket finals. I don't actually think so. I think Magnus is probably out playing some golf, if I had to guess.
He might be. He's an active guy for sure. B-Stream update, Bortnik does take the win, so he will be moving forward. So Wei Yi Bortnik about to go down.
Yeah, my fellow Charlatan, I'm not supposed to have a rooting interest, but I've played Blitz against Sasha Bortnik before, and I don't even get close against him. Like, he's that good. Now, I saw him out last night. He took offense when I called him a blitz specialist. He's like, I'm pretty good at regular chess. And I said, yeah, but you're especially good. I didn't mean it to be a bad term on it.
Well, you know what? You said what you said, and you stood 10 toes down. I respect you for that, Mike. Let's take a look at our tournament pick'ems. At the very start of the day, and even leading up to the event, we asked out there on EWC Play who they think is going to win. And, well, no surprise, Magnus was 78% of the vote. They think he's going back-to-back. Or 76, excuse me.
Yeah, in fact, we were talking with some of my colleagues. Would you take Magnus or the field? This was popular on back when you were probably not even born. Would you take Tiger Woods or the field in golf tournaments? It's come to that with Magnus, and I'm not very good at math, but I can add those numbers up. Magnus would beat the field. What would you say if I said Magnus versus the field? Would you have Magnus above 50% on that?
Listen, many times in interviews, I've said, no, I'm sure the others can do great, and then I lose every single time I say that. Whenever I bet against Magnus Carlsen, I lose, so I've learned my lesson. And I think Magnus is going to do great, but we'll see.
We'll see indeed. I've got a couple of narratives going Magnus's way, but I'll save those for tomorrow's competition when he does in fact pop up. But 76% has voted for him to go back-to-back. Chat, is that accurate? What do you think? Keep the conversation going. But EWC is absolutely incredible. I just mentioned it. EWC Play, you pick your tournament pick'ems, but you can do a lot more. Check it out.
Everyone is playing. You're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Well, it's about that time to roll into another match. These players, they don't get too much time to rest. Hopefully they did their studying offline, so when they hit that stage, they're ready to go against their very next opponent. It's a grueling format, but it wouldn't be any other way, right? It's Chess at EWC, it's special. Wei Li about to take on Bortnik, who just won over on the B stream. What do we think?
I think there's going to be an explosive match. I mean, Bortnik, he's so strong at these fast formats. He's even been the #1 bullet player in the world. So he's super good with little time. Wei Yi, of course, a very experienced player. He was the first player ever or youngest player to reach 2,700 at the time. Very strong classical player, very good at all different types of control. So I think there's going to be an explosive match.
Yeah, Wei Yi has that pedigree, and not many chess records last for more than a decade. Up until Yuj Erdemus doing his thing recently, he held that record, youngest 2,700, for more than 10 years, which, you know, is a lifetime in today's modern era of young players getting good. So he's got the pedigree, but Bortnik is a, you know, I don't want to call him a specialist, but he definitely increases his level as the time control shrinks down. So I think it's going to be a pretty even match, and Bortnik is riding this wave. In fact, you know what I'd like to see from him? Because his Twitch stream helped get him here, I'd like to have him stream his games at night, a la Nakamura, right? Who is tireless in this effort.
Streaming is important and impactful, especially when it comes to chess. You know, getting all that practice in. The fact that his community did believe in him, though, that is such a special story, right? He wouldn't be here without his community. They're going to be keeping close eyes on his performance. But is it realistic that he could be the favorite against Wei Yi? Because Wei Yi just went 2-0. He just beat his rival that he's been beating for over a decade. He's still showing incredible form.
I mean, I would say that I still think that Wei Yi is the favorite, but Bortnik, anything can happen, right? So if Bortnik is feeling great, if he gets an unusual opening that maybe Wei Yi is not really prepared for, anything can happen, and it would be a big upset.
So going into that unusual opening, we've seen it already in our second match, right? You're talking about throwing strategy out the window. Well, maybe not strategy, but at least like the traditional openings and moves. Is Wei Yi a bit more flexible, you think?
I think that Wei Yi is very flexible. He's both very good tactically. He's also very good positionally, which of course all the players of his caliber have to be really good at both. But still, it's high stakes. Your opponent is playing something that's unusual. You feel the nerves. We'll see the heart rate monitor.
And I think that Bortnik must feel like something special is happening because he only got here due to a stream. He was losing in his first game and was able to make a draw and then advance. So things are happening in his favor. And don't forget, Wei Yi's still getting invites to top-level events. Bortnik doesn't get those invites because his class score rating is lower. This tournament is much more of a meritocracy than a lot of them. He might try to take advantage of his opportunity, but I need to report that Sasha Bortnik did make one mistake. He forgot to get a plane ticket where you could change the return. So he's currently without ticket. You might as well stay for the whole thing if you don't have a ticket home.
Might as well. It's actually a fun story. Week 1, we had a different game taking place on the stage, and from the LCQ, we had a competitor qualify. He only brought one shirt because he wasn't expecting to qualify through the LCQ. He only took time off for the LCQ as well. He ended up qualifying, had to go buy some more shirts, had to call his boss and say, hey, actually, ended up qualifying for this massive tournament. I need a little bit more time off. Maybe the same thing here, but you know what? His return might be after day number 5. Saturday is the finals after all. He's looking to go all the way.
Absolutely. And I feel like when you have these sort of things with the shirts and everything, it feels like magic and the world is on your side. And when you are feeling that feeling, things can go your way and magical things can happen. And maybe that's what's going to happen for Bortnik today. Something magical will happen.
I'm going to do something you can't do. I will lend him a shirt for 5% of his winnings. So,
5%?
That goes to anybody here, you know. Okay, I'll probably take a little less.
You're a businessman, right? You're a good businessman.
Yeah, you know, and there's Armageddon bidding and there's bidding for my percentage.
So Wei Yi, youngest grandmaster, right? Is that correct?
Youngest to 2,700.
Youngest to 2,700.
And he had that record for more than a decade.
So, how old are we talking here? What is the youngest?
He was 15, I believe, when he broke that record.
He was 15, but now the one that beat that record, he was less than 15. So he was 14, I think, in 10 months or something like this.
Yeah. That's so special because you have to start at a young age, I guess, to beat. But then again, your mind is forming, man. You're getting smarter every single day, and he's learning strategies all the way. Wei Yi, such an incredible competitor and about to take the stage for his tournament life. Well, it's double elimination. He'll have more time, but he's looking to go all the way. And we had a chance to sit down with him for a special interview. John, what did he have to say?
Wei Yi, congratulations on winning your first match. First of all, we have to talk about the fantastic sacrifice in the second game. Talk us through that moment and how you created that opportunity.
I think Bishop takes h6. It's like typical tactics when my opponent just castled shot, yeah, and yeah, that's also my idea after Queen C1. But okay, I mean, at first I thought it's draw because he has taken Queen F6, but then I was happy to find Rook takes E6 after Queen F6. Then I realized it was a winning for White. Yeah, so that's why I go for that sacrifice. Yes.
What of your opponent made you pick the openings that you picked for this match? Did you do anything differently?
No, I think the Petrov is also one of the main weapons of my opponent, and but I think C4 was not a bad try. I mean, in this line there are some some chances of attacking, so that's why I decided to go the C4 line in Petrov.
Fantastic stuff. Well, congratulations. You are through to the next round and a winning start to you on stage. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks. See you soon.
Thank you, John, as always, for the great interview. Wei Yi, nice to hear from his perspective. He took down Yasipenko, but he moves forward now. We'll be watching him very shortly going against Bortnik.
Yeah, we actually had a funny story about that sacrifice. One of the only two double X-Plan moves we've seen so far. Usually the sacrifice happens on H7, but it happened on H6. And Anna, the woman who was in your seat up until now, Nemo, coined a term. Want to explain what it is?
Yeah, she called it the Cyprus gift because we always call it the Greek gift. If you sacrifice on H7, it's a famous one. But Cyprus, I mean, it's south of Greece. So she called it the Cyprus gift. So maybe we're coining a new term. Who knows?
Yeah, that's cool. Since Wei Yi won both games in Cyprus and now won with the Cyprus sacrifice, I don't think Yasipenko ever wants to hear the word Cyprus around Wei Yi again.
Well, there's another matchup that's going to be happening on Stream B, and we're very excited for it. It's going to be Grishik, Artemiev, who are also going to be going down. Winner moves forward to play the winner on our stage.
It's just absolutely incredible. I think this match is going to be really fun. We have Artemiev, who we called Ice because he always keeps his cool. And then we have Grishik, who is a time travel specialist. And I don't think I would call him Ice. Maybe Fire, maybe something else, we'll see. But I do think that he's going to have a way higher heart rate than what Artemiev has in this match.
Yeah, these two guys likely know each other well. They are countrymen. I do love that Artemiev, if you listen to that interview with John Sargent, he always thanks you for your question. Even if your question is the most anodyne, how are you feeling today? I love that sort of respectfulness because, you know, a lot of top grandmasters, they put themselves on a little bit of an echelon or a plateau, but he doesn't do that. So I got a kind of a big teddy bear, if you ask me. I don't know if that translates well to chess against one of the best preeminent blitz players with Grisha, but we'll see.
So the fire might be melting the ice. Players were already sweating on stage earlier. The pressure hits for sure once you get up there in front of the audience, the bright lights, and this is only step one with our play-ins before moving forward to join the other 14 competitors who are waiting. Only 2 move out of the 8 today. We haven't crushed any keys yet, but we will. Trust me, 6 keys will be crushed. The hearts of the competitors will be silenced, and that's just the Esports World Cup. It's a brutal format, but you know what? You got to be the best to beat the best out there. Wei Yi, Bortnik. Wei Yi's the favorite, at least from what I'm gathering from you two going into it. Bortnik, what does he need to do? What's the game plan to take down Wei Yi? If there has to be one, I know it's never, 2 games are never the same.
Yeah, I believe that Bortnik probably has a lot of special openings that he plays. You know, this is very common in the online chess world. You've got your pet openings. I know Anna has hers, which she can name drop in just a moment. But you end up being able to surprise your opponent, even if the move is not objectively the best. I know this from personal experience. Sasha played a lot of pet openings against me the last time I was at his house playing some blitz. So I think that might be something that Bortnik might want to think about how he's going to employ.
Absolutely. I think he probably will be doing that. But the thing is that he plays so much online chess that he really feels at home there in front of the screen. So maybe psychologically, maybe he has a little bit of an advantage. Who knows? I mean, I'm sure that Bortnik plays way more online than Wei Yi, for instance.
Yeah, his workday starts at 10 p.m. That's how these online streamers work. So his only disadvantage is that he's playing around 2 p.m. local time here.
Oh, yeah.
So he's going to have to
get... If this was 12 a.m., this would, I would call it for Bortnik for sure.
For Bortnik for sure. But it's early, so maybe Wei Yi still has the advantage. After all, they just finished playing. I mean, to go from one stage to the next and then immediately get into it. Stamina in chess, stamina in multiple esports that I cover personally is a very, very real conversation. This is 5 days consistent play, right? Today alone, right, you got matchup after matchup and matchup, especially if you drop down to the lower bracket. You're going to have even more matches compared to those who qualify directly from upper bracket. At what point do you start to feel the fatigue?
I think you feel the fatigue very quickly because chess, there's always new decisions to be made. And with all the pressure here in the EWC, you just feel that fatigue from so much decision making. So the players are, of course, very experienced, but they're also humans. And I think we might see some mistakes because of that at some point.
What's the reset? Like, how do you reset your mentality if you go down? Because we were talking about it with Nemo. Nemo was like, wow, only 2 games. That's brutal because I guess you get a bit more time traditionally. Where do you find time to reset if you go down 1 game?
I guess the big question is, do you study? Do you actual chess preparation? Or do you go to the players' lounge and, play some table tennis or whatever, or just meditate for a little bit? I think it's a very personal decision. I've asked this question to a lot of players that play like the Chess.com Speed Chess Championship, where you're literally playing 3 hours of chess in a row. They only get seconds. So this is actually kind of a luxury compared to a lot of online events where they've got, let's say, 10 or 15 minutes to prep. So very personal decision. And unfortunately, we're not able to follow the players around. So we'll have to get John Sargent on the case on that one.
Ooh, John Sargent, where you at? Go find those players out there. Just like we're finding the comments. I love pulling these up. I talked about it a little bit earlier. We've been paying attention to all the good and bad out there in chat. We see each and every one of you. How does Armageddon work? Great question already starting off. Does anybody want to bite the bullet and explain how our Armageddon rules takes place?
I'll be happy to. So they only play 2 games of 10 plus 0. And if they're tied 1-1, whether it's a win and a loss or 2 draws, then they're each given a tablet, or actually it's just old school piece of paper.
That's
here.
what it was.
Different color markers though. And they have to bid a time 10 minutes or below. Both players will submit their times in secret. And then the player who gets the lesser bid, actually we say wins the Armageddon, and they get the unfortunate circumstance of having to play with that less amount of time. The other person is guaranteed 10 minutes no matter what they bid. And the person who had the less time also gets black. So they get 2 disadvantages. They get less time. They get the disadvantage of having to make the second move to play black, but they get the very large advantage where a draw is the same thing as a win. So 2 small disadvantages, 1 large advantage.
So a draw, though, is a big advantage, obviously, in this case, because we've been seeing quite a few draws throughout our event already.
Absolutely, a draw is a big advantage. However, if you're playing too much for a draw, sometimes you just end up playing badly and you just end up losing the game. So it's also a very psychological thing. However, if you're playing with white, you're in a must-win position. You're probably going to play in a very aggressive way, but then you're also going to open up vulnerabilities for yourself, and that can also go the other way. So sometimes we see black winning because white just played way too much for the win.
Ooh, that makes total sense to me, because if you look at other esports that we end up watching at the Esports World Cup, it's the same thing where somebody is so close to winning, they just need to win one more game, that they start playing in a way that they're not necessarily accustomed to. Maybe they're an aggressive roster, they're pushing fights, right? In this case, you take yourself off your game as opposed to just playing the way that you know how to. So that's a great point she brings up.
Yeah, and sometimes we've seen players bid exactly 10 minutes, knowing that they're going to, quote, lose the bid, and they're just going to play white. But then they're already in the mindset of, I know I'm going to play white. Even before the bids are revealed, they've already got that mindset. And the funny thing is, it ends up being basically game theory. It's a perfect example of game theory. If you're playing Nakamura, who famously likes to play with a lot less time, and you think he's going to bid 7 minutes, well, you should bid 6:59. But then he's going to say, well, I should bid 6:58 because I know my... And then it ends up being where the Nash equilibrium is to bid 1 second, which is absurd. And this is the beauty of game theory. You can't bid... Don't bid 1 second out there, kids.
What's the lowest time you guys have seen bidded?
Well, I don't see 10-minute starting time very often. Anna, what have you seen before in like a 5-minute match?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm not really sure, actually, what the lowest is that I've seen. I mean, in 10-minute games, of course, I've seen 6 minutes, but I don't know if I've ever seen like 3-4 minutes. That would be quite crazy.
Yeah, with increment, you can go a lot lower. Without increment, I would be shocked if we ever saw a bid below 6 minutes 30, and 6 minutes 30 is very aggressive. We saw Parham bid 7:15, which is rather aggressive, especially in the early stages.
Interesting. And when it comes to the most difficult portion of at least our format, 10 minutes, for me personally as a player, I always struggle with end game. That's where I start to fall apart. The beginning game, okay, I feel pretty good. I got all my pieces, but when my pieces start to go away, that's when I'm in trouble. I lost last night. I was so angry and so mad, I stopped playing, but I'm going to play again today. Don't make no mistake, but trying to get that ELO up. We made a little bet.
1 week at EWC, if you don't get to at least, I don't know, 400 extra ELO, then...
I love how you framed that. You didn't say what mine was.
I'm your teacher. Yeah, I was very kind. I almost...
You were kind. You were very kind.
I almost numbered
teacher too.
You want to be my teacher too?
Yes.
Come on, bring it on. What do you think? Could you get my ELO higher than if he were to coach me?
Yes, absolutely.
Yo, straight up. And you were saying you were the teacher earlier, talking about cake and stuff.
I have been teaching chess since before she was born, and that's not even an exaggeration, actually. But you do you, Anna. You are a little better known in the chess community, so.
Mike, I think you're a great teacher. I'm sure you're a great teacher, but I mean, I want to take the challenge, so maybe we can challenge each other.
New
Taylor,
content.
you can afford me more.
Well, she's offering, so it's free.
That was a compliment.
Free 99. Free 99. I'll take whatever help I can get, because I need all the help I can possibly get. Matches will be underway shortly. We do apologize for the slight delay. The players, they've got to drink some water. They got to get hydrated. They need to get ready to go, because Mike was saying some of the players were sweating on the stage a little bit earlier. How could they not? The pressure is at an all-time high, and things are starting to get quite serious as we progress through our bracket, which, by the way, this is play-ins. We will be finishing the play-ins today. 8 players enter. Only 2 will move forward before we move into tomorrow's competition, which will be broken up into Group A and Group B. We finish those groups. Top 8 moves forward into the playoffs, which will be happening on the final couple of days. And that's where we will eventually crown a champion, where $1.5 million is on the line, $250 for first. But hey, even if you get last place, including today, you still walk away with $23,000, which Mike is trying to take 5% of your earnings for offering a shirt. So watch out for him. He is the businessman. And if you're successful, give me 2% of it.
Yeah, I think that'll work. But, with 23,000, they should be able to get a personal shopper around Paris. Of course, this is Paris. This is the height of fashion. Maybe shirts are $1,000 each. I haven't had a chance to go out and hit High Street yet.
Well, get out there, man. Get out there. You're in Paris for a reason, man. Go have some fun. Hey, John's on the site. He's running around. I don't know what he's up to, but let's tune in. John, what are you doing?
Here's the update for what happened from Stream B this morning. Earlier on, we had Grishuk defeating Aravind. That was a crazy match. It went all the way to Armageddon, all sorts of mad positions, and a little bit of flagging involved as well. If you didn't watch that, it's worth catching up on replay later. We then also had Bortnik beating Liam Lei 1.5 to 1/2, but game 1 there was a case of holding on by your fingernails in what could have been a very lost position. So also a fantastic match to watch. We now have Grishuk going on against Artemiev behind me. Back to you.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon, the ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants white more time on the clock, But in return, white must win. A draw secures black the match point. White will start with 10 minutes. Each player submits a confidential bid with the amount of time that they're willing to play with to take the black pieces and get those coveted draw odds. The lowest bid gets to play black and plays with the amount of time that they bid. The opponent gets the full 10 minutes with white. Let Armageddon commence.
Welcome back in. Thank you, John, for the update over on Stream B. Match is taking place now. Grishik, Artemiev are now fighting toe-to-toe. Winner moves forward to play either Wei Yi or Bortnik, who are now getting set up just behind me on that very stage. So that matchup will be underway very, very shortly. This is Stream A, after all. Nice to have the coverage over on Stream B. Anna holding it down all day long with her wonderful talent crew. And I believe we are ready to look at the matchup that's going down. And look at the time difference, Anna.
Wow, this is well, honestly not so surprising considering that we know that Grishik is a time trouble specialist. However, in this format, you cannot really afford it. You're not getting any extra time. He only has 2 minutes and 29 seconds and then the game is over. But not just that, it seems like he just made a blunder. We're seeing here the double question mark and it looks as if Artemiev found the best move, a crazy move. We're seeing right now he's sacrificing the queen. What is going on? But he's attacking Grishik's queen too.
Yeah, talk about getting dropped into the fire. We were having a nice conversation about fashion, and now black moved the knight to d5. White didn't save the queen. White played knight to b5. We just said it in earlier, not to answer an attack with an attack, but computer obviously loves this move. So, I mean, Anna, you're better at tactics than I am, but if white's queen is captured, black's queen is captured, and then weirdly the knight doesn't get trapped on a7, and okay, instead the bishop was captured, and everything is hanging. We're going to see like about 6 captures in a row, but no an in-between move. So these players have seen a lot more, and you can see that with optimal play that white has been winning.
Well, if you guys want to keep up to date with what's taking place over on Stream B, tune in. Like I said, have both streams up, Stream A and Stream B, because they're loving what they're seeing so far for Grishik. He might be in a little bit of trouble. And I don't know if you caught it, but during his first match over on B Stream, his heart rate got up to like 150.
Yeah, I could see that because someone that typically gets into low time, they get really high adrenaline and then that's what happens. And I do think that he loves that adrenaline. So maybe even though he has a high heart rate, he enjoys it and that's not a bad thing. So we'll see it in this match too.
Typical standing heart rate, 60 to 100. We're doing a lot of medical talk today, by the way. So 160 is like call your doctor level. I've seen it a little higher on chess broadcast, but not much higher. That's about as high as you want to see it. Do we have a medical guy on site here, by the way?
I don't know, man. Not me anyways. You definitely don't want that. 150 is quite high. I love that aspect, though, because we don't really get that in esports, getting the heart rate. But it comes to show you how much of a physical battle that the chess players are fighting, more so than just a mental battle. Because when we think of chess, it's all mental, right? And a lot of it is, obviously, but internally, they are fighting a battle.
They are fighting so much, and that's why people say that to become a good chess player, you need to do some sports too. You really need to get that heart rate up, go training, and all the top players pretty much, they do sports.
That's right. Well, our next matchup is about to go down. Winner moves forward. They'll be one series away from securing a spot into the next phase, but they've got to get through their opponent now. It's Wei Yi and Bortnik. Let's head to the stage to get it started.
And it's into the semi-finals we go. We have Wei Yi there, and he's facing off the might against Alexander Bortnik. I'm International Master Yovi Hausker, and I'm here with the fabulous Grandmaster Ben Feingold, and we have 2 fantastic competitors in front of us.
Yeah, this is great, Yovi. Esports World Cup. This is the chess version. Oh my, wow, we have an amazing move on move 1. I wasn't expecting it so early. A6 on move 1 from Bortnik. And that's exactly what Mike Klein was talking about. Bortnik has his blitz openings. So he's playing something he probably wouldn't play in a slow game. There's a famous game from 1980 where Tony Miles famously beat Karpov in Birmingham, your home country, with A6 on move 1. But it's not played very often at the Grandmaster level. But this is 10-minute chess, so I guess you can do what you want.
Yeah, it's a move that shows guts. I mean, you rarely see this type of move, especially not here in Blitz. But Bortnik, he is a very cool customer. He is an expert on these weird and wonderful openings. And now we've kind of reached something where that little move played on the first go is actually controlling some squares, and there's white setting up a beautiful pawn chain, just staking that claim into the center. And now black has to play pretty carefully from now on. He has to either develop that light squared bishop, maybe get the queen out, put some pressure in the center, because I got to tell you, that pawn wedge that white has in the center, that's going to be a menace.
No, this is already a nice position for Wei Yi. They've actually transposed to an advanced French defense, where black has played the very strange move A6, which isn't really related to what you were talking about, Yovi, attacking the center with queen B6, trying to get the king knight over to F5 and putting pressure on D4. A6 doesn't really have anything to do with that. So the engine already slightly prefers white's position. As you pointed out, white has the wedge in the center and the beautiful bishop on D3. So nice position for Wei Yi from the start. But it's a 10-minute game. Anything can happen. As they said earlier, Mike Klein and Anna Kramling were talking about how Wei Yi was the favorite. And I agree. Even though he lives as far from me impossible in China, and Bortnik actually lives about 200 miles from me in Charlotte, so I'm from Atlanta. So I know a lot more about Bortnik's chess. But Wei Yi's a tough customer, which you don't normally see in Charlotte for Bortnik. So a tough match one for Bortnik here.
Yeah, and the two did actually face off against each other in the LCQ. There, Wei Yi was the dominant victor there. And now we see the knight on the edge of the board. Bortnik breaking all of the opening rules. Now, big question here. Capturing that knight with the bishop seems so super tempting, right? You know, you'd completely wreck the black pawn structure, but it does come at the cost of just giving up all of the dark squares. Often I kind of caution against making a trade like that, but instead we see another little pawn move. So white planning perhaps to advance the B pawn 2 squares forward and just force black to commit themselves in the center.
If my chess students are watching and they're trying to learn from the game and they're like, okay, A6, knight H6, A3, that's how you play the opening. Don't try this at home. Yeah, that's why Bortnik didn't move his bishop to E7, because if white does take that knight on H6, black's going to fianchetto his bishop on G7 and eventually attack the white pawn center by never playing F6.
Yeah.
And instead he played the idea which I mentioned earlier, was to put the knight on F5. And it's funny, white had the option to take on H6, and now white has the option to take on F5 and ruin black's pawn structure, but that gets rid of white's beautiful bishop. On the other hand, the D4 pawn is hanging, so he put the question to Wei Yi pretty quickly by attacking the D4 pawn.
Yeah, and he absolutely had to do that, right? You have to put the pressure on the white center, because otherwise, you know, there would be all kinds of sacrifices involving that bishop there on D3. And you're right, Ben. Big question now. Should white be capturing that knight, ruining pawn structure, but then at the same time, you're conceding the light squares, and decision time for Wei Yi as he says, no, doesn't want that trade, steps back with the bishop. White's idea is just to kind of get the left side of the board developed, get the knight out into the game, get the bishop out to anywhere. And once you do that, then the big pushback is going to start. And for black, well, can he continue as he has started? You know, put the pressure on again, and it is happening.
Yeah, unlike Bortnik's A6, which doesn't seem to have much point this game, Wei Yi's A3 actually makes sense because it stops black from playing knight B4, attacking the bishop on C2. But there was too much pressure on the D4 pawn, so eventually Wei Yi changed his mind and got rid of the F5 knight. But that got rid of white's beautiful bishop. Black has the 2 bishops, although some people would argue the bishop on E6 isn't the greatest bishop in the world. It's pretty blockaded. So pretty equal position. White's slightly better with more space in the center. Black has the pressure on D4. Black has the 2 bishops. And it's okay that black hasn't castled yet.
Yeah, and they do say, though, that bad bishop is an excellent defender, and that bishop is doing a sterling job at keeping those pawns locked and tightly controlled. As we're seeing, Wei Yi, he's playing very ambitiously. He's got a super clear plan. What he wants to do is just get that knight to the edge of the board, attack the queen, and take control of the only line that is open. If he does that, then Bortnik is just going to be on the defensive. And I would say that Bortnik is feeling the pressure right now.
Yeah, his heart rate's pretty low, so he's a cool customer. This looks like an advanced French defense. If I just showed up now, if somebody watched the broadcast late, they wouldn't know that Black played a6 on move 1. Black sort of just played the French defense and threw an a6 to throw him off. And now White, instead of playing on the king side with that beautiful bishop on d3, is now going to play on the queen side with the pawn wedge that he has. And eventually the knight's going to go to c5 and try to get rid of Black's 2 bishops.
Yeah.
So White still has the advantage, but Black is pretty solid. Ooh, queen b5. Sort of a funny draw offer. Knight c3, queen b6. See if they want to repeat.
I think Bortnik would be begging for the draw here. I mean, because it is all systems go for White. He just launches in with his knight. And you know what they say about knights? All they need is a good home. And what better square than there, right there in the heart of Black's position. Castles from Bortnik. That's all he can do. He's just waiting to see what White has got in store for him, and he's going to react accordingly. But I got to say, I'm a little bit concerned about the positioning of the Black queen. She could find herself trapped.
That's funny. The engine was telling us that castles wasn't a good move, even though I was saying Black hasn't castled yet, which didn't really matter since the center is closed. But for some reason, castle's the most natural move. The computer overlords don't like us. And we make normal moves that every grandmaster plays like castles. And they're like, no, that's no good.
That's no good. Yeah,
Okay,
they see everything.
So White has a really nice idea here. The dark squared bishop on c1 isn't very good because of the pawn structure in the center. All White's pawns are on dark squares on the queen side and center. So Wei Yi, he wants to trade the dark squared bishops and get rid of Black's 2 bishops. But instead, Black took that beautiful knight on c5, and he wants to get his own knight to c4 and leave that white bishop stranded on g5.
But every move has its consequences, and it has given up control over this B line. Look at that rook. It can just slam itself right in the heart of Black position. He doesn't need to do it just yet. That's there whenever he wants to. He can just step the queen up, connect the rooks, get every single piece into play. And that bishop that Black has, it's such a bad piece. It's just looking at his own pawns, completely wedged in. And now the big question for Wei Yi, he's basically spoilt for choice. He can do anything he likes. That wonderful pawn in the middle of the board right there on e5 is often just signaling that White can actually go on the attack, go against the Black king.
Yeah, I think White should play something like h4 and clamp down on the king side and then try to maneuver the knight to f4 so the knight is strongly placed in the center and the queen can go to f3 and put pressure on the d pawn. Of course, White's main advantage is the space center, the center advantage of space, and the b file. The rook on b1 is stronger than either one of Black's rooks, which aren't doing anything right now. I expect Black's going to play knight c4, might as well have one good piece, and then just chill and hope that Wei Yi can't break through anywhere.
Yeah. And he's just saying, hey, let's connect the rooks. Okay, I think we should ignore the computer evaluation. That is a harsh question mark.
Yeah.
I don't see anything wrong with that at all. Yes, he could also start the action there on the right side of the board, go for the Black king. But for the time being, Wei Yi's keeping it flexible. He's saying, yeah, I've still got full control on the left side and also full control on the right. And as we see, Bortnik, he's still pretty chill on the heart rate, but we'll see for how long as the bishop got kicked back.
Yeah, the knight went to c4. White's going to double rooks on the b line, putting pressure on b7. And I think the only question for White is, where's that knight on f3 going to go? Is it going to sit there the rest of the game? Or is he going to try to maneuver it to f4, as I suggested earlier? So Black has that really nice knight. The bishop isn't very good. The position's pretty blocked. And the engine doesn't like the way Wei Yi is playing and says that black has completely equalized by now.
Yeah, I think the engine was asking for more aggressive stuff to occur, and they still could, right? With the rook and the queen just lined up on that third row, we could be seeing ideas of just giving up the bishop, like Wei Yi has done before. Wei Yi's been making that kind of sacrifice since he was 15 years old. But for the time being, he's like, let's just focus all our attention on the left side, the weakness, the target. That's that pawn on b7. And Botnik, well, he's been given a chance to wriggle out, and now's maybe the chance to start pushing those pawns there on the left and just break that clamp.
Yeah, Botnik keeps shaking his head, and if I had to guess, and I have to guess because I'm paid to do commentary, I think he doesn't like his rook on a8. That rook on a8 is pretty passive, and it surprised me that when he played rook b8 to defend his b pawn, that he didn't use the other rook. And Botnik made a really interesting pawn sacrifice, which can't be accepted right away. I was wondering if black would ever do that. He wants to play bishop f5 and put pressure on the diagonal, and he's willing to give up his doubled f pawn so his bishop can go to f5 and improve the situation.
Yeah. And like Ben says, do not take that pawn. That pawn comes with a red flag attached. Big threat of attacking that bishop, and that would be indirectly hitting the rook as well. So that's why Wei Yi says, okay, I'll get out of harm's way. And he's still enjoying that clamp against that poor pawn on b7. Look at those two rooks. They are lined up against it. So this is why Botnik's like, hey, what? I'm just going to chase one of those rooks away. And the rook is going to move maybe towards the center, still keeping an eye on what's happening on the right side. And also, let's not forget, there's a pawn there, a black pawn caught in the heart of the white position. And what should Botnik do to defend it?
Yeah, Botnik probably realized when he played f4 that sooner or later he was going to have to sacrifice a pawn. But he really wanted to activate his bishop along with his knight on c4. And he was willing to give up a double pawn to get that good bishop. But it's funny, like every other move, Botnik looks displeased. Oh, and he doesn't want to give up a pawn. He surprised me by playing g5, h4. Now it's really exciting on the king side.
It's so exciting, so risky as well, because when you start advancing those pawns, you can't take them back. And they unleash a whole load of squares for white to target. And that's why Wei Yi's like, let's just go on the offensive straight up. How are you going to maintain those pawns there on the dark squares on the right? And that is the big question for Botnik. Botnik not happy with his game so far.
No, he seems like he's making faces a lot. And again, as I pointed out earlier, when he played the f rook to b8, that's not really in line with playing h6 and g5 and f4 with the rook on a8. He would much rather have his rook on f8 so it could be over to the king side near his king. The rook on a8 isn't doing anything. And this is a funny game because Wei Yi was playing on the king side with bishop g5. Then he was playing on the queen side with rook b3, rook b1. Now he's playing on the king side again with h4. And Wei Yi looks pretty happy. Conversely, Botnik doesn't look happy with his position. But both sides have about 3 minutes, so anything can happen. But I've never seen a guy look so displeased with a position that looks okay to me.
Yeah, well, the problem, though, is that Wei Yi, and we've seen him do this in the past, is going to get ready to sacrifice a piece and just blast things open. Oh, whoa, the sacrifice happens now and not in the way I anticipated.
Ooh, that engine says double question mark. What the engine's mean today?
It's very mean.
Yeah, e6 gives white the e5 square for his knight. He wants to bust through on the king side, while black's rooks are stuck on the queen side. But the engine's not pleased. But the knight on c4 is black's by far his greatest piece, and Wei Yi wants to trade that off.
Yeah, but with that trade of knights, suddenly there's less attackers heading black's way, and suddenly it all might kind of knit together on those light squares. And Botnik, look at him. He's got a new lease on life.
5 moves ago, I thought Botnik was sacrificing a pawn with f4. Now he's a pawn ahead. One of the advantages for white, I'm getting rid of the knight on c4, is now white can play rook b6, which he couldn't play before, putting pressure on the e6 pawn. And I wouldn't be surprised if white can start taking things on the king side. He might even sacrifice the exchange on b5, on f5, I mean. And there's a move I didn't expect, b5.
And it comes with a point, pawn takes pawn, en passant, every streamer's favorite move. Well, the big idea was just to slam that rook down onto c2, attack the queen, attack the bishop. And Wei Yi's like, yeah, you know what? It's good. I got it all covered. And sure, it comes in, queen to b1, and the tricks, they continue.
The queen f5 trick, yeah.
You take the bishop. I will take the bishop with the queen. And look at that rook in the middle of the board. It's eyeing up the black queen.
It's funny, if he had played the other rook to b8 earlier, his rook would be on f8 and white couldn't do this.
Yeah.
But the rook on a8 is useless. So now if rook takes d2, white plays queen takes f5, and all the endgames are better for white because of the passed pawn on b6.
Yeah.
So that was a really rash decision to play b5 and allow the en passant capture. And now Bortnick's in a lot of time trouble. He has less than a minute, and Wei Yi has about 3 minutes.
And when you don't have any added time per move, what you see on the clock is what you get. He better just shake off that disappointment and react. That's why he slides that queen. He's renewing the threat of rook takes bishop, but he is kicking himself. He has just given Wei Yi a pawn, and what a pawn it is right there on b6. 2 squares away from queening. The queen just slides over, calm chess from Wei Yi, defends the bishop, also defends and maybe eyes up some light squares on the right side of the board.
Most grandmasters, when they don't like what's going on, they have a poker face. But I wrote a note to myself to invite Bortnick to my poker game because it seems really obvious when he's unhappy. The only other grandmaster that does that all the time is Hikaru. When Hikaru doesn't like his position, he makes a lot of faces. And having said that, Bortnick is making a lot of faces.
And he's just given us a wow as well as a g4 attacking that bishop, a move that was completely unexpected. And now there's a rook that can capture the pawn with a check. 30 seconds for Bortnick as his house is collapsing.
Yeah, I'm just threatening to take on f5 and then take the rook on c2. And black's king is completely... it's completely over. Bortnick resigns with only 18 seconds left on his clock. That was an amazing game from Wei Yi because he was attacking on the king side, then attacking on the queen side, then attacking on the king side again. And eventually he broke through on both sides. He had a pass pawn, then he was attacking on the king side. A really nice win for Wei Yi. Really well played.
Very nice controlled game there from Wei Yi, making sure that Bortnick has met his nemesis. Didn't work out well for Bortnick in the LCQ. It hasn't worked out well here. And Wei Yi, well, he's just that little step closer to inching towards the finals of the play-ins. If he does that, he's in good shape for getting into the group stage. And for Bortnick, he's on the verge of being relegated to the lower bracket.
And in this event, between the two games, they don't let the players go to the bathroom or get water or waste 10, 15 minutes of your time. We're already playing game 2. And Wei Yi has blacked this game. He played a Petrov, which he earlier said was one of his mainstays. And Bortnick played one of his blitz openings. He played h3 on move 4 and a 4 knights. I haven't seen that before, but I'm sure Wei Yi has. He's playing very quickly.
He's playing super quickly. Nothing is confusing him. Nothing has come as a surprise. And I did find itself on the edge of the board there for white, but still all been played before. And the question for Wei Yi with the black pieces, how is he going to support that pawn in the middle of the board? He does it with his rook. Nice, clean development. And what is Bortnick's plan?
So we have the mirror image. We have Bortnick playing a6 on move 1 in game 1. And then in this game, he played h3. Black has a beautiful knight on e5. Well, he just got traded. And basically, it looks like black is almost a pawn ahead because white has the double d pawns and black has 3-2 on the queen side. The only problem with black's position is the bishop on c8. Black's going to play d6 and develop the bishop. And then I don't see any problems for black's position. And I think what Bortnick has to do is try to trap that bishop on b4 by playing like c3, d4. And before playing d6, black might decide to play one of my favorite moves, bishop f8, then play d6, so his bishop doesn't get trapped on the queen side.
Yeah.
But the engine says black is already better. It seems like H3 didn't surprise Wei Yi at all. And now, and again, Bordnik, I got invited to my poker game, doesn't look very happy. I wonder if Wei Yi can look over there and see how unhappy Bortnik is all the time.
I think he can peek beyond the screens. But take a look at the heart rates, though. They do tell a different story because Bortnik, he might look unhappy on our cameras, but he's got a heart rate around 85, whereas for Wei Yi, he's up to 100.
That is surprising. Wei Yi always looks really calm and collected.
He definitely, I mean, he's the definition of poker face. He has a great position with the black pieces. All he needs to do, as Ben has been indicating, just make sure that that black bishop, that black dark squared bishop doesn't get sidelined. And then once he develops that light square bishop, then everything is primed, ready for attack. For Bortnik, he's considering what to do. Should he just step up with the D pawn? Well, yes, he grabs that space and, well, different plan. And Wei Yi's like, scratch that light square bishop. I just want to set up a battery with the bishop and the queen, and I'm going to give a check to the white king.
Yeah, this was an excellent idea. And black has this big threat of queen G3. And even though queen G3 threatens checkmate, it threatens something even better than checkmate. It threatens a perpetual check, and then Wei Yi wins the match because he has draw odds this game. He won the first game. So Bortnik has to win. He's in a must-win situation. He can't allow that queen and bishop to get in there and get perpetual or checkmate. But boy, I don't know. My best days are behind me. Yovi, you have to help me. How does white stop queen G3?
You don't. That's the problem. You absolutely don't. I think the only thing you can do is just be prepared for that check and go running with the king. And you've got to clear the path for the king to flee to a light square. So I'm just thinking you drop the bishop back, get that rook forward, and then create some cover. But this is not a winning attempt. This is not going to get us to Armageddon.
No, I don't see what white does in this position. I'm very confused. It's funny, black doesn't use the queenside pieces at all. He just takes advantage of H3 on move 4, weakening the dark squares. Queen H4, bishop D6 was brilliant. Wei Yi's in really good form this tournament.
He's in fantastic shape. Really looking very clinical here, understanding exactly what he needs to do to get the job done. And looking up, taking a moment, his heart rate's still quite consistent, around about 103. For Bortnik, he has to find a way to cling on because, as Ben's highlighting, a perpetual check, if he allows a perpetual check, is straight into the lower bracket he drops.
Yeah, I mean, Bortnik doesn't see what to do, and I don't either. I don't see what to do. I was looking at bishop D2, rook E1, but bishop D2 hangs the D pawn with check. And then my queen can get on the diagonal some other way, like E5. I don't see any move here for white. I'm very confused. The engine only says black is close to winning. I don't understand why black isn't completely winning. Bortnik's going to have to show us. I don't see a defense to queen G3, queen H2.
It's looking super scary because it's either perpetual check or even, okay, he comes out with the bishop. He just wants to... And he's not happy.
No.
Not happy at all. Okay, well, queen is going to come into G3.
Yeah, he wants to play rook F3, queen H2, king F2, and the rook on F3 defends the G3 square. That's what he's hoping for.
Yeah. That is what he's hoping for, but like we said, this is not a winning attempt. This is more of a staying alive in the game.
Yeah.
And Wei Yi, he has a choice. He's got 9 minutes on the clock, plenty of time. If he wants to, he can be like mega awkward.
No, I just realized the line I suggested loses instantly. If you play queen G3, rook F3, black has rook E1 check.
No.
That's the end of that.
Well, okay. So what is our solution?
So he has to play queen F3, and then after queen H2, king F2.
Yeah.
Then the game goes on.
The game does go on. But I got to say, that bishop there on G4... I mean, it's a bit out there. It doesn't have too many squares. So if you really wanted to be a bit sadistic, you could go kind of G6, H5, kick it away, and you still got this whole possibility of lining up the queen and the bishop together, start harassing the white king.
Yeah, very tough start for Bortnik. He got completely outplayed in game 1. He's getting outplayed in game 2. He has much less time on the clock. Wei Yi's up 3 minutes. And Bortnik doesn't look very happy. He looks very distraught. He's thinking about the lower bracket.
Yeah. But Bortnik has been in the lower bracket before. He was there in the LCQ. He managed to get that all-important qualifying spot. And I've seen Bortnik. He's got so much motivation. You know, what a story to get here. He fundraised, he crowdfunded to get a plane ticket. He hasn't booked a plane ticket yet for the return. And
that's confidence.
Fairy tales can happen.
Yeah, I guess if Bortnik goes all the way and wins the 250,000, he won't buy a ticket back. He'll just move to Paris. And he'll be ready for the next EWC.
He will. Well, we'll see whether that indeed occurs. For the time being, it feels like it's a pipe dream as where he considers exactly how to continue. He can just dive in with the queen, set up this beautiful battery. He can also take some time out and ask questions to the bishop's place there on g4. It's all in Wei Yi's hands.
I have a crazy idea, Yovi.
Yeah.
That's why I get paid to commentate and not play, because my ideas are crazy. Okay, let's play h5 now. Take on h5. Then I'll play g6, bishop g4, f5.
Oh, I love it.
And then the bishop is sort of trapped out there.
Exactly. That could be the way forward. Maybe we're going to be seeing some complications there. White will be forced to sacrifice the piece in order to get some counterplay. It's a crazy kind of beautiful idea. It might happen. Or where you might just go, let's be calm about it. Oh my God, this is the definition of chill. He's like, no, what?
Yeah, he played b6.
Let's get the light square bishop into the game. Let's maybe set up some bishop coming out, attacking the rook. Or maybe the bishop is just going to come into the game and everything's going to explode open. Watch out.
Yeah, Bortnik didn't like the looks of bishop a6. So he played queen d3, protecting the a6 square. And after bishop b7, white can play c4 and try to trap that bishop. Another good idea of queen d3 is if black plays queen g3 now to get on that diagonal, he can trade queens. So it looks like he may have survived the worst of it. And even though the engine doesn't like white's position, maybe the tables can turn and Bortnik can come back into the game.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. I mean, we can see it. We can visibly see it on Bortnik. You know, he looks a lot happier. He's kind of gotten over the worst of it. I think we should just throw the evaluation bar out of the window and just go, well, hey, this is a very real game and things can turn. Because if white is given a chance, you know, you can set up this massive pawn center in the middle of the board. You can trade off those very dangerous dark square bishops and you have some open lines where the rooks can start working their magic. And the clock starts ticking down for Wei Yi. What's he going to do with the light square bishop? Is he going to go out one square, in which case Bortnik will have an answer of c2, c4, just consolidate. And we see, well, the rooks, they want to come off. This is not the way forward, according to our beloved engine.
I wouldn't have considered rook e1. Because as you pointed out earlier, black doesn't want to trade pieces. Black has a nice attack with the queen and bishop on the dark squares. And the other rook can't go to e8 and back up the rook on e1. So I'm very confused about Wei Yi's last two moves. And it looks like Bortnik's back in the game. They traded rooks. Black doesn't have the e-file anymore. Black's bishop on c8 isn't very good. This looks like Bortnik has survived the worst of it. He's catching up on time. And it looks like his position is okay now.
Yeah, and well, it looks okay for now, but Wei Yi is putting the hard word on Bortnik. He's kind of saying, look, where are you going to go with the bishop? If you're careless, I'm still going to go for that battery idea. Or what is going to be your response? The bishop has to move.
I'm waiting for bishop f5, g6, bishop takes g6. And then I don't know who's checkmating whom. Then we'll find out. But it looks like white's checkmating black.
Well, that's a very gutsy move and it happens.
All right, let's go. He won't play g6.
Yeah, no. I don't think anyone is playing g6 attacking that bishop because look at the black king. It doesn't have any neighbors around it. And, you know, everyone needs good neighbors. And G6. You're not going to be seeing that. I think it's
a nice
time.
inside joke with me and Yovi.
Yes. Look at this, Ben.
Bishop
a
A6.
sacrifice. Well, it's just a temporary sacrifice because queen takes bishop is going to be met with queen takes pawn. And look at that. That's a check to the white king. And you got eyes on the prize. That's that bishop on D2. And Botnik, a little bit shocked
looks
by that.
very surprised by bishop A6. I think he can safely play C4. The engine says it's equal now, but this isn't the kind of equal that will end in a draw. Either black's going to get a big attack against Bortnik's king, or black's going to say, why is my bishop on A6 so bad after C4, B3? And C4 was played.
And I agree with you, Ben. Okay, so block that bishop. Some laughter there from Bortnik, but rook comes into E8. So you're completely right. Watch out, folks, because Wei Yi has some rather nasty plans against that white king. Maybe involves a sacrifice of a bishop and then infiltration on the dark squares. And the clock is ticking down for Alexander.
White played a very solid move, rook F1. I was looking at the crazy move, bishop takes D7, just winning a pawn, but giving up like basically everything in the center. Yeah. Probably black would play rook E4 and attack the D pawn and start attacking again. Rook F1 makes a lot of sense. Finally, both players got their rooks on the A file into the game. But on the other hand, if nothing happens in the next 5 moves, I'm going to be very worried about Wei Yi's bishop on A6.
It's completely locked
That doesn't seem very good.
Oh, but this is a crafty move. Just one small move with the rook, but with a big idea that you can then attack that bishop with a pawn, because suddenly that king will have a good friend in the rook. That rook is now going to be able to do some nifty horizontal footwork and come to its aid. So this is the way that Wei Yi is fighting, and gotta say, it's a good idea, because where is that light square bishop going to go? And 2 minutes, 16 seconds for Bortnik. He has to come up with something incisive. Is he just simply going to consolidate there on the left side of the board? That's a really cool, calm, collected move, but he has to go for the win. He lifts up his rook. Okay, but...
Engine hates that. Now, I thought when he played rook E7, he was simply defending his D pawn, but as you correctly pointed out, G6 is trapping the bishop, and if white sacrifices the bishop, black can fianchetto his rook with rook G7 later, and white's down a piece. Rook F3, I'm not sure what the point of that move is. I guess if the white queen has to move somewhere, he's still stopping queen G3. But G6 is the most interesting move. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I guess white has to sacrifice, and then after rook G7, he can play queen E8 check and try to attack some more. So very interesting position. Both sides have very little time, but Bortnik has less.
Yeah, and it's such a gutsy move to play G6, attacking the bishop, and you require nerves of steel, good calculation skills, because your king is about to go wandering. And Wei Yi, though, this is so easy for him. This is literally the Chinese school of chess. It's all calculation, 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 as we're seeing Bortnik there on the edge. Will Wei Yi attack that bishop, or will Wei Yi play something completely different? I think he kind of has to, because otherwise, positionally, that bishop on the edge is going to get locked out of the game.
That's right. It's funny. Both white square bishops are virtually trapped in their positions. Wow, he played rook E8, confusing Bortnik. The double question mark, Bortnik has a very funny look on his face.
Well, something that you mentioned earlier on, right? That pawn was up for grabs. Take it. Let's grab the material. Let's live to tell the tale. So will Bortnik do that?
There's 2 things that I see. He could not only do that, he could also play bishop H7 check, and the F pawn's weak. But no, he took on D7, engine approved. Rook E4, threatening the pawn on D4. So Wei Yi has tremendous pressure on white center pawns on C4 and D4. Black's a pawn down, but Bortnik's back in the game. He just has to make sure he can keep up on the clock, because as we pointed out earlier, there's no increment this tournament, which is unusual nowadays. It's like when I was a kid. Once your time runs out, your time runs out. Yeah. And Bortnik's had less time in both games. But it seems like in both games, neither player is afraid to sacrifice a pawn or two to get the initiative.
No. And the big question, though, is how to defend that pawn that was under attack. And apparently this was not the way White perhaps had to
No, I can
return
take on
material.
D4 now. I just take on D4 and I'm winning.
Oh,
He just
wow.
missed that. Yeah, wait, show to Bortnik because I want to see his face.
Yeah, we
Yeah, he
gotta
completely missed rook takes D4. Oh, yeah, there's the Bortnik poker face. He completely missed rook takes D4. G3 was a mistake. Bishop F5 was a blunder. Now the white center is completely falling apart. C4 is hanging, D5 is hanging, A2 is hanging.
And where to go with the queen, right?
Yeah, and G3 was bad for White's king.
Yeah.
Yeah, White's completely losing now. And Bortnik has no time, and he's shaking his head a lot. He knows what's going on. It's easy to blunder in a 10-minute game. I do it all the time. I do it with 9 minutes left.
I also do it all the time. It happens to the best of us. Oh, the emotion there from Bortnik. This means so much to him. He moves the queen. The queen's come off, but look at that.
Uh-oh, bishop takes C4, and we take everything. Yeah, he just resigned.
Just resigns, and a clean sweep there from Wei Yi, who moves to the next stage with a 2-0 victory over Bortnik. I mean, Wei Yi just played very well.
Yeah, he was in charge the whole match. And one thing I notice with the better players like Magnus Carlsen, Firouzja, Nakamura, is they're always ahead on the clock. And those games were up and down. Wei Yi didn't play perfectly, but he always had a 1, 2, or 3 minute time advantage because he's the better player and he's putting pressure on his opponent. So, great match by Wei Yi. Bortnik, really emotional that game. His heart rate didn't show it, but his body language did.
It certainly did, and we could see how much it meant to him. For Wei Yi there, he removes his heart rate monitor and he gets ready for the next stage, the next level, takes his mouse with him, so that is perhaps his secret weapon.
The player's shaking
handshake.
hands. That's nice.
Very nice sportsman behavior there from both players, and some brilliant moments there as we are seeing Bortnik there crumble against this fantastic strike. It was a great moment. Let's go straight to the studio.
And just like that, our winners bracket finals are set. It's Artemiev going against Wei Yi after Wei Yi takes down Bortnik 2-0 in sensational fashion. He's looking incredible, and he doesn't look like he's going to be stopping anytime soon. He is now one match away from entering in the next stage. Hey, welcome again to the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Anna Kramling, as well as Levy Rosman, also known as Gotham Chess. Good to have you both up here. Levy, I don't know. It just seemed like Bortnik wasn't happy the entire time.
That's sort of how I felt. And I know Alexander, and I've played him many times, and he's generally very happy when he's playing me. So the Alexander that I saw today was a very different one. And he seemed stressed, even though there were moments in both of those games where he absolutely had a chance to get back into it. But it seemed like Wei Yi is in cruise control, and he's playing fantastic.
Wei Yi, I mean, we've been calling Artemiev the ice, but I think Wei Yi is the ice too, and it's going to be really exciting to have the two ice play against each other. But yeah, I mean, Wei Yi just played so well, and he was really able to punish Bortnik's style of playing a little bit more unbalanced positions, and Wei Yi just played beautifully.
And he's been playing beautifully ever since. Bortnik just couldn't keep up with the pacing, but in game number 2, there were quite a few blunders.
Yeah, sure. I think game 2 is always a weird one because you're down 1-0. And so you think, okay, I'm playing somebody who's clearly one of the best in the world and he's extremely solid. And that was the problem that Alexander had. And he decided to make the game crazy from the beginning. So Wei Yi had the the pocket aces, so to say. And then later in the game, he actually went wrong. But Alexander, you would never know. He just thought he was lost like from the first move until the very last. And ultimately, it's sort of, he manifested in many ways his own defeat.
And Bortnik, he will stay alive at least a little bit longer. He drops down into the lower bracket. So if you're a fan of Bortnik, he still has a chance to make it through, but he's going to have to work even harder because elimination matches are coming up next. We've got a little bit before we head into the winner bracket finals. But again, one match away for both of those who are going to be in the finals so far. We've now watched all the quarterfinals. We watched some of the semifinals matches, but we do have more to come. We're going to be crushing some keys coming up next, and it's going to be fun to see, but heartbreaking, especially if you are a big supporter of some of those who are already down into the lower bracket for sure. But Wei Yi looking incredible, and then on the other side, Artemiev is also looking great. They are poised to play each other just in a little bit, but at least moving on to the next series, Parham will be taking on Aravind, who's going to be a great competitor. Aravind obviously does drop down to the lower bracket alongside that of Parham, but both are ready to go toe-to-toe with each other. But we do have some questions from the chat. We've been paying attention, and I don't know what we're going to get, but let's see if the both of you can put your minds together. And at what point do you offer a draw? Good question from Dinkleboard. Shout out to you. Hannah, do you take it?
Well, I mean, typically here, there are actually rules that you cannot offer a draw. I think it's maybe till move 40. So you don't really offer a draw. But in this type of tournament, you're never just going to offer a draw. What you're going to do is perhaps you're going to start repeating moves. And if you get a threefold repetition, then it will be a draw. But we're not going to see the player stand up and ask, hey, do you want a draw?
Never. What are you doing? Like, what are you offering? Just stop, don't play chess, play something else where you can make a more peaceful resolution. No, you play until the end, and if at the end it's king versus king, or there's a position where checkmate is impossible, that's when you make the draw.
Well, fair enough. We have one more, though. I want you to take this one. Let's see what we're going to get. Maybe it's going to be a complicated one. Wei using the clock like a piece today. What do you think about that one?
That is not a question, but it is a great point. And actually, if we are looking for more analysts, so yeah, Wei he played very well. He had like a 1 to 2 minute time advantage, maybe throughout both of those games. But I think even less than that, it just felt like Bortnik somehow he needed to will himself into the match. And sometimes when you play somebody like Wei Yi or Artemiev, and they're in the finals for a reason, you just feel like you can't win.
Yeah, it's just the pressure. Is it the different way that they play? obviously stylistic-wise.
Yeah,
what
they just don't lose.
They just don't lose.
And how do you beat somebody who doesn't lose?
You can't. You simply can't. Everybody's trying to figure out how to beat Magnus, right?
Yeah.
That's the big question. How do you beat Magnus if he simply doesn't lose? And for Wei Yi, he has been sensational, not only from the LCQ, but also in our bracket today, right? Again, one match away from moving forward. If you want to get involved in the show, make sure you post in the chat. We're paying attention to everything out there. You want to post some questions? We've got a lot of great things that we want to talk about up here. And like I said, you all can be involved. We got some series coming our way, including an elimination matchup coming up right after this. Arvind and Parham, they're about to throw down our first elimination match of our chess tournament here at EWC 2026. They didn't come all this way to have their key crushed right away, but that could become a reality. And if these two titans face off, it's now a survival match.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on this match. The person that loses will be out, so all the pressure are on them. And we're seeing two very creative players. I mean, Aravind, he's a very creative player. He struggled a little bit in the previous match versus Grishuk, but I think that we're going to see some explosive chess from him. And we all know that Parham, we were calling him the fire before, because he is the fire. And I think we're going to see some really exciting games here.
That's it, but he's also playing with some added stress, right? Coming into this, he's got a fantastic story, but in a bad way, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and just to add to this point, like, I have played both of them, and they both play very imbalanced games. They play to win or lose, which here is a difficult style because you're either in it or you're out. And You alluded to it, and I've heard people talking about it. I know Parham had some medical stuff going on, and he actually overcame it to play in the last chance qualifier to make the tournament. So just incredible stuff from him. And we have predictions in the back. Some people are saying they're predicting him to make it all the way through the losers bracket. He's a fighter.
Which would be phenomenal. And I'm also hinting, I think today or tomorrow's his birthday as well. So, hey, he's got a lot of things going his way. Maybe we'll give him a cake a little bit later. We did that for another broadcast earlier. Parham playing despite having surgery, entering the stage. And it was his choice to come up there, but he's a competitor. He's got fire in his heart, and he wants to go all the way. And then he's also very well versed, whether it's classical, rapid, online formats. Like, he's got the confidence, so he feels right at home.
He is really good. I mean, I remember the first time I heard about him, it was when he won the Junior World Championship in 2018. And I just remember everyone was talking about, ooh, who's this Parham person? And he was just crushing it, and he's been crushing it ever since. So he's really good in all time controls.
And he has beaten top dogs out there, Wei Yi including, right? During the LCQ, took him down 3-1. So he does have the ability to win despite the hardships.
Absolutely. I think when Parham is on and really confident in playing his game, he's easily quality of a top 5 player in the world. The problem is that he's not consistently a top 5 player in the world. And obviously Aravind is the dark horse of the group. Look, I think we're going to see 2 very, very imbalanced games, and this could be a total toss-up. If we ran this 10 times, it would be 5-5, but we're only running it once.
That's right.
And something else that I'll say about Parham, because I've met him several times, I've interviewed him, he's one of the funniest guys out there. I mean, he is like a comedian. I could see him being a streamer, being in the studio. Maybe that's something he's going to do in the future. Who knows? But he's really funny.
Hopefully his moves don't make us laugh.
That's
wrong skill for today. Wrong skill for today.
You don't want to be a comedian when you step up there. But going back to you, from what I'm reading, he creates practical problems for his opponents. What could that entail? How do you create a practical problem for your opponents in such a short time span? You only get 10 minutes.
Right, you just go for a position that requires you to play with strong intuition, and it's not easy to solve. So whatever opening we're going to see, the first 5 to 10 moves, Parham is going to take the game into deep, deep waters, and we're going to see if Aravind can swim as well as him. And I predict Aravind will get a little bit lower on the clock. That's really the key for Parham to win this matchup. But we're about to find out. I mean, we're right there, and a key is about to be crushed. So if Parham can't play his game, if he's not feeling physically up to it today, and Aravind has some confidence, right? He just beat Grisha, who's one of the best of all time in the world. So I don't know. I'm excited. I mean, I know we have to talk about it, but I can't wait to watch them play.
I think what's interesting, though, as well, is that Aravind, he's also the type of player that likes to make a position very complex and then kind of dive out of it because he's so creative. So I think that both players are very similar in that way. So we're going to see who's most comfortable today.
Well, let's find out. It's going to be a great matchup irregardless, and I think we both made great, or all of you guys have made great arguments as to why one could win over the other. But either way, it's up to them to decide. Yeah, there's some health issues on one end, but he's here for a reason. That's Parham. He wants to take down Aravind. The question is, can he truly do it? Aravind is a wonderful competitor. He made it to this stage for a reason. But the question is, can he make it even further? You've got to win here. Quick predictions. Aravind, Parham, who wants to take it?
Parham, I think, will go through, but I don't know.
You said 50-50, though. She said Parham. What about you?
No, I think Parham is definitely the favorite, but if Aravind does it, I won't be stunned. I won't be shocked.
That's right.
No, they're here for a reason.
They're here for a reason. Two Titans battle it out. Chat, what do you think? Let's send it over to our casters. It's time to get our first loser bracket started. One key will be crushed. The question is, who will this be?
Indeed, one key will be crushed after this match as we enter a brutal fight for survival. We have Parham with the white pieces getting ready. We also have Aravind. He won the Atlanta Dream Hack, but yes, he is now fighting for his life if he wants to remain in this competition. And Ben, this one is going to be super epic because there's so much on the line, but also these two players have an incredible fighting style.
Yeah, and I remember when the qualification tournament was in Atlanta, because that's where I live. But I didn't play because they don't let you play if you lose all your games. So I was watching from the sidelines. But yeah, this is a match. I don't think there's a big favorite. Parham is a little bit higher rated. Aravind is younger. Both sides are really good at internet blitz chess. So I don't see a big favorite this match. Nothing would surprise me. What is surprising is this is the losers bracket, and these are two of the very strongest players. So we really have big matchups today.
We have big matchups as we see Aravind with the white pieces against Param with the black. And the two players, they are getting ready. You can even see the heart rates.
Pretty high already.
They are already high, as you mentioned. 127.
Well, this is lose and go home, unlike the previous matches.
Exactly. And we have d4 being played from Aravind. And with Param, you never know quite what to expect. He can play absolutely anything. And this is now a very classical opening. The knights are coming out. And the big question now for Param, is he going to go all the way with his dark square bishop?
I predict he will.
In?
Oh, he didn't.
He doesn't. He takes that pawn in the middle. And now Aravind, he has to, I was going to say, take the bull by the horns and go e4, take the center. But he goes for a different approach, going for solidifying the center, and now we're going to be seeing that light square bishop get kicked back.
Yeah, we have a queen's gambit accepted here. I've had white in these positions a lot, but I have a lot of trouble getting an advantage. So Param is playing solid, playing for equality right away. Black has three ideas in this opening. One is to castle at some point. One is to play c5 at some point, which he just played. And the other, which is pretty obvious, is to fianchetto his bishop to b7. I thought black was going to play bishop b7 on the previous move, but he decided to play c5 right away. So black is already close to equal, and that's why players play the queen's gambit accepted. They get to trade all the pawns in the center and get their bishop to b7 and try to equalize right away.
Yeah, and actually, if Aravind doesn't put the pressure on the black position, black already is going to have the more comfortable position. You know, it's super simple plan. As you mentioned, get that bishop on that beautiful long diagonal, have it pointing towards the white king. You can also trade in the center. You can get the knight developed. You can make sure that it doesn't block in its own piece. And there we see the queen getting out of the D line and perhaps setting up some rook to the D line, just try to face off against the queen. And I love the way that Param's done this, you know, make sure that that knight doesn't get in the way of its own bishop. And now the queen, I think, should just get out of any trouble whatsoever and just could even slide itself all the way next to the rook.
Yeah, black has a decision to make whether to play queen b8, queen b6, or queen c7. Play sort of the logical queen b6, putting some pressure on the d4 square. Basically, Param is avoiding developing his bishop on f8 because once he does, he's worried white's going to take on c5. That's why he played knight bd7 first, so he can recapture with the knight. And white wants to play e4, e5, but that would involve a pawn sacrifice, which we've seen plenty of so far. We've only done one match before this one, and we saw pawn sacrifices in every game. So I wouldn't be surprised if white plays e4, sacrifices the d-pawn, tries to play e5. But it's a risky strategy so early in the game.
That's very much in Aravind's nature. He's always down for a fight. We could also see a waiting game continue, you know, like where white doesn't make anything decisive, anything committal, you know, going like pawn takes pawn, because then that would clarify the situation. He could kind of go a3. Okay, he goes a4, of course. Put the pressure on. And yeah, you got to go back to go forwards. The knight goes all the way to its starting square, but watch out because it has eyes on the c4 square where it will attack the queen. But now you got to capture on the center with a pawn, and there we have quite an aggressive position where white really has to get active with the pieces, find them good squares in order to offset what is a structural weakness in the middle.
I'm surprised that Param took on d4 so quickly because that opens up the diagonal for the bishop on c1. Obviously, knight b1 was to put the knight on c4, putting pressure on the queen on b6. Param immediately plays queen c7. This indicates to me that after knight c4, he's going to play bishop f4 and try to trade off those bishops. Black likes trading pieces since white has an isolated d-pawn. Bishop e7 doesn't make a lot of sense because he could have played bishop e7 earlier. Oh, he just castles and lets white take the two bishops since the knight on c4 is so strong.
Yeah. And he's just kind of arguing that the more pieces that you trade off, the weaker that pawn, that isolated pawn in the middle of the board is going to get. But Aravind, no. He knows the rules. The rules say that you keep the minor pieces on and you start to move them forward. And now all that's left is that dark square bishop. It needs to be developed from its home, and then the rook is going to come in. I'm going to say that despite this really quirky opening that Aravind is playing, I think he's got a good position.
Yeah, I don't like Parham's queen on c7. Typically, in Queen's Gambit acceptance, either queen is misplaced on the c file, since the black rook and the white rook can both go to the c file. And he's already played queen b6, queen c7. Once white plays bishop g5 or bishop e3, he's going to play rook ac1, and that queen's going to have to move again. And horses like stable squares, because horses like stables. And the knight on e5 and c4, that's one of the benefits of having the isolated d pawn. We have nice control of c5 and e5. So a lot of people don't like the isolated pawn, but I tell my students you got to be able to play with the pawn and without the isolated pawn. Black put all of his pieces on the queen side, and now we can look towards the king side with something like bishop g5, queen h5, and white can get some attack against Parham's.
Yeah, I'm already seeing that there's some kind of ideas. First up, the bishop is going to post up to that aggressive square. Why not? And if that black rook moves, the black king is going to be completely undefended. But watch out, Ben, because we have a checkmate idea in town. The queen, bishop lined up on the same diagonal. White is threatening to checkmate the black king. Queen takes pawn. So black has to do something about it. Parham, of course, he's an elite player. He's going to see it. But the question is, what is he going to do? Is he going to defend it with a knight, attack the queen? I think that's actually already a little bit dodgy. Or he can go f5, just block that diagonal with a pawn. But that's very risky.
Right, f5 blocks the queen and bishop forever on the diagonal, but it permanently weakens the e6 pawn. After knight f6, the reason Aravind played queen e4 was to maneuver the queen to the king side with queen h4, putting the pressure on h7. And Parham goes for it. He plays f5, approved by the computer. The computer didn't like queen e4, and now that e6 pawn is weak, but it's easily protected by one of the black rooks, and the bishop on d3 isn't very strong anymore. Black trades all the pieces on e5, so the white queen can't ever attack the pawn on e6. And the engine says that black is equalized, and white doesn't have much of an attack on the king side anymore.
And it's also decision time for Aravind. He can capture, recapture with the pawn, knights. Both of them are good. He just needs to go do it with the knights. And the pieces there are still getting traded off. And I gotta say, suddenly the knight is sitting lovely in the middle of the board. And the two bishops that white has, I mean, one of them just doesn't have a point.
Well, Aravind has the Ben Feingold heart rate. It's in the 140s. That's pretty high for the matches we've seen so far. White has the two bishops, but neither bishop can do very much. And black has the excellent knight on d5, the excellent bishop on b7, and white has this semi-weak pawn on e5. So black is equalized out of the opening. White shouldn't have played queen e4, queen back to e2. That didn't accomplish very much. White already lost some time in the opening by maneuvering his knight c3, knight b1, knight d2, knight c4. And so because of white moving the same pieces several times, his rook and bishop on the queen side haven't moved yet. As soon as I say that, Aravind makes me a liar and plays bishop to d2, so his rook can go to c1. But black with the beautiful knight on d5 doesn't have any issues in this position.
Certainly doesn't have any issues, and I do feel that that bishop move was a bit of a must because black was actually threatening to do ideas such as queen to c6, get a bishop and queen battery against the white king. So now white is just lining up with the rooks, and everything is going to be hinging on that open line. So what is Aravind going to do? He chases away that queen, of course, and now what is the plan for Aravind? And this is the problem. Yes, it's nice having the bishop pair. We talk about that a lot. Two is better than one, but they work super well in open positions where they can roam free. Here, this bishops, they really don't have too many squares. And this is a nice move, I gotta say. He's got ideas of posting the bishop up even further if you're allowed. But often what you do when you're fighting against two bishops is you try and trade one off. And that's what
That's exactly what Parham just did. He must have heard you. Bishop c6. The bishop can't move back to d3 because the a4 pawn is loose since white just played rook ac1. And we're going to have a good knight versus bad bishop scenario when they trade the white squared bishops. Knight on d5 is unassailable. It's clearly better than the bishop on d2. And otherwise, things are pretty similar. So just white has very few options of doing something active because the knight is so strong on d5.
Yeah.
Very nice position for Parham.
A very nice position, and also that, as you mentioned several times, and it's such a key point, that knight in the middle of the board cannot get booted off its square. And Parham is just getting ready to say, hey, not only do I have a good knight, but if you swap the bishops, I'm going to try and take control over the C line. And suddenly I'll have two things that I will be very proud of. So I think Arvin now has to find really accurate moves just to hold the balance, and his heart rate closing in on 150.
Wow. Yeah, the problem with White's position is queenside pawns, Black's pawns can't be attacked. The A pawn on A4 can be attacked, and if White ever plays B3, Black's going to have access to the C3 square with something like knight C3, and also the B3 pawn is weak. So White's queenside pawns are weaker than Black's. The E5 pawn is potentially weak. And as you pointed out, Black has the C file, the D file is blocked. So even though Black has all the advantages, Black isn't really winning. It's just very pleasant for Black. And Parham plays very slowly, plays H6, giving his king luft, defends the G5 square, and all the advantages are to Black, including better heart rate and more time on the clock. So advantage Parham so far this match.
And that more time on the clock is certainly going to be super important, especially when we remember that our friend, the clock, it is the 17th weapon. What you see is what you get. There is no added time at all. Whoa. Perhaps sensing that his position could be declining even more. He's like, let's just roll the dice, initiate chaos. But now the White King is vulnerable.
Parham acted like he expected G4. He took instantly and then very quickly played Queen C7, which does three things. It attacks the E5 pawn. It doubles the lateral pieces on the C file. So eventually Black can infiltrate with Rook C2. And also, the queen can go to F7 and defend the Black King in case White plays something like Queen G6, which White just played. Maybe the players can hear me, Queen G6, Queen F7. But the queen on G6 doesn't attack the E pawn because the rook is defending it. But it's still not nice to have the queen there. Bishop H6 was the threat. Yeah. So Black is still dominating, but White realized the game wasn't going his way. So G4 tried to change things up a little bit. And maybe if White's lucky, he can get in F4, F5 and get some counterplay on the king side. Otherwise, I don't see what White is doing very much.
No, I mean, he had no safety anywhere that he turned. Like, swapping off the queens, that would have meant that Black has a really good endgame. The rook is going to swoop in and infiltrate on the C line. And big question there as Parham is considering how to improve his position even more. He decides to break out. Well, this is interesting, because this bishop that we've been kind of not praising suddenly has a square that it can post up on. And I was thinking a long time ago, maybe you should just swap off rooks, try to minimize the damage that way.
Yeah, the engine doesn't like H5 because opens up Black's king, and maybe later in the game, White can play Rook H1. But it didn't like King G2 either, because now White's queen got sidelined over to the king's side. The queen on E4, perfectly placed in the center, was defending the C2 square. Now, to make the game more interesting, Arvin sacrifices a bishop, because if you take the bishop, I have Rook C8 check with amazing complications, confusing me. And, well, I'll be interested to see if that happens. And the Black King has to go for a walk. And it looks like White has perpetual check there at least.
At least. But no one enjoys having their king exposed out there in the open. So I really don't think that Parham is going to be getting greedy, grabbing that poison bishop. Instead, he solidifies, tries to get another small improvement to his position, saying, hey, if we're going to make the trade, at least give me the best kind of pass pawn that is on the board. And now decision time for Arvin. Does he, in fact, accept that offer, or does he make any other move? Personally, I think I would get rid of the rooks, but instead he centralizes the queen.
Hates that move.
And the engine says that this is not the way forward. And I guess it's just because you're abandoning the king.
I wonder if Black can play Queen F5 here. I don't really see a good move for White after Queen F5.
That's perfect. That is the way forward. Get those queens off the board and you up the pressure. Because if you are forcing White to trade off rooks, you're going to get a beautiful pass pawn, right? And if you don't swap off then the king is going to be completely alone, no friends at all, and no one is going to be surviving that. So Aravind in huge trouble as we see him take some time. Param, will he find it? Queen to f5, offer up a trade of queens. Is he looking for something better?
Yeah, and if white doesn't trade queens, black gets access to some extra safety squares for his king. Okay, he played queen b7, which is stronger than my move. I just didn't see queen b7. And he's threatening knight e3 check and knight f4 check, winning the queen.
Knight e3 check. Huge threat.
I'm surprised he didn't. Oh, he plays knight e3 check on the previous move. Then white would have king f3.
Exactly.
I didn't see that.
Well, it's still something that Aravind is going to be depending on, because right now the threat is also not just that knight coming in, giving a check on e3, it's also queen takes pawn.
Yeah.
Queen takes pawn, and then suddenly the whole position will collapse. So this whole idea of defending the queen with the white king, that is going to be absolute clutch here as the king comes up. Okay, but you forgot about the main threat, Aravind. Queen takes pawn, and Param, track his eyes. He is swooping in for the kill.
Queen b7 was an amazingly good move. Very strong. b3 was really strong too. This has been a really excellent game from Param, and he's going to take the first game with big time advantage, winning position. Aravind goes for the perpetual check on e8 and h5, but black is going to see through that, prevent that, and white should just be in too much trouble here.
But it's tricky though, right? Because you've got to cover queen takes pawn. So you've got to stop the checks. And if you defend that pawn with a queen, the white queen, such a multi-talented piece, is
defending everything.
That knight is the MVP of the position, and it catches Aravind unawares as that knight covers the key squares. But Aravind keeps on finding good moves to keep the game alive. Threatens a check there. King has to sidestep. White resumes with the whole idea of giving a perpetual check, trying to get away with that. The queen comes in, and there is a lovely block here.
Well, I didn't see queen f8. That's excellent. This is a really excellent game from Param.
Beautiful. And the way that he keeps control, you know, he offers up a piece, but he says it's fine. The king's safety is way more important, and he keeps on improving his position, just solidifying everything so that there is no risk to his king. And Aravind now under the minute. All Param has to do is find a way to keep his king completely safe, and then just come in and force that c pawn through. More checks, bishop blocks. Aravind now finding some only moves just to keep the game alive. It's not going to be over until it's over.
Right, especially at this time control, both sides are getting around a minute. I like king h7, keeping the king safe. Param's looking at more aggressive moves like knight d5 or knight a2, trying to get that c pawn going. Instead he gives a check, making his king safer.
Again, the focus is on getting that king to a safe haven. The king will go to the edge of the board. And here, okay, some throws in some checks. King is just gonna get out of harm's way. And okay, it's gonna find a nice safe home. And it's gonna be all about Charlie, the c-pawn.
Yeah, I like knight d3 because the e5 pawn is hanging. If black trades queens, the game is basically over.
Mm-hmm. And now, what's to stop black from promoting, winning a piece? There's nothing in the world. Param can't think too long, though, because he's now under the minute.
Actually, I have queen g1 check at the end there. That was a nice trick. If you queen,
yeah,
then I take and play queen g1 check.
Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah, he played knight e1, threatening knight f3 check.
Okay, he's going back for the knight coming to thing. But everyone watch the clock as well. This is getting nervy for both players, as we are seeing Aravind still surviving. And Param throwing in checks.
This doesn't look good.
No, but he's still alive.
What's the knockout punch?
In comes
king
the king.
f5, defending the e-pawn.
The bishop comes back, and okay, this is a lovely
That's
move.
the end of the game. The queen's off, black wins easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And more tricks there from Aravind. He promotes, wins a piece, and this is going to get a winning king and pawn endgame. And we see with 18 seconds, look how quick Param is. There's going to be
Good
no
technique.
stalemate. And checkmate.
Oh, my students watched that technique. That was good.
Excellent start there from Parham, winning with the black pieces. That means the pressure is on Aravind. If he wants to remain in the competition, he has to win with black. And for Parham, playing with the white pieces, he can set the tone and the nature of the game.
Normally when somebody loses, I like to criticize their moves. That's what I get paid to do, but Parham just played amazingly. He played a lot of X-Clam moves, increased his advantage, kept the time advantage all the time, and had excellent technique. That was a brilliant game from Parham.
Absolutely brilliant. And I love the way that he was on the back foot at one point, but he managed to work through those complications. And just in the space of 2 moves, he turned the position around. And we see Parham there with a 1-point lead. Aravind needs to win if he wants to remain in the competition. Keys are gonna get crushed. Ben, that's so brutal.
No, Keys getting crushed. I think that's why Magnus likes this tournament so much. Likes prize money, he likes winning, but I think most of all he likes crushing Keys.
Well, we'll see whose key will get crushed. Will there be Armageddon? Will it be Parham making it through to live another day in the lower bracket? And Parham with the white pieces opens up with the queen's pawn, and something solid there from Aravind, developing the knight, saying, hey, if you're not careful, I'm going to capture that pawn. So this is why Parham goes for nice classical response, captures in the middle of the pawn, and we're going to get a pawn structure that everyone is, he's read a few classic books. It's called the Carlsbad structure. And out comes the bishop, pinning that knight. So you've got to be blocking that one, or you've got to be solidifying in the center.
Yeah, Aravind's playing the long game. He's going to try to equalize and then outmaneuver his opponent, then hopefully in time trouble and do some kind of blunder. It's not easy when you're forced to win with black. A lot of players play crazy right away, but I like the way Aravind's playing, just sort of solid, make the game go as long as possible, and give his opponent as many chances as possible to blunder. Instead, Parham breaks the pin on the c3 knight by playing knight d2, controlling the e4 square more, and just playing very solid. White's going to play e3, bishop d3, castle, and just try to have a slight advantage and make sure he doesn't get low on the clock.
Yeah. That's exactly what Parham is doing, you know, playing nice, solid chess, making sure that there's no room for complications as well. By breaking that pin, he's saying to Aravind, hey, if you want to expand on the right, be my guest. There's not going to be any funny business on my watch. And now Aravind, he has to win, so he has to unbalance the position somehow. How is he going to do that? Is he just simply going to go for, I was going to say, quiet moves like castling, go for the development, and we're seeing that knight get rerouted. Now, I wouldn't advocate for going for bishop takes knight, even though it kind of changes the nature of the position. No need for any dynamics. Keep it solid. And now, after castle, I'm expecting Parham to do the same. Get that king developed to safety, and then connect the rooks.
Yeah, Parham did exactly what I thought he would do, and knight on g6 looks good, but has nowhere to go. And the bishop on b4 wasn't doing anything to pin those knights anymore, so he put it back on d6. Typically, this is a big fight for e4. Sometimes white plays f3, e4, or just e4 straight away, or black tries to play rook e8 and knight e4, which Parham has stopped several moves in advance by putting almost every piece he has defending the e4 square. And the immediate threat is to the knight on g6 with the battery. And Engine does not like knight g4. The obvious idea is if we take on g6 twice, black has bishop f5, and then the white queen is going to be semi-trapped on h5. But Engine hates the move knight g4, so maybe Parham has some good tactic here, either starting with bishop takes g6, or maybe, I think what he's hoping for is kind of blunder I would make, h3, and then black has knight takes e3, because the f2 pawn is overworked.
Yeah.
So he thinks the knight is safe on g4, and he's playing aggressively, but Engine doesn't like it and says Parham has a nice advantage now.
Well, it's a really unexpected move, right? Jumping in with your knight to that direction, because I'm sure that our Parham was expecting like a maneuvering game, and now he's kind of trying to assess, should he get greedy? I would say no. There's no need to go for those shenanigans. Bishop takes knight, don't even go there, don't give up the bishop pair. Just play very solid chess, and you can prepare, right? The kickback, you can just slide the rook over to the e1 square, just overprotect the e-pawn, and then you can try to reinforce things. But Parham doesn't seem too troubled. But one good news for Aravind is that we're seeing Parham burn a lot of time on the clock, and he's gone for a nice plan where he's just like, you know what, I'm gonna just reinforce the control over the e5 square. Knights like their good homes. That knight is getting ready to go on an odyssey around the board and see if it can support its fellow there sitting down f3.
Black is playing very aggressively on the king's side. Unfortunately, it's at the cost of his bishop on c8. Doesn't have any good squares. It's a stonewall Dutch kind of structure. White wants to play knight f4, eventually put the other knight on e5 and put pressure on the f5 pawn with the queen and bishop battery. Now, one of White's main ideas in this pawn structure is to play b4, b5, and attack the c6 pawn, so-called minority attack. And Aravind tried to nip that in the bud by playing a5, stopping White from playing b4, and then he's going to continue playing on the king's side. But White has a lot of pieces that are pointing towards the king's side, so I don't see White's king is going to get in any danger anytime soon.
No, there's not going to be any danger to the white king because the knight is a king's best friend, as they say. And instead, what we're seeing is that Parham is quite insistent. You know, I actually want to have full board control. I want to be just slowly working my way up the board on the left with my pawns, grabbing the space, opening up the lines. And Aravind, his bishop is not the best piece. And I say that in a very British way. It is a really bad piece. It's just defending its own pawns. And yeah, we're going to be... Yeah, Aravind, this is not a great start. I mean, he has to win as well. And this is not the position that it's easy to do it from.
Yeah, and Parham played unusual-looking b3. And the point of that move was to avoid the en passant capture. If White had played a3 right away, Black would have played a4. Now the white pawn on b2 is stuck. Now if Black ever plays a4, White's going to play b4 and continue with the queenside play. That's why he played b3 first. And it looks like Aravind's going to go all in, and I was correct. He moved his knight away so he could play g5. And he's going to start a big attack against Parham's king, although Parham has a lot of pawns and pieces in front of his king. So it looks relatively safe. And it looks like Aravind might try to play queen g6, queen h5, and try to get some play on the h-file. And White's going to play on the queen side. And if White has to, sometimes they can bail out with knight e5 and trade off those knights. Knight on g4 is pretty strong. But as we've been saying, the bishop on d7 isn't really very active. And it's hard for Black to play f4 and continue because White has so many pawns and knights protecting f4. And now, as you said, maneuvering game is going to happen. Black's going to play knight d6, knight e4. And instead, Parham attacks the pawn on a5, threatening to just take it and force Black to either sacrifice the pawn or open up the queen side with something like a trade on b4. So very instructional game where both sides have their advantages. But even though the engine likes White, I think this is a good position for Black in a must-win game. He's not playing too crazy, but he's making the game pretty unbalanced.
Exactly. I got to say, I really like what Aravind's doing. It's like a perfect example of coffee house chess. A little bit of hustle, a little bit of bluff involved, and you've got ideas, you know, of like taking the pawn, the knight is going to maneuver itself to the center, there goes the stage one, knight maneuvers to the center, and you start to plant ghosts into the position. You're saying to Parham, hey, one day I might step up with my king, I might start running with the h-pawn, and who knows, that king might be in trouble. And with the clocks ticking down, it's exactly what you need to do. And Aravind, well, he's in a must-win situation with the black pieces. Objectively, his position is tough, but there are two humans playing, and anything can go wrong.
Yeah, white did play the move I expected at some point, knight e5. And now white can't really move the f pawn to f4, f3, because the e3 pawn would be loose. And black can't take on e5 because of the fork on the e5 square when white recaptures. And I think black still wants to play knight e4. And the question is, should Parham start trading pieces, which is exactly what I would have done. Maybe that's a bad sign. Trading the rooks and trading the rooks again. Because if we keep trading pieces, white's king will be relatively safe, and white's going to have the advantage of the better bishop. And there's no queen h2 mate, because it takes too long. The knight on e5 is too strong. So, again, engine likes white. White is doing well, but I think black is doing a good job mixing it up in a must-win game with black.
Yeah, and
must-win game with black, not easy.
Not easy, and I got to say that's exactly why Aaron's like, let's not trade off rooks. Thank you very much. Let's move it over to the right side of the board. Let's just resume the idea of perhaps, then opening up towards the white king. But it does mean that if Parham is able to fend off any black initiative, then he's going to have basically a winning attack. Winning advantage there on the left side. As the rook, it slams into the position, and now it's going to be all systems go, right? The English school of chess is, Ben, you go with your h-pawn, you pick it up and you move it as far along down the board. Okay, it didn't happen, but this is just as good. Centralize that knight, attack the queen, and force off those trades. Pawn takes. Now there's a queen and a rook eyeing up the pawn on f2. And now this is more or less anyone's game.
Yeah, there were a lot of trades. Queen e1 was forced, defending the f2 pawn. White is still going to play on the queen side with moves like knight c3 and b5, putting pressure on b7 and c6. Black has tremendous pressure on the f2 pawn, but that's it. Black has to find something else to do other than attack the f2 pawn. And black can't be happy with the draw. Black is in a must-win situation. So he plays very double-edged move b5, stopping white from playing b5 later. And what I'm worried about from Erevan's position is the position is going to get too blocked and there's nothing to do, and the game will end in equality. But it seems like white could try to maneuver the knight to c5, knight c1, knight b3, put the knight on the c5 square. The white knight doesn't have a lot of good squares to go to. Yeah. And the question is, can black get some attack with h5, okay, that's what he did, h5, h4, and then h3, and try to get that f3 square.
And watch out, because the rook is eyeballing the black queen, so big idea of knight slamming down, taking one of those pawns, and of course, Arvind will not let that happen, because then his position will collapse. He has to move that queen away from dodge, and then once he's done that, then he can continue with this whole idea of just launching those pawns towards the white king, cracking open a line. But look at Arvind. His heart rate is all the way up to 145, and he doesn't look happy.
It's hard to stop knight takes d5. It's an obvious threat with no obvious solution, because the b5 pawn is hanging also.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got to keep an eye on the weak pawn on c6, the base of the pawn chain. You've got to make sure that knight takes d5, the pawn in the middle, that is the one you do not want to happen, because a knight loves to have those lovely squares. Maybe you can just go all in. After all, a draw is as good as a loss. Just roll the dice, defend the central pawn, and on you go with
That's what I was thinking, Yovi. I thought bishop e6, although then the c6 pawn is hanging. So he did what you said, but better. Played queen e6, giving up the b pawn. Then black's going to play h5, h4, h3, and try to get the f3 squared for the bishop and start attacking the white king. The knight's not really good on b5, it just wins a pawn, but it doesn't stop black's attack.
Yeah. And I got to say, the heart racing is also increasing for Parham. He's now 134, has risen up to 138. So he doesn't want complications. He doesn't want Aravind coming at his king. So maybe it's now time for him to try to gain control and swap off the pieces. I mean, the question is how. I mean, he'd love to get the rooks off the board. If he can do that, I think he's probably completely safe, home and dry. But until that happens, he's not going to relax, as his clock also starts to tick down. And Aravind is the one, though, feeling the heat, up to 153.
Now, I'll be really interested to see if Parham plays knight takes b5, h4. Now, the queen on e6 isn't on the f line anymore, so black wasn't threatening queen takes f2 check. So white did something you suggested, trading the rooks. And he played queen a1, so he could play rook a8. And basically, if black has no attack, black can't win. The only way for black to win this position is to crash through on the king's side, because the c6 pawn is permanently weak. Bishop on g4 can't attack anything. And here comes black with the h4, h3 idea, and white's going to probably play, if he's consistent, rook a8, trade the rooks, infiltrate with the queen, and hopefully trade the queens also. If somehow white can trade the queens and the rooks, then he's really safe.
Yeah, and you read his mind like a book there, Ben. As you see, the trade of rooks that are occurring. So the thing is, you can play pawn takes pawn, but ultimately the white king, in the absence of the rooks on the board, is able to do some nice defensive job by holding everything together. So that's why we're seeing that pawn advancing even further. Arvin wants to infiltrate on the light squares. He wants to go pawn takes pawn and just come in with the queen. If it can park up to f3, it would be a checkmating idea, but okay, it's a long way. Teleportation doesn't quite exist in chess.
Not yet. That's chess 2.0.
Star Trek chess. But there we're seeing the queen getting primed and ready to give some perpetual checks. And the knight and queen, they are like such a good duo as well. So I'm expecting that knight to start maneuvering, something that you mentioned in the past. In fact, it goes towards the white king. Parham doing such a good job of holding things together. He's really just holding his nerve here.
Yeah, and I wonder... Okay, I was wondering something, but it's not going to happen now.
Well,
now I think he can play queen h8, and black can't play g4 because of knight f4 check. I want to kick that bishop out if I can.
I also got to say that there is no danger of the black queen abandoning her king, threatening checkmate by posting up on the light squares, because the black king is so vulnerable, and the queen comes over, attacks that bishop. Arvind trying to go for another route as the bishop tries to park itself on the f3 square, but it's a locked up position. And the white king completely safe.
Yeah, bishop e6, he wants to play queen f3 and have his bishop defend his king. White's queen is very active. It's very hard for black to get both the queen and bishop into a mating attack because white has so many checks against the black king.
And this is why every king needs a good home to hide in. It ain't brave peace. He's always nervous. And then the queen just centralizing.
Wow, king g4.
King coming in.
Nigel Short.
What is this? The king going to be a weapon. It's going to advance all the way up, park it on h3, and then the queen is going to come in. But okay, Parham says, no, thank you. That is not happening. And I'm maybe going to make you regret parking the king up so recklessly up the board.
Well, the engine liked white until knight e2, and now it says it's equal again.
Yeah, well, equal for Parham is as good as a win for him. It doesn't really matter. He doesn't care whether it's a draw or win. He just wants to get that point, and then he will walk into the next stage. The knight, they're covering those potential checks, and now the black king in trouble.
Double question mark.
Yeah, that wasn't the solution. It was better perhaps to just play some very funky moves. But there we're seeing the queen just coming. And 37 seconds there for
Terrible
Aravind.
time situation for Aravind, yeah.
No, not what he needs. To be in time trouble and to have to find ways to keep on applying pressure on Parham, who is doing such a sterling job of just keeping it all together. Now the queen attacked, has to move, and Aravind speeding up.
That knight on g1 protects all the white squares. It's hard for black to do anything because bishop f3 just trades pieces. The black king is exposed.
And Parham is just waiting right with the king. He doesn't need to play anything aggressive. All he can do is like, there you go. He's going to wait. Because as soon as the black queen steps away from the defense of her king, there's going to be a perpetual check. And Aravind cannot afford that as the players. They are repeating moves. And Aravind trying now with the bishop, maybe setting up the queen coming on the H line. Parham says, no, that door is closed, and
Can I play G4 Knight H3 now?
you can do that if you wanted to play for a win.
Bishop G6. I missed that.
And now it's the white king that was threatening to post up, and now with the minor pieces off.
Yeah, the
it's
black king is there's no defense. There's no way
Exactly.
for black to do any perpetual.
And here we're seeing Aravind. He's going to give it one more try, but he's just got 9 seconds on the clock. The clock is not his friend, and now the checks they're going to be coming for Param. He doesn't care. This is good enough for him. He can give a check, and it's going to come more checks. It's almost checkmate.
Perpetual is better than checkmate.
This
Guarantees the win.
He doesn't care.
Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't trying to win at the end, even though he's probably winning.
It's a draw, and that
game.
is sufficient for Param to make it through to the next stage and live to tell another tale. But for Aravind, it's goodbye and it's good night as he leaves the competition. But what a game there for Param.
But Aravind gets a $23,000 takeaway gift.
It's a very, very nice gift of $23,000. But for Param, he's going to be so happy that he's made it through to the next stage. Again, the mouse gets rolled up. He takes away his secret weapons, and the heart rate monitor is off. And Param can shake hands and just give a sigh of relief.
No, that was a very controlled match from Param. He really showed his class that match. He was in control both games. He had more time, and pretty smooth victory. Very smooth play for a 10-minute game. Very strong play.
Definitely the way he held his nerve from start to finish. And his king had to withstand a lot of heavy pressure there from Aravind.
Well, he had mate in 2 with F3 check and Queen F3 mate.
It didn't
But Perpetual is better.
Perpetual was good enough, and that's exactly what Param set out to do. And he lives yet another life. Still on the edge in the lower bracket, but still, it is now time for Key to get crushed.
Wow. Yeah. Great match from Param. Aravind's out of the event. Going to get his key crushed. That's one of the exciting parts of EWC. Once you get knocked out, your key gets crushed. It's not so much fun, but at least you don't have to get more than one key crushed. You only get one key crushed, then you're out. So, really tough competition, even in the losers bracket. I can't wait for the main event to start tomorrow, where all the players are 27, 2800, because these players certainly belong in that event, and it's really tough to qualify. The qualifying events have been really strong.
Absolutely. These are the best of the best elite players in the world in online chess, and they're fighting it out. And let's go straight to the stage for that key crush.
And just like that, we have just had our first key handed over as Aravind Chidambaram has officially been eliminated from the play-in tournament. And Param Maksutlu looking like an absolute juggernaut as he tries to march his way through this play-in event. And you see the t-shirt, ladies and gentlemen, no sponsor. That thing just says EWC 26. This is the definition of betting on yourself. Congratulations. I know you still got more work to do. We're not even gonna do no interview yet, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta make sure my brother can stay locked in. This is a ceremony that we do here every single year at the Esports World Cup. When someone loses, that key is officially crushed. That represents their tournament life. Oh, that pop was something serious. Caught my man's Param off guard a little bit. That said, ladies and gentlemen, of course, that is our first key pop, but it is just the first of many. Phenomenal performance, and we'll see just how far he can take it. Let's keep things going with chess here at the Esports World Cup.
And our first key has officially been crushed as Paro Magsudlo takes down Aravind Chidabumram as he's now out of the competition. Key gone. That's just the way it goes. But Paro not safe just yet. He still has to win yet another matchup if he wants to progress in our tournament. And then after that, guess what? Another matchup. His job is far from being over with, but it does, in fact, at least give him a little bit of a rest as he moves forward to play against Alexander Bortnik. A 2-0 wins. Paro in control the entire time.
I predicted it, and it's exactly how it happened. So I will continue to predict certain matches. He played very well, and it was clear there was a little bit of a level and experience difference. I think that's what Parham had, and that's why he won.
Yeah, he wasn't really in danger in either of the two games. In fact, he could have actually gone for the win in the second game, but you don't need it. A draw is as good as a win. So that's the professional approach. And actually, convalescing is important when he's recovering from surgery. So get the draw and get out of here. Take as much break in the players' lounge as you can.
I don't know what convalescing means, but I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah, we were just going to nod our heads and, play along.
That's
but
right.
I do know that he played a lot of very good moves, and he seemed very locked in, and he had it under control the entire time. And his reward, of course, is playing Alexander Bortnik.
Which he called that a reward, called a punishment. We'll find out after the match has ended. But for Parham, shout out to him. Mike, you said it, right? Coming out of surgery, he has a lot of weight on his shoulders, but good on him for taking that win, especially after taking a loss just a little bit earlier on that very stage. Not easy to snap back, but he managed to do it.
Yeah, first elimination, as Yogi Berra said, it's getting late early for some of these players. I mean, we've already had our first player gone. Now is the part of the day where a lot of those keys are going to be crushed. And in fact, there's an Instagram reel where people crush things on a hydraulic press, and it's kind of an ASMR. This is not ASMR. This is somebody's hopes getting crushed. So a little bit different experience.
ASMR for the one doing the crushing, though.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. It's still so funny to watch chess players do something like this. This is only the second edition. For many of them, it's the first time they've been able to crush a key. So after the chess game, they all shake hands. They kind of want to talk about the game quietly, go take a break. No, it's like lights, camera, action. They have to, destroy the key, and Parham's the first one to do it. It's kind of funny. You do the first, key destruction in the losers bracket. The winners, they just keep winning. Everybody's still got a key, but yeah, Aravind is out, but yeah, consolation prize of 23K.
23K is pretty good. I know you wanted 5%. You might have to wait on that one. I don't know if it's going to be coming to Mel or not. But Aravind, a great competitor, just making it to the stage is a tremendous accomplishment. We're talking hundreds of players entered to LCQ. Aravind was one of those who beat out all of them. Top 5. A tremendous competitor, but he does fall short. But Aravind, though, still has a long career ahead of him.
Yeah, he absolutely does. Unfortunately, the delta between 23,000 and 250,000 it's a zero, but a zero in the right place. So he'll have more opportunities. And like I told you earlier in the broadcast, he's not old and yet has been around the chess world for a long time. In fact, he kind of had a plateau, and now he's back up near his career peak, I believe. So I think he's going to continue to improve, and he'll be back here next year, I'm sure.
But for Parham, I mean, he's on fire. He's playing incredibly well, despite, of course, the surgery, as we continue to allude to. What makes him such a great competitor? I mean, that series went his way 2-0. He made it look relatively easy.
Yeah, I think technically it was a 1.5, but yes, it should have been 2-0. At the end, he was completely winning. It's a bounce back type of performance, right? We said in the first matchup of the day, it didn't go his way. Here he stabilizes. Now is really the key, because he's playing somebody who's just as unbalanced of a player as him, will happily take the game into very complex territory. And I think Parham right now is feeling a little bit more confident than Alexander. We'll see if Alexander can reset.
And can we dive a little bit deeper into that? What do you mean unbalanced, right? Is it, again, going against traditional openings, moves? You don't know what they're going to throw at you. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, there's a couple of different openings and setups that some of the players here prefer to play. The Queen's Gambit Declined, right, is one of these openings that a couple of these players like to play. That's just super stable, super straightforward plans, not taking much risk. The Catalan, the Wei Yi specialty, right? And then, you've got like the Spanishes. Bortnik plays all sorts of stuff. Against Wei Yi, he played e4, a6. I don't even know what that is. That the Owens defense? What is that? No, Owens is b6. a6 is the Tony Miles specials.
The
right?
Anderson opening, but the point is, it's so rare we don't even remember the name of the opening. And it's as I mentioned before, when I went and played at Sasha Bortnik's house, he played all of his pet openings against me and crushed me. And he ended up playing one of his pet openings here. That opening, I think, famously did well against Karpov. And so he used it here. But it is definitely an unorthodox opening, but that's what Bortnik does.
I guess when you think of chess, you think of it being formulaic, being very straightforward, but I guess being unorthodox does pay off.
Oh yeah, for sure. Problem is, when you play unorthodox against somebody like Wei Yi and Artemiev, which is why they are where they are. And we'll see what happens there. It could be a matchup that ultimately crowns a winner in a relatively, quote unquote, boring way. Whereas some of these other matchups might be crazy. There might be crazy king hunts. There might be piece sacrifices, attacks, 4-minute time advantages for a player who then has to make a comeback on the clock and on the board. So I don't know what to expect in Parham versus Bortnik, but I think we're going to get at least 2 decisive games, and maybe we'll get a third.
And we should mention it can backfire. Both Gotham and I are big fans of baseball. You can throw the slow curveball, and it might hang right in the strike zone. It doesn't always work. And, when you don't take the center in openings like this, it absolutely can and actually should backfire, but with no increment. If you get the guy to burn a couple of minutes in the clock, 1 or 2 tempos could be worth it.
All right, well, great matchup nonetheless, and throwing curveballs might be one of those things. Hopefully, though, Parham can get a strike in his next matchup. It's not going to be easy, but he's got to go all the way. Now, as far as Vindy, of course, he is now out of the competition. However, we got to pay respects with an interview via John.
Arvin, very sorry to be talking to you under these circumstances. A very difficult match just now. Talk us through game number 1 and what happened in the first match.
So I was with the white pieces, and to be honest, I did not get much in the opening. Even in my match against Grishuk, my openings were a bit shaky, I felt. But with black, I was doing good, but with white I was losing, which was a bit frustrating. But I think the game, I think I should have released at some point and made a draw. I don't know. I thought I can push a bit more, but I should have just stopped at some point and equalized, maybe played for a draw, maybe. So nothing much happened. I was outplayed, to be honest.
And talk to us about your Esports World Cup experience overall from start to finish. What has Paris been like for you?
I was happy that I could make it to the Esports World Cup here. But it's a very strong event. Now I understand I need to work harder to win, to beat these guys, and of course these guys are extremely strong, and hopefully I can come back stronger next year.
And you've got teammates to continue cheering on as well. Still plenty at stake for the club championship.
Oh yeah, two youngsters. I think definitely. I think hopefully both of them will make it to the finals, or at least one of them. I'm cheering for them and wishing them a good luck.
Arvin, thank you very much. The fans loved you as well. Really appreciate it, and we hope to see you back.
Thank you.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Thank you, John, for the great interview. As always, Arvind, obviously a little bit disappointed that he takes the loss, but again, still a massive accomplishment, making it to this stage, competing at EWC. You still got to hold a lot of pride in that regard, right? Plus walking away with $23,000. Wonderful competitor. I'm sure he's going to be back anytime, especially next year, and just competitions moving forward. Arvind, a wonderful guy. And based off his interview, you could tell he was hurting a little bit, but again, just such a great guy.
Yeah, it can't be easy to lose on day 1 when you could have had 4 extra days ahead of you. That just goes to show how quickly things can go wrong for you here. So really hard to plan about how long you're going to stick around. And fortunately for him, he makes the first exit.
That's it. But you know what? The coverage here has been absolutely incredible. The Esports World Cup is wonderful. 24 different games. So much happening in the Level Up Season 2 programs. Got you covered.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Level Up Season 2 out now. It's an incredible program. You guys all need to check it out if you haven't already. At least watch episode 1, see if you like it. But for the club championship race, we're on week 6. And there's a lot of implications, including right here on this very stage. So many orgs represented. And we need to catch you up to speed with Trav, powered by Aramco.
We're here at the Qiddiya City Room. We're in week 2 now of PUBG Mobile, and it's the survival stage. So should be some implications when it comes to the club championship, Lauren?
Yeah, we actually have 2 teams that we're pretty much focusing on the entire time when it comes to the CC side of things. We've got GK Esports and we have AGAL. Now, AGAL is a pretty big one because if they're able to make their way through the finals and get some points on the board, with the fact that they've now jumped up into that first place spot, it would be massive. However, I know we're only 2 matches in so far, but they are struggling a little bit. In 12th place right now out of 16, that's not going to cut it. It needs to be top 6 in order to move your way out of survival into that final stage. So they definitely need to pick it up throughout the rest of today and into tomorrow, especially because we have our defending champs in Yangon Galacticos here. We have Nungshin Red Force, who are absolute beasts. We have Tiamba, who are absolute beasts. And these are all non-CC teams that could take those spots away from the teams who need it.
Well, it sounds like AGL need to pick things up if they want to stay at the top of the leaderboard. We'll find out as the week goes on.
Thank you, Glitter Explosion and Trav, talking about AGAL, who are currently in first place. Dennis Lazovic, though, will be competing in the next coming days, and when he does, he's got to do his best. Getting a win here or even top 8 would be tremendous for keeping them above Falcons, who have double representation in our chess tournaments. But for today, though, Virtus Pro, they're not looking too bad.
Yeah, well done by them signing one of the 3 players that has experience making it to the main event, and Esipenko is showing that experience definitely matters. What do you think? Do you think playing last year, Levy, counts toward a lot this year?
I think so, but ultimately, as we see, if you're not a top 4 or 5 player and you have the esports component, like the big stage, the audience, the bright lights, the noise-canceling headphones, you're not going to be there on the last couple of days of this event. Ultimately, you are a good enough player to be in the top 10 or 15. But do you know how many people could have made it to this final 8 in the world of chess? Obviously, they didn't. But if you ran a simulation next year, it's going to be maybe 7 or 8 new faces, right? So you don't know. You don't know. And so Yesipenko's here, but there's no guarantee at all, right, for the performance. And we see that.
That's right. I mean, he could lose his next matchup coming up, which is going to be against Grishuk. Let's take a look at our bracket because it's starting to get stacked towards the bottom. We still await the winner bracket final, which is going to be coming up after this very match. But when it comes down to our lower bracket, however, lives are on the line. Keys are going to be crushed. And Mike, I don't know. If you had to choose, which one looks the scariest? I'm down on the bottom.
I mean, again, I can't go against my fellow Charlatan, Alexander Bortnik there. He's still alive. He's still got a hope and a prayer. But, you know, Grishuk has the experience. So, gosh, should we go with the guy who's riding the hot hand or the experience? I was told that Grishuk was not looking so great after his last loss. Of course, he never is. Everybody takes their losses on their heart, him especially. So I'm still going to go with Bortnik. I saw Maksudlu coughing a little bit. I just don't know. You were talking about energy level before. He's the one player to worry about. Bortnik, though, he could play till 2 a.m. That's kind of his normal thing.
Yesipenko had a very difficult match against Liam. About half an hour ago, I was looking at the screen. I'm pretty sure he lost the first game, unless I can't read numbers, and he did not look very good. And then he won the second game, and then he won the Armageddon. We have so many games going on, we can't always keep track of them. So he must be feeling great. Hopefully Grishuk's recovered in the last hour. Maybe Grishuk actually feels better when he's playing than he does after the game or before the game. But he looked rough, and Bortnik looked rough. No one in that loser's bracket is looking particularly happy. I think Farham right now is maybe feeling the happiest, but he's also physically not doing so great.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, it's survival of the fittest over there.
Yeah, Parham Arvin, like I was looking at the heart rate, it got up to 150 for Arvin, like, which is just insanity to me. We did see that earlier too for Parham actually during his first match that he ultimately ended up losing. This time it was a cool 130 or something like that. But yeah, these matches are not easy, clearly.
Yeah, and it stays at that level too. It's not like an exciting point in tennis where your heart rate gets up for the break point. It's been up for the entire match, and I have to believe that takes a little bit out of you. And actually, I want to switch gears a little bit. Levy, you're the one person up here who's played in front of an audience before, that big match you played down in Texas. So how is it different playing in front of an audience like this?
In truth, that was a little bit more exhibition in the sense that we could actually interact with the audience. We were encouraged to interact with the audience. So I would hype them up. I would go like this. You don't see these guys doing it because they're wearing the headphones and there's a lot of money on the line and it's a very big deal. But still, it's very different, and I think our opponents in that match suffered a lot. Their heart rates, like head-to-head, were 20 to 30 beats higher than ours. I felt great, but that's because it's not a World Cup. If I was playing in a World Cup format, I would not be feeling great. And so we see the players wearing a degree of stress on their face that I don't think they really experience that often. Having said that, Yasipenko this year played the candidates. It didn't go great, and we saw that kind of wear him down. You were there.
I was there.
Cyprus. You see the players wear down after 2 weeks, right?
That's true. Now, I don't think it's actually against the rules for the players when they know they've played a brilliant move to turn to audience and hype them up. We're not going to see it, though, because it's just not in our DNA to do that, but it would be fun.
Be fun indeed, man. Matches are about to go down. More keys are about to be crushed. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, around the corner is going to be another match. Alexander about to take on Parham. This is not going to be an easy matchup, but it never is if you want to reach the ends. We're now down in the lower bracket. What award do you get from making it through the lower bracket? You play Magnus Carlsen. That's going to be your first matchup in the next stage. But you can't really think about that just yet. You got to think about the match before you. Now, Alexander Bortnik was not very happy during his first match, right? We were looking at his face. He clearly was not feeling it, but he's got to snap back, and he has, in fact, snapped back. But granted, though, still a very, very deadly rapid blitz. I mean, he knows how to play this format, and you mentioned his unorthodox style as well. That could make it difficult to read him. Alexander Bortnik, he comes in. How's his chances looking?
It's looking very good, I have to say. If he recovered from the loss against Wei Yi, he beat one of the players that's obviously in the final 8 already. He won his first upper bracket matchup, but then Parham could be struggling a little bit physically. I think also you're talking to 2 panelists here, 2 experts who are a little bit biased. I think we kind of want Alexander Bortnik to win.
Why is that? Talk to me about it.
I think I've played many blitz games with him. I'm friendly with him. We work together for a couple of months, just on openings and a couple of other things. And you're local over there in Charlotte, so we're kind of pulling for the guy. I mean, it's no disrespect, but it's a very close matchup. I think if he can right the ship, he can beat anybody in the world. But so can Parham.
So what's righting this ship? What do we mean by that, right? What does he need to do to get the win? Because Parham right now, obviously, we've talked about his illnesses and stuff, but I mean, he did, in fact, just dominate his last matchup. He's looking in good form going into this match, which is an elimination match.
Just a guess, but I'm going to say that Parham is going to spend this time looking at all their game history. They both play Title Tuesday, I think, nearly every week, so there's no shortage of things for him to look at. And also, he has to guess what trick openings are going to be played against him and have an answer ready for those. So he's probably sitting somewhere, laptop in hand, looking at all those past encounters that I'm sure they've had on a weekly basis on Title Tuesday, because they pretty much always meet.
I will just quickly add, I think the scouting report when you're playing Parham is very different than when you're playing Wei Yi, because when you're playing Wei Yi, it's like, why am I playing Wei Yi? I would literally rather play anybody else. When you play Parham, you know how to defeat him in some ways. You know where you have been defeated in certain ways. So it's a very different, I got to do this and this. Against Wei Yi, I don't know what the scouting report is. I really have no clue. It's like almost wait for him to, at some point, get a little bit off balance and get something uncharacteristic going. But it's very different in this case.
Well, it's Alexander Bortnik going against Parham. It's an elimination matchup. Keys will be crushed. The question is, who will it be? Let's head to the casters to get yet another match started.
Thank you to our analysts there, our experts giving their opinions. Bortnik is favored by some of the players, Tanya. Parham, though, so dangerous at his best. This is going to be an extremely interesting and tight match.
It's going to be a close battle between these two. Just one life remaining. One of them will leave the vault, will exit competition after this one. One more key will be crushed. So much on the line. Pressure at highest, and for Parham Maghsoodloo, he starts with the white pieces. How important will it be for him to get that momentum going with white?
Oh, he's such a streaky player, Parham. We saw him really wake up in that last match. Some fantastic chess to get through to this round, and yeah, if he can continue that form, I think having the white pieces could be a great way to start here. Bortnik has been freestyling, I should say, maybe taking some big risks with the black pieces. So I think golden opportunity for Parham if Bortnik chooses to continue with his A6 type experiments. But no, Queen's Gambit accepted is the opening, more mainstream. And here Black is at a bit of a crossroads. Queen's Gambit isn't really a gambit. Often you get the pawn back, but he tries to cling on a bit longer, Bortnik.
But this is a very fun approach right here by Parham. Instead of moving that pawn in front of the king one square, he's gone two squares, capturing more of the center, but known to be the more aggressive line with the white pieces. And for Bortnik, he's hanging on to material, once again put under pressure right now. All pawn moves, not a single piece out.
Not yet. Both sides need to get developed. It's the white knight that enters the action first, attacking an undefended pawn and defended, kind of, by the black pawn. You can still grab with white if you're feeling greedy on the b5 square. This leads to tactics, a line that became popular around 10 years ago. Bortnik trying to revive it. Maghsoodloo thinking, debating the risk here.
And Bortnik, with just 28 seconds, plays this move. He definitely knows what he's doing right now because it comes with exchange sacrifices later on. A white does capture that pawn. Black will pick it up. The bishop eventually landing on that diagonal, winning central pawns. It gets absolutely chaotic. It gets completely mad if we see that. And David, we've got to show everyone what we mean by that. Knight takes pawn. The most attractive option here for white. Black captures it back. You get the rook. Sure, you're up in exchange. But then suddenly Black's bishop lining up with a double attack against the pawn and the rook. Winning some key pieces, winning time, momentum, knight jumping out. It gets very dangerous for white.
It does indeed. The white rook is forced back, and here Black can either capture a pawn in the center, or I believe the main move is to just step forward. This
is happening.
Fire on the board. The white king vulnerable. The white king's going to be coming under some heavy fire, and we do have a really thrilling opening to start this game. Knight takes pawn, and yeah, this is Bortnik now taking some huge risks to try and get this game with Black.
This is so much about preparation as well, and looking at the clock situation, one gets the feeling that Bortnik knows exactly what he's doing. It's Parham who's burning the clock, and again, no bonus time, no increment, and that can come to bite you later on. Parham feeling the nerves.
Definitely here, and it's all about knowledge. You can't just work out this position on the fly and just hope for the best. Here we go, Bortnik blitzing every single move here. White center is vulnerable. There's a dart squared bishop check out on b4 incoming. This opening claimed some really high-profile scalps a few years ago when it first came into fashion. It does feel like Parham hasn't really studied it in detail or simply can't remember what to do.
This is just not what you're expecting from your opponent. You know, they're games deeper into the play-ins already and coming up with this very combative idea. I just want to point out that right now, for Parham, he can consolidate the center. He can stop Black from taking that pawn by pushing the f-pawn one step forward, but it's going to be Bortnik bringing his pieces out. Not only the check idea that you pointed out, the Black Knight ready to jump into the game. Wire c6, wire a5, wire the b3 square. This is going to get tricky very soon.
And the clock advantage here is already growing for Bortnik. They do say that a pawn might be worth a minute in no increment chess. Here it's already a 2.5-minute advantage. Yes, white is the exchange up, rook for knight, but I don't think it's about the material. It's just about the mind games, and clearly Bortnik here in the ascendancy. The knight move, though, still theory. That's a good move from Maghsoodloo. He should continue traveling with that knight to the c3 square now.
Let's do a quick material count right now. White's got a rook. For Black, you've got one extra knight and a pawn on the board. That's 4 points versus a 5 in the mathematic dynamics right now. But it's all about piece activity, a better pawn structure. The 2 pawns that Bortnik has on the left flank of the board eventually becoming passos, always something to look out for. Parham, 6.5 minutes on the clock. Can he finish development and regroup his pieces?
He needs to, and he needs to do it quickly. Don't try this at home, ladies and gentlemen. This opening in general, both sides breaking the rules, lacking in development. Black hasn't moved a single kingside piece, yet still has fantastic compensation for the material sacrificed. White has 2 isolated pawns. White also lacking in piece development. Bortnik looks in pain, but he's going to retreat his bishop, and he still has a very decent position. He's almost 3 minutes up, okay? He brings his bishop out to pin the white knight instead. Also a very healthy move. This is promising a real double-edged fight.
What I love is the speed with which he made that move. You know, he didn't go into a big think tank. And I'm going to point out, Bortnik has been playing all kinds of crazy openings in today's gameplay. You know, he's played 1H3, he's played 1A6 with Black, and this one he starts with an exchange sacrifice. So we're seeing a variety of openings that for a speed specialist like Bortnik, you know it's intended to surprise. It's intended to go for more, even if he starts with the black pieces. This is Bortnik on the hunt for a win.
Exactly. You said it. Speed specialist. He very much thrives in rapid and blitz games because he's confusing his opponent, playing surprising moves. Parham at least has sped up the last couple of moves. He's 1 move away from developing, from castling now, getting his king to safety. But there is a temptation for Bortnik to grab a pawn. His light squared bishop in the center can go grab one of White's pawns. Everything else will be isolated if that happens, but it would allow the white rook to activate. So double-edged decision right now.
And the first time Bortnik's taken a pause, which means that this is perhaps where his preparation ends, and he's on his own right now, and it's a tricky position to be on your own. It's all about momentum here for Black. Let's not forget, he is down in material. If White gets castled, if White has no problems, then we're going to see Parham have a big advantage very, very soon. So for Bortnik, this is a big moment. Does he go for bishop takes pawn, allowing the white rook to line up against that bishop? Picking up the g7 pawn. So many questions to be answered as he goes under the 8-minute mark.
So many questions, and at some point you just have to trust your instinct. You have to decide, do you want real tactics, real dynamism, or do you play it a bit more strategically, just retreat the bishop? You have decent control, you have squares, outposts for Black. It's only a small material deficit. He has to choose what mood he's in. He has to do it fast. The main reason he chose this opening was the surprise value, was the clock edge he's gained, so he needs to maintain that.
And we see the bar. It does say that Parham Maksudlu has an advantage. But again, from a human evaluation perspective, still an incredibly tricky position. But I would be worried right now. You know, for Bortnik, he had this huge edge on the clock. It's now to about a minute. He's given up the bishop pair. White's bishop ready to land on a3 as well. But instead, he goes the other direction, pins the knight. Wants to get as many pieces of the board. You're up material, you want to trade more.
Yeah, and it looks like Parham now, just with the speed he's been gaining, he's feeling confident, he's feeling better about his position. He got surprised, yes, but he didn't let it get to him. He's still the material up, still the exchange up for just 1 pawn. Now he's trading stuff off. He's working it out like a maths equation, trying to simplify.
Makes a lot of sense. And let's not forget, once that bishop is out of the way, you will have the b1 square for either one of your majors to land and start targeting the b5 pawn that Bortnik has, but you need to first get rid of that bishop on e4, the centralized bishop, and for now, the queen gets out of the way. So if there's a capture, the knight will jump in, hitting the white bishop and the tender spot on c3.
And that's the compensation, right? Black's going to get at least 1 strong knight in the center of the board. Yes, White has the extra rook. Yes, White has lots of open lines to play with, but Black's knight in the center of the board is going to be so hard to break down. You can't trade off all the knights. He's going to take off 1 there, but it's going to be replaced. And still Parham with some big decisions. Doesn't feel like he's taking too much risk anymore, Parham Maksudlu, but to win this game, still a long way away.
It just feels like Bortnik will have just about enough compensation with the knight that you pointed out, potentially landing on that square. This b-pawn, which is weak, but once it moves forward, you'll have a really strong c-passer if you're Bortnik right now. Parham putting pressure on the e4 knight, defending his own c3 pawn. And now the big question, do you start pushing your f-pawn or fall back with your knight, eyeing the d5 square? That's the route chosen.
Yep, that's a perfect square, perfect home for the knight in the center of the board. Just needs 1 more hop, and it's going to land on a great outpost. But White is going to try and double down, maybe triple down on Black's queenside pawns here. Tanya, feels like a 2-result game, though. If White plays well, maybe there's winning chances. If Bortnik defends extremely well, maybe a draw. But a Black win, very unlikely.
I completely agree. With so many trades on the board right now, and this last move played by Parham also eyeing a doubling up, a tripling up on the A line. You mentioned the trades. There's rook lining up on the home rank for Black right there, getting rid of a pair of rooks as well. And watch out, the Black king could start feeling a little unsafe.
Yeah, you should definitely push a pawn, 1 of the pawns at least in front of the Black king, to give it some air, to give it a hiding place a bit later. There we go. No back rank checkmates anymore. And White lacks a bishop, White lacks a knight with which to target some of the weak squares now around the Black king. The black queen, in the meantime, hit, has to retreat. Where to go? Evalbar says level now, Tanya.
That knight on d5, just a beautiful, beautiful outpost, cannot be kicked out from that square. Now the queen lines up some nice juicy spots to land on the king side as well. Watch out for it landing on f4 at the right moment. Again, the big question, with the 2 rooks on the a file, how are you going to start targeting that b pawn or look for infiltration?
Yeah, he does still look a bit anxious here, Parham. We see him on the camera. What is the plan? The rooks are almost perfect now, but they can't really improve or break through. White's queen tied down, doing a defensive job. That's not ideal. One of the rooks steps back, but black can at some point push that pawn. Black just activate the rook, for example. So many choices for Bortnik. Still a minute and a half up on the clock. This one, I said it was a 2-result game, but I might be eating my words if that dynamic continues.
I'm really liking the way Parham has handled this position so far right now. You know, he's just making sure that the rook lands on b1. Some big questions being asked from that b5 pawn. Not easy how you're going to keep that defended. You'll be forced to retreat with your knight to keep your queen side going. I just want to point out both these players, for Parham and for Bortnik, you know, they're without a team jersey right now. They don't have an esports Augs with them. But what they're looking for is to make a big recruitment pitch with their play. And a win in this one will be a big statement.
Exactly, 2 confident players. They believe in themselves, and I'm sure there'll be lots of interested teams scouting them out for next year, next season. But in the meantime, this game hanging in the balance. Parham doesn't want to repeat. I think Bortnik was kind of dangling that carrot in front of him. He was saying, continue harassing my queen, the rook, the queen, they'll dance. This would be a 3-time repetition and a draw. Parham says no. Let's continue this game. He gives his own king some luft there, some air, and no more back rack checkmates on that side either.
I like that. I like that approach by Parham. He's the kind of player, if he senses momentum, he senses weakness in his opponent, he wants to pounce, he wants to make the most of it. And of course, only in hindsight, we'll be able to say if the decision to not repeat was the right one or not. But so far, Parham feeling safe and good about his chances. David, when you're playing a game you feel it's for 2 results, you continue, you keep going.
Exactly, especially if you have the white pieces. Parham might feel that this is the game. Bortnik is so dangerous when he has white. He's proven that already himself today in earlier matches. So Parham might feel that this is the game to target. But still a long way to go, of course.
I'll just point out one idea that Parham needs to always watch out for and have on his radar. The moment Bortnik strikes with that b pawn, b4, and I think he's getting ready for that. Lining up the rook against the c pawn. b4 will be the key pawn break, the key move to look out for if you're Parham Maghsoodloo.
Yep. That is the key pawn break, and just to show it on the board, it's almost incoming now. If white just, for example, passes, makes a useful looking move, boom, pawn to b4, there will be a capture, and as you're pointing out, Tanya, black here has a choice. You can capture either pawn, you can make an argument for both. Maybe this one, the knight can take this pawn next. The black c pawn is such a dangerous passer. The black knight, just as valuable, just as strong as any of the white rooks. And here, I think it would be Bortnik getting a bit excited. So we had a couple of moves. The queen kicked back, but watch out. b4, if it lands, will come with power.
Now, do it now. You don't have a threat on the queen. If you're Bortnik, this is on his radar. b4, will we see it or not is the big question. Does he want to wait? Does he want to prepare just a bit more? And there it is, David Howell.
It's on the board. b4, Bortnik's making his move. He still has extra time on the clock. Why not? Yes, he can grab the b4 pawn. Not the d4 that we wanted earlier, but this pawn hanging now. The black queen can take. No, he pushes forward with his own pawn. He's going to try and eat this one later with his knight. Deflect the white queen away. Boot it out. No more blockade. And the black pawn might be the MVP.
This is getting incredibly dangerous for Parham. I think allowing b4 is going to come and bite him because you look at this position, you've got under 3 minutes on the clock. That knight jumping in, the c-pawn reaching almost home square right there. One stop away from queening once it gets to c2. This is not as easy as the bar indicates. He goes back with the rook.
Oh, it feels like Parham now suddenly trying to pull the brake, trying to go into reverse gear and say, okay, maybe I'll play a bit safer. Maybe a draw is fine after all. Bortnik has to decide whether he can grab that white pawn. If not, then he has plenty of improvement moves to make, but it's the move he wants to play. Knight takes pawn. Can he get away with it?
And that's the big question. And what Parham has set up is that once the queen moves away, the queen and the rook, the white rook, will start hitting that knight. And we might even see him giving up his own exchange to try to neutralize that pressure by the end of that line. That's c3 pawn. That's not a pawn. That's a monster in white's position. Giving up material to neutralize that makes a lot of sense. Bail out. Pull the brakes.
Exactly. I think Parham here, clock situation, the trend of the game wouldn't be averse to a peace treaty to try to escape with a draw. But yeah, there's temptation for Bortnik to play on. He does. He improves his queen. He's now hitting another white pawn, the white pawn in the center of the board. And that is hard to defend. But rook's coming off now. Bortnik has allowed Parham the chance to eliminate, trade off a set of rooks.
And right now, Bortnik is just thanking that he's got that lift, he's got that breathing space for the king on the right flank right there. He could trade that off, step up with the king, and there are still problems to be solved with the 2 pawns under attack. And one of them defended with the queen moving to the center of the board. I'm expecting him to pick up the B pawn, but you're calculating all kinds of checks on the black king.
Exactly. Suddenly, Parham has found his target. He's zeroing in on that black king right now. Surely a check with the white queen. Can be blocked. The black king can also just move and no more checks. That's the thing. You have to weigh it up here. You can go for the black king with all your might, with all your army, but the black pawn is just 2 squares away from touchdown. Suddenly, okay, a safe move there, but suddenly it is black with the easier play.
And it's all thanks to that knight on d5. As long as that knight is there, notice how every single piece and pawn for black is beautifully defended and guarded by the other pieces right there. You can't pick up the c3 pawn. Yes, you're just relying your hopes on stopping that pawn from moving forward. But black can play the waiting game forever. Well, he does fall back with the knight, hit that queen. He's going to bounce right back to the center of the board, offering a repetition. This time, Parham does not decline.
Oh, Parham, I said he might like a draw. Suddenly he is up on time, though, so that's the one thing that might cause him to play on. You can't step up with your queen because there would be some checks, double attacks. The white rook would be loose, and there we go. It is a draw in the first game of this match.
What an absolute roller coaster the first game this was, with Bortnik, an early sacrifice, going for the win from the start. What an opening preparation, but Parham showing incredible nerves, keeping everything under control. Ends peacefully, but the game anything but peaceful.
Exactly. That could have gone either way for sure. And it was just such a high-quality battle. Neither player flinched. Neither player made a big mistake. Bortnik with black, I think, should regard that as a success. And yeah, that's a typical first game in any 2-game match where neither side at the end, when it was getting close, when the clock was ticking down, wanted to risk too much. It all comes down to the next one.
The next one. And what opening surprise does Bortnik have up his sleeve in this one? He hasn't played a single game at the Esports World Cup so far, which hasn't left us completely baffled, pretty much on move 1 itself. So I'm looking forward to some more of that action.
Exactly. Bortnik's last white game against Wei Yi in the previous match didn't go according to plan. He was trying to freestyle a bit too much, playing too much for the surprise. His favorite opening, the one he's famous for, is the Jabava London system. Will he play that now, knowing that his opponent might have prepared for that? It fits your strength. Your opponent for sure will have researched it. Or does he go for the surprise value again?
I'm looking forward to more such surprises. A smile there on Bortnik's face. I think he's going to throw on the first surprise very, very soon. And let's see what that's going to be for Parham. It is so essential to keep things under control. No Jabava London in this one. We've got the Caro.
Caro Khan. And, okay, knight coming out, offering a trade. Very trendy stuff. Bortnik retreats, not allowing black those doubled pawns that might keep the black king slightly safer, paradoxically. He avoids mainline theory, and now here, Parham has the opportunity to push his H-pawn forward. That is a very trendy stuff. Tanya, we've seen him do it already earlier today.
Just against Artemiev in his very first match, he went ahead with that H-pawn, and it paid off the dividends. Is that the line that he's going to choose? And there it is. Parham goes H5. You need to stop it. He does it with H3. You can step it one more step ahead. The white knight forced back.
Yeah, that white knight's done a lot of exercise this first few moves. It's already moved 3 times. Could be about to be a 4th knight jump in 7 moves. Again, don't try it at home. These players, they know all the rules. They know how to break them. The white knight now, it kind of gets in the way of the rest of its pieces. But black's H-pawn push has been blocked. Black also has to complete piece development. And yeah, Bortnik, this is actually a specialty of his good friend Daniel Naroditsky. They've played this before. They know all the ideas. So it does feel like he's yet again got the first opening surprise in.
The knight on its own odyssey right there. The bishop comes out to f5, but Bortnik at some point has to complete development right now. And I just wonder if that knight will land at the square it started the journey on. You have to get it out of the way, bring the bishop out, get your knight on f3, and he does that. The black knight jumps forward instantly by Parham Maksudlu.
Wow, interesting. That knight jump is normal when it challenges an opposing knight. But here it's kind of hitting thin air, that black knight. And yeah, normally you complete development of pieces which haven't moved rather than moving the same piece twice. And that piece gets challenged. Bortnik happy to double up his own pawns just to speed up things in the center. And okay, Parham trying to get his dark squared bishop out. Evaluation bar going a bit higher for white, Tanya, meaning that white is doing well, but yeah, still seems so early days. Parham hasn't done that much wrong.
And that's fascinating, David, because that queenside knight for Bortnik has made 5 moves only to land on a square where it wants to offer itself for a trade. And there it is. It comes off. The one thing you want to watch out for is for the g5 square, which the white knight can jump on or the white bishop can land on at the right moment. With the h-pawn being a slight weakness, I think that's why the evaluation bar says that long-term white will have something to attack. Notice and pay attention to that overextended h-pawn of Parham. Feels like it could be an asset, but very well a liability.
Yeah, such provocation tactics. He literally played 60% of his first 10 moves. So 6 out of 10 moves with the same piece, with the white knight that's now no longer on the board. Sounds like such a waste of time, such a waste of tempo in chess, which is yeah, such an important thing. But black hasn't really developed either. Black's just been spending time on pawn moves. And okay, the queen coming out now, threatening to double some of the white pawns. A bishop takes knight capture in the air. Surely Bortnik is just going to defend that knight with his bishop and complete his development.
That makes a lot of sense, and I'm expecting Parham to continue doing that. Take out his knight, take out his bishop. The big question for me is, where does Parham find king safety? Will it be on the left flank or the right one? With that h-pawn overextended, it's not an easy decision to go shock castle if you're Parham in this.
Neither side can really castle in full safety here. If Bortnik also castles towards that right flank, castle on the king's side, maybe there'll be a pawn storm heading down towards his king. So it feels like some big decisions now, but definitely big decisions in the near future as Bortnik ponders what to do next. I'm really surprised he hasn't just developed his light squared bishop 1 square. Yeah, he's clearly got something else on his mind. It's a pawn sacrifice, Tanya, but a trap laid by Alexander Bortnik here.
Ooh, we have to show that. But I just want to point out the amount of knight moves that have been made in this game is just incredible. And black could not have picked up that pawn. The black queen would have been chased down the board, and then you lose connection to the bishop. Would have ended up badly for Parham. So calculating that really quickly, he simply retreats, keeping the bishop pair still intact.
Exactly, and I don't know if we'll have the ability to show that trap, but Bortnik has now made 8 moves out of 12 with his knights. He's dancing all around with his knights. He's forgotten how to use his bishop, seemingly. The white queen still hasn't entered the action. This is really confusing play. Parham Magzulu, in the meantime, his bishop's been moving around the board. His queen now gets challenged, and we might be headed towards a queenless middle game. Almost an endgame, Tanya, as maybe Bortnik's arguing that with queens off the board, he has a small advantage due to white's pawn in the center, controlling more squares.
And I think this is also against the opponent's style if you're Alexander Bortnik right now. You know, we did see Parham struggle in that endgame against Artemiev as well. He's a player who really likes the middle game complications right now. He does make a move, he does take his knight out, but that comes at the cost of a pawn. And that's a bit of a bait. I'm not seeing an immediate refutation. Queen takes pawn. Is Bortnik going to take the challenge head on?
Wow, I think he's tempted. I think it's his style just to take that little bit of risk to call the opponent's bluff. You can take queens off the board here, but doing it on black's terms mean that you won't really be fighting for any advantage with white. And process of elimination, what else? He does move his knight in the way, but there was a pawn up for grabs. This is given a red cross, a miss here. Not the best move. He should have gotten greedy with his queen there. He could have got away with it, and he would have been up a pawn to the good. But yeah, that was something he didn't really want to play against someone as dangerous as Parham.
But it missed a golden opportunity here at the Allianz Vault for Bortnik to have picked up that pawn, taken the fight head on right there. I'll tell you what he wants with this last move that he's played. He wants to fall back with the knight. You've been talking about the nightmare that he's been doing in this whole game, the knight dance that we're seeing. That knight is about to chase the black queen via e3, forcing it to trade on Bortnik's turn. Knight e3 is always on the card. Right now, Parham's last move, castling on that left flank. No more pawn hanging, gets the king to safety. And I wonder if Bortnik continues with plan, knight to e3.
Yeah, he has to be careful though, Bortnik. He's spent so much time with his knights, now with his queen. His king still centralized here. His king still far away from safety. He reacts, Bortnik.
Did he just realize that the b7 pawn was hanging on the last move? Do you think that just happened?
I think he was going to blunder something else. I think he maybe wants to move his light square bishop. Forgot a pawn was hanging. He definitely missed something there, Tanya.
Ooh.
Huge reaction from Bortnik. Realization.
My theory, and purely speculation, I think spotting that the black king just defended the b7 pawn, a missed opportunity.
Oof.
Oh, maybe we'll get an interview and then find out.
We need John on the case afterwards to ask some questions. What was going through Bortnik's mind there? What's going through his mind in general? He's down so much time now. It feels like he's been taking some huge decisions. Yet another knight move. Of course it is. All the knight jumps, and after the queen trade, another shake of the head. It's a level position now, but he's down on time. No opening advantage at all.
And we saw the bar go down. That knight move was not liked by the engines at all. And even though it's an endgame, look at the development, the lead in development for Parham Maksudlu. A very healthy pawn formation to boot as well right there. This is not an ideal endgame. This is not the plan that Bortnik came into this match for.
Exactly. Queens might be off the board, but white is still lacking in development. So if black can challenge in the center with one of the pawn breaks, e5, c5, just open up some lines, then white might be struggling to cover all the squares. Given a question mark last move, Parham Maksudlu, but the most natural move in the position. Most importantly, he played it quick. He throws the ball back to Bortnik. He's saying, okay, I'm calm, I'm solid, I've got zero weaknesses. Good luck developing. Good luck handling this position with less than 5 minutes on the clock now.
That pawn was hanging, it's saved, and again, quick play. And we see Bortnik now under the 5-minute mark even. And the problem here for white is you just don't have enough time. You need about 2 moves to consolidate the position. You need to get your bishop out and go castle. And even then your troubles aren't over. Black is 1 move away from that central strike. Once the knight moves into the game, you've got an open line. You've got the bishop lined up. The black knight ready to attack b3 or d3, finding a good square. And look at that, the knight jumps continue.
He's now made, 11 moves out of 17 with his knights. He's literally forgotten how to use his bishops, his rooks, Bortnik. He's showing us some real nice dancing moves there with those horses.
This one, though, I will say, is easier to explain, David, because he controls that e5 break that you were earlier alluding to. So he makes sure that Parham isn't able to open up those central lines with the active pawn push. Parham, can he go for c5 instead, is the big question.
That might be the move he wants to play. White's dark squared bishop coming out to the f4 square might also create some mating nets around the black king. So it's not yet a type of position where you can fully relax with either color. We were saying Parham, no trouble anymore. But if you give Bortnik a few more moves, get those bishops out, suddenly the black king might find itself on a slightly uncomfortable flank of the board, especially like the white rook on a semi-open file on that A file. What will Parham do? He still wants to open it up. He still wants to speed things, accelerate the play before white is fully ready.
We're 17 moves into the game, and it looks like black's made 15 of them right now. With all the pieces out, the king already castled. You've got the h-pawn up the board, the only pawn to cross over the halfway mark, and you're just wondering, what has white done all along?
Yeah, you can feel the nerves as well, the tension out there, Tanya, in the arena. It feels like both players just scared of making those big decisions, taking too much risk. The clocks are ticking seriously down. As you said, 17 moves in, and Bortnik has spent most of his time already, more than half of his clock. Parham about to hit the 5-minute mark. This could turn into a real blitz game any moment now, and e5, that's a pawn sacrifice to open up those lines.
That's a big one, a big moment. And I love the moment that he's chosen, because Parham, again, going down on the clock right now, it felt like he had stopped exactly this idea. But Parham is ready to line up the rook against the white king. He's got to be feeling good about his chances in this endgame. You take that pawn, rook to e8, f6, double up, triple up on the e-line.
Yeah, that's the most satisfying type of move in chess, right? Your opponent thinks they've stopped something. They think they have it covered. You play that move anyway. White is covering that square twice, only defended once by black. It is a full sacrifice, but as you say there, Tanya, it's all about the white king. If that white king were already castled, this move never works. But it's on an open line, and Bortnik reluctant to open things further.
He might be forced to. You can't just sit still in this position, because black's ready to capture on that d4 square if allowed to. Parham is. He's handled this opening really well. And for Bortnik, the troubles are just starting.
Another shake of the head from Bortnik. 17 moves in. He's down to 3 minutes now. This is reckless clock handling. He really needs to justify this by making a series of quick trades, by getting the end of the game a bit closer. It becomes a race against the clock at some point, as well as against the opponent. Bortnik, he needs to move. He just needs to take that pawn, get the knights off the board, trade off, try and fight for safety.
Exactly. And he's got nothing to show for the time that he's burnt right now. There's no advantage. There are no direct targets that you've got. You've got no great development in the position. Your king's not even safe right now. It just feels like you've burnt all that time to make your position even worse. He needs to capture an e5. The big question is with what do you take? He goes in with his knight, and this is the moment that I'm expecting Parham to just line up the rook against the king.
You can line it up against the king. The knight tension will continue, and white cannot back up that knight now. White cannot support it. For example, with a pawn, due to this pin, black would simply win that knight in the center. It cannot move. It will be captured next move. White has to, in that case, block this central file with one of his bishops. Not sure which one is best, but for example, bringing a bishop out, allowing this exchange. And when the dust settles, it's level material, but still a bit uncomfortable for white. If you castle on the long side, then watch out. The black rook could come swing across open lines, and it's still Bortnik in trouble. So this would be a key move right now for Parham Maghsoodloo. Will he find it?
Yeah, we can see the frustration on Bortnik. I have to say, one of the players who is quite expressive on a camera, and I wonder if that's a streamer thing. We see Hikaru do that as well so often right there. With Bortnik, sometimes you don't even need to look at the board. You look at him and you know exactly what's going on. He takes another approach, does Parham. He first trades an e5 and then lines up the rook against the pawn, ready to pick it up with a check.
Yep, could become the same thing. Very similar, at least. Hard for white to defend that central pawn long term. Will drop off the board. He uses his rook. That is creative. Looks a bit of a clumsy square. That white rook could get kicked around the board a bit later by black's bishop. There we go. Nice move. White's central pawn is pinned. That black bishop is therefore untouchable, and it could slide back in the near future to attack that white rook on the edge of the board. I don't like that, Tanya, because he can no longer castle on the queen side. Bortnik shaking his head, looking us down the camera. He knows that it's gone a bit wrong.
We see you, Bortnik, but he's fighting. He's keeping chances alive right now. The bishop moves forward, and I think this is a key moment for Parham to find how does he keep the momentum in the position, to find a way to sever the connection of the white rook from that central pawn. He doesn't. He first does attack, slides over to c5. Can you continue chasing it down the board? Unfortunately, the b pawn cannot move ahead. Too many weaknesses on the left flank for Parham.
Parham probably has a draw here if he wants, by bringing the black bishop back where it came from, attacking the white rook, chasing the rook, and doing that kind of dance between them. But he will want more. Talking of finding a way, against Wei Yi, Bortnik, the clock was his Achilles heel. He had a decent position in the second game, but he blundered low on time, ended up resigning since he was simply running out of time. And okay, the black bishop coming in, that's for your idea, Tanya. Now the black b-pawn might indeed just move forward. And that white rook is looking so clumsy right now, so misplaced. Bortnik suffering.
You have to watch out. That rook on c5 can very well be trapped once the b-pawn moves 2 steps forwards, and then suddenly there's no way home. And that's not a Spider-Man that we're talking about. It's a lonely, lonely rook out there. Bishop b4, I love this move by him because it also stops white's bishop from developing, finishing, getting that king into that castling spot. Meanwhile, that black bishop can also head to the central d5 square at the right moment. Bortnik hates his position, and it's easy to see why.
Exactly, and Tanya, you pointed it out. This pawn is now hanging double question mark given to this last move by white. Black can now happily grab. There we go. It has been played, and if the white rook moves across, it has happened. Look at this. The black h-pawn now that we talked about, that pushed down the board so long ago, is going to start running. The black bishop will go back. Boom, boom, boom. 3 moves away, and not just that, but the white rook we were talking about is about to be trapped. It's gone. That rook is falling off the board. There's simply no way to save it. And the problems with the h-pawn do compound everything here. This looks like a winning position now for Parham Maghsoodloo.
He doesn't even care about the bishop move that's played for the trades right now, because that h-pawn will be decisive of forcing Bortnik to land with his bishop, stopping h2 from happening. He stops it, but just for a little bit. You could also start fighting for the g-file to infiltrate with your rook. He first trades. And that rook on c5, it's got "See you later, Paris" written all over it.
Oh, this could be the end of the road for Bortnik. If he takes with the white rook, then his pawn in the center would have been hanging. But instead, the rook is dropping off the board. Look at that. That's a tower of terror. The tripled pawns. You don't want that. White's pawns on the c-file, and 1 rook remaining. That rook is being traded off. And Bortnik, devastated, so frustrated with himself. he wasn't able to hold that equal position. Parham turning on the magic.
And let's not forget, the day started with a devastating loss in an Armageddon for Parham. And what a comeback it's been since then. And right now you could see Bortnik, he knows that this is the end of the road in Paris for him. What a story it's been for him, but this is where it all stops. And right now Bortnik just thinking, looking back at all those knight moves, it turned out to be a nightmare for the white pieces.
Exactly. The white rook, if it gets traded off, rook for bishop, helpless. There's no way the white bishop is able to hold the fort. Instead, the black rooks are the ones that get active. That white bishop is doomed. Bortnik's relying on one final trick. As long as you stop that pawn as Parham, you win. And there we go. It is Parham Maghsoodloo who takes the victory.
What a match, what a battle. And it was Parham to get that second match in the books. And it is the end of the road for Bortnik as Parham continues his battle to fight for the top 2 spots to join Magnus and company tomorrow.
Oh, what a result that would be if he can make it through, keep his dreams alive at the Esports World Cup. Bortnik fought so well, so hard, had an incredible journey from the last chance qualifiers until today. So close, but in the end, not quite enough. Really tight match there, Tanya, decided by 1 or 2 moves, but ultimately Parham just kept his cool. Maybe the clock, the control he had deciding the game.
Just a few moments ago, we saw Parham as the key crusher. We see some handshakes there and there with the consolation, but Parham's got to be feeling good. This is his second key crushing moment here in Paris. It's got to be feeling good to be Parham Maghsoodloo today.
Maghsoodloo, the key crusher, the dream crusher, as we see the final moments of this game. The black rooks coming in, ending resistance. That was how this ended. Let's go to the stage right now for the key crushing.
To an end as well as Parham once again celebrates a win on the stage. He crushed 1 key and he gets to crush a second key. 2 opponents crushed as his path towards the lower bracket continues to try and qualify to tomorrow's big brackets. The play-in bracket is still live, but Parham is there, and now we can go through the traditional key exchange from Alexander Bortnik towards Parham Maghsoodloo. There we go. Key exchange, and Parham showing his key in victory before joining me at the crusher for a second crusher of the day. We've had 2 crushers and both are his to have fun with. The first one was heard resonating throughout the venue, and we will be seeing the same thing happening again as his path is still alive. Of course, he's still got a couple games to play to secure a position for tomorrow, but after a difficult start, he is showcasing that he's got everything he needs to move forward for tomorrow. Security check is done. The crusher is live. It is time to shatter more dreams. Loud and clear, more dreams shattered, but Parham's dreams are still alive. Congratulations again. I know I've got more games to play, so a couple more time for him to get ready for the next game. More games here for chess at Esports World Cup 2026. We're far from over.
And another key has been crushed as the competitors continue to move forward through the lower bracket, staying alive. That's the way it goes for Parham, crushing yet another key despite the odds, despite what he had to go through. This man's composure needs to be studied. He stays alive a little bit longer. He's not out of the woods just yet. He still needs to win the lower bracket finals. But Mike, at least he's got to this point. Good on him.
Yeah, exactly. He actually survived the creativity of Bortnik in game 1. Bortnik played the Queen's Gambit, accepted, and sacrificed the rook on A8 very quickly. Sorry that Levy had to leave us there. But you know what? In game 2, there was no creativity to be had for Bortnick. He played more of a mainstream opening, and he got outplayed, and that rook on c5 could not find shelter. It got crushed almost as quickly as the key.
I think, unfortunately for Bortnick, it is very sad that he will be going home and his key has been crushed. But what was bishop to e2? Do we want to talk about that a little bit?
That was frustration. In fact, we've seen it now in 2 different matches. Bortnick has been the least able to hide his emotions out there. And in fact, both of the times where we've seen him in angst, the first time he just straight up resigned. This time, he basically played a give-up move. He tried to get some counterplay, but he realized that after Black's bishop rerouted, it came around the board and centralized, he didn't have much to play for. So you'd like to think when you get in a tough position, you can find some resources, but let's be honest, sometimes in chess, you just have no resources, and he realized it before we did.
I do want to say that, you know, in that position, king e2, maybe it's not completely GG, but when you're a grandmaster, you super do not want to be played defensively with only a minute left really on the clock. I mean, Parham has been really putting Bortnick under time pressure in both of these games, and I think that's been a great, you know, skill to have, the speed.
Yeah, he's got the speed too. Parham that's been one of the biggest things, even from his first match of the day that he ended up losing. Like, he was leading the charge when it came to the time control. He does it sensationally well, but unfortunately for his opponents, right, they don't like seeing that. And for Bortnick, you're right, that frustration on his face, it was seen in his previous match, it was seen here in this match overall. He has an earlier exit than he wanted. Obviously, again, we celebrate the fact that Bortnick made it this far, made it to top 22, a massive accomplishment playing in EWC as a whole. But the miracle run for Parham continues on. Again, either his birthday is today or tomorrow, but what a present it would be making it to the next phase.
Yeah, we did some research. It appears to be tomorrow if you can read the internet, but maybe he'll celebrate just a little bit early. In fact, we were talking a lot about the clock. The one thing the eval bar doesn't tell you is how much the clock is worth. Now, we could come up with some elaborate formula here, but I'd like to think that a couple minutes on the clock is worth at least a pawn. So that has to be factored into a lot of the calculations. Maybe one day we'll invent an eval bar that actually takes into account the amount of time difference.
I mean, for context, you know, having a minute left on the clock just really means you can, well, with these players, being able to pre-move is a huge skill, right? But you can't go that far. And you're going to be under so much pressure when you're playing against another grandmaster who is just constantly putting on the pressure, especially in a worse position. So while Bortnick might not have been in the absolute worst position in that situation, unfortunately,
yeah, he would have liked to have found a way to give up the rook and control the dark squares. In fact, what he ended up getting was triple isolated pawns. So he lost material and had a bad pawn structure, just nothing much he could do in the resulting position.
Gotcha. Hey, well, from what I'm hearing, B-Stream, we got an update because we need to know what the loser bracket final is going to look like. Let's take a look and see what B-Stream has to offer. We're deep into a matchup where actually looks like, I believe, game 2 of 2. And it looks like the pressure is on down to the last minute. Grishik versus Esipenko.
This is what we call a forever pin. You have to somehow get out of the pin here. And Grishik can't figure out how to do it. Not only that, he just threw his hand up just like Bortnick put his hand over his face. So players realize that he's about to take his headphones off. That's an early resignation, right? You take your headphones off before you hit the resign button. You probably have to resign at that point because you've violated gameplay.
There's no way to stop the pawn going to d3. It is GG. They will lose that knight. Grishik, unfortunately, will be getting his key crushed. And
that's tough, too. Because coming in, he had such a big narrative, right? We were talking about how good he is, his previous accomplishments. But we also talked about coming into it, it was going to be tough, as it is for everybody. He's disappointed with that loss, and it's not going to be easy by any means. But Esipenko moving forward, looking very, very strong at the moment. For Virtus Pro 2, a big narrative for the club championship. They stay alive a little bit longer.
That's right. And I just want to go back and mention it's got to be really hard for Grishik because he lost to both of his countrymen. Both of his losses were against people that he's probably, pretty fraternal with.
Sure.
That's, I don't know. I think you'd rather lose to somebody that you aren't so friendly with, if I had to guess.
I would say so, yeah. Losing to your brother kind of hurts a little bit more, I would say. Now, for Bortnick, a wonderful competitor, and he put up his absolute best. And John had a chance to catch up with him after his last match.
Alexander, thank you for joining us. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances. Please talk us through the match and what happened.
Hello. So I hold draw. Not hard game was first one, but the second I was white. Actually messed it up everything on the beginning. Yeah, so just blundered. So I missed every his move, which he just played, and that wasn't hard. So I play like 1200, by the way, not like a grandmaster level. But that's part of sport. You sometimes you're winning, sometimes you are losing. Always bad to lose, but yeah.
And I guess sometimes in longer tournaments, like an 11-round Swiss, you can have a bad day or you can lose a game and then you bounce back. And in Esports World Cup, it is just that little bit more brutal, and every single game, like every 10 seconds matters. It's a part of the format, quite different from over-the-board chess. You win some, you lose one. How do you feel about it?
This is a great experience, first of all. It's not that many tournaments by this system and this time control. And when you don't have an increment and minutes and everything on the seconds. Not that my last game, actually, I lose it much earlier than that. Yeah, I would say that I will come back much more stronger for the next year. I love this format. Thank you, by the way, organizers and everyone. That's amazing. And what you're doing for the backstage as well, it's nobody's seen that. So I want to say thank you to everyone and my fans as well for cheering. So I hope next year I will just demonstrate better performance than today. And wish luck to Maksutlu, who just already crashed 2 keys. Maybe he will crash more. Who knows?
And I think I speak for all the fans when we say we're looking forward to having you back as well, and we're rooting for you. So thank you very much, Alexander.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John, for the great interview. Bortnik actually in good spirits considering his loss, and I love that he shouted out everybody behind the scenes because there's so much that happens. Obviously, you all see just the broadcast. Behind the scenes, though, our crew is working hard, and Bortnik humble enough to shout them out. Shout out to Bortnik, wonderful competitor and even better person. Coming up, though, winner brackets, okay? If you lose, you still drop down. You have a chance to make it into the next phase. However, you don't want to make it that point. You want to win here and now. Artemiev takes on Wei Yi. This is going to be a powerhouse matchup. Artemiev has been absolutely on fire. He has beat everybody in front of him. He continues to do so. His time control is incredible. His strategy is impeccable. But can he take down the Titan of Wei Yi?
I mean, I think it's going to be quite a challenge for Artemiev, but this will be definitely the most exciting match so far. Wei has had an insane day. He hasn't had a perfect run to get to here, but he has had multiple brilliancies, including the Cypress gift. Bishop takes h6 earlier in the day against Esipenko, as well as that beautiful, beautiful, beautiful rook takes d4 that we saw. I mean, I think this could be really anybody. What do you think, Mike?
Well, I will say that Artemiev hasn't really been worse all day today, but his openings are becoming a little bit predictable. He's now had 3 whites because he had to play that extra Armageddon game as white. Recall that he won on demand using a double Fianchetto opening. He played the double Fianchetto opening as white to get past his next opponent without having to go to Armageddon. So if you're sitting there as him, you might want to think, do I need to vary my opening as white? Because they've now seen me Fianchetto my king's bishop twice, my queen's bishop twice, and I think that you need to come up with something new for this winner's final.
For sure, especially with Wei being a tactical genius today, it's going to be a really exciting match, and I think that's what we're looking forward to. They've both known each other for quite a long time. Both were prodigies and are still, amazing, amazing chess players.
Yeah, one of the things, though, that Wei is going to have to deal with is Artemiev and his ability to control time incredibly well, creating that pressure while simultaneously not taking unnecessary risks. But like you said, today, Wei Yi has been absolutely on fire, getting the praise from all of us on the desk as well as the casters as well. To move forward would be big for him. You mentioned that young prodigy. He's got something to prove, and he's looking to go all the way. And for Nemesis, they've got to be ecstatic he's doing as well as he is.
They're only a year apart, and they haven't played that much together, but they have played. And so far, Wei Yi has failed to beat Artemiev in both the online rapid game, which was at Chessville Masters back in 2023, and in the World Blitz team championships in 2024. So this is going to be interesting.
Definitely is going to be interesting. So they've got a past. I'm glad you bring that to the future here to the present. It's going to be a fun one for sure. This is the winner bracket matchup. There will not be a key crushed here, but if you lose, your key might be at risk dropping down to the lower bracket. You want to move forward. This is your chance. All you got to do is win this match overall, and it's going to be a fun one for sure. But Artemiev, man, you know, I got to give him credit where credit is due, beating Parham. But I do want to go back to that game number, that first match of the day, going into Armageddon. Can we say that if Parham doesn't make that blunder in the Armageddon run, maybe Parham actually wins that match?
Yeah, and actually, think of how much easier his day would be. We see him
that is true.
Perspiring. He's had to have 2 survival matches, crushing 2 keys. It really would change things completely around for him. He actually has the hardest path to advance because he's had to play multiple survival matches. So that is his one loss that he's experienced here in Paris over the last week. Didn't have a single loss on the LCQ. So that changed everything for both him and Artemiev, although he is still alive, but as my tennis coach says, you lose, you cruise.
You lose, you cruise indeed, and he might be cruising home depending on how this matchup ends up going, of course, and the next match as a whole. But yeah, does that make him look relatively weak? I mean, obviously he's made it here. Wei Yi, though, has Wei Yi been infallible? Like, has he not made any mistakes compared to what Artemiev did in the first match? Because again, if that blunder doesn't happen, Artemiev might fall flat. So can you argue that Wei Yi does look like the stronger, at least opponent coming into this?
I mean, I think it's quite tough because they have had different opponents, obviously. Wei Yi didn't have a very super clean LCQ. He did almost lose to Grischuk coming in here, and he did drop to Parham earlier in LCQ as well. So, you know, really anything can happen.
That's right.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed. It's the Esports World Cup after all. This is chess, and it's only day one. Who's moving forward? Well, this is the first opportunity for the competitors on the very stage. Let's send it over and start our winner bracket matchup.
It's only day one, Taylor, but one of these 2 players behind us will close this day one in emphatic fashion, qualifying through that upper bracket. For both of them coming through, won their first 2 games, and now it is time for the upper bracket finals for a spot in tomorrow's main brackets.
I mean, how amazing would that be? Going all the way through the play-in. Of course, some of these players, even from the last chance qualifier and then qualifying all the way into the main bracket, that is exactly what we are about to see right now. In this one, Vladislav Artemiev versus Wei Yi is a clash of the titans, and it is not easy to call whatsoever. Up to this point, though, Vladislav is entirely undefeated. He has not tasted the taste of his own blood, ladies and gentlemen. Wei Yi does have 1 loss, but he's looking extremely composed in his last couple matches.
Yeah, and that was LCQ loss, but all in all, both of them were actually on the big stage at EWC last year. Both of them finishing between 9th and 12th on the same result, so both of them are eager not only to step back onto that main bracket, but to get a better result than last year, because that is what competition is all about, Rob.
Okay, Damascus, I need you to do one thing for me before we get to our match. I need your expert opinion. Who do you got winning this, Damascus? Come on.
He caught me once on week 2, so I will never answer this question again, Rob. So you know what? May the better win, because all I want to see is a good match.
Okay, I like the political answer. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. It is officially about that time. Vladislav Artemiev going head-to-head with Wei Yi with the finals on the line. Let's go ahead and get into our match.
And it is going to be a great match. Thanks, Rob and Damascus. We are hyped as casters to call this one. Now, 2 unbeaten players, 1 golden ticket for a place alongside Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza. Tomorrow, Walt Alliance will reveal its first qualifier. Right after this one, it's Team Spirit's Vladislav Artemiev taking on his nemesis, Wei Yi. Only 1 survives. How excited are you for this one, David Howell?
I cannot wait. Earlier in the day, we described Artemiev like ice. Well, Wei Yi is also like ice. Both players just so calm, so confident, so hard to throw them off the scent. They take their chances when they come. They're both fantastic in the opening, both fantastic in the middle game tactically, and in the end game too. Hard to find any weaknesses. I think this one is going to come right down to the wire.
And I'd love to see that. I'd love to see another Armageddon in this one. It's calm versus calm. It's ice versus ice. I will say, though, that if it does become a battle on the clock, this matchup, which we're expecting to be an absolute dogfight, if it goes down to being a clock fight, in my head, I'm giving advantage Artemiev.
He's maybe a little bit more used to playing with seconds on his clock, and he never really seems to lose quality in his play. In the meantime, we're off. It's the English opening. Makes me happy, that's for sure. And could we see a reversed Sicilian? Black answering with his king's pawn, and Wei Yi starting with the white pieces. It looks like he's just, it looks like actually the other way around. Wei Yi, just happy to bring his knights out. It's the 4 knights variation of the reversed Sicilian here.
This is a complicated battle already, and I love how they've played. Now imagine Sicilian played with reverse colors. That's what we're seeing. Wei Yi, one of his biggest USPs in chess is his ability to absorb pressure, absorb initiative of his opponent, and then strike when they overextend. Right now, we do see a piece traded off. Is Wei Yi getting ready to castle on the other flank? Are we going to see opposite side castling here?
Oh, I would love to say that. I called it a reverse Sicilian because normally we see this pawn structure with white having the option to castle queenside. This time it is black, and we'll find out moment of truth any second now. First off, the black queen had to get out of the center. It had to step onto a safer square. But now the black king ready to decide. Do you slide to the right? Do you slide to the left? I know which one's more risky. Going the opposite side of white's king is definitely the riskier option. Same side castling. Maybe we'll see a quieter game. But any moment now, Wei Yi with the big decision.
I'm just going to predict that he keeps it flexible for just a little bit longer. But then the question is, what are your improving moves if you're playing with the black pieces right now? Do you consolidate the center with the f-pawn moving forward? Do you get over-ambitious with the f-pawn not moving 1, but 2 steps ahead?
Oh, Wei Yi, I think he was tempted there. He had to fight with every ounce of his self-control not to go the other way. I think if this were a second game, a must-win situation, we would have seen the black king go to the other flank. But no, with black, a draw might be a decent result here, so he keeps it nice and safe. Same side castling makes the game a bit more strategic, a bit slower, more positional. We'll see white try to play on the semi-open c-file, black play with active central pieces.
Now, what a day it's been for these two here in the office, for Wei Yi taking down Esipenko and Bortnik. For Artemiev, he's defeated Parham and Grishchuk today, now taking on each other, 1 match away from the big aim of getting into the main event today. And we see both players playing very healthy chess, pieces coming out, no big weaknesses, castles done, the most sane chess we've seen all day.
Yeah, it's not coincidence. Going back to basics, keeping things simple tends to be a recipe for success, especially at these high-pressure moments when nerves will jangle, tactics will eventually land on the board. Why race towards those tactics? Play yourself into form first, warm up, make sure you're ready. Pieces on healthy squares means the tactics will work in your favor.
This position gets really fun the moment Wei Yi decides where he wants to plant his f-pawn. Will it move 2 steps ahead looking at a kingside attack, or will he have a more cautious approach, just consolidating the center with a move like f6 in the future? I like this approach by him, planting the bishop at the center of the board. You really want to trade off that light square bishop for any potential future kingside attacks.
Exactly. It's hard to maintain that light square bishop for Artemiev now. The tension in the center. It's all about who blinks first. Maybe the white knight will jump out the way at some point, allow those bishops off the board. How to improve for white? Maybe you start pushing pawns on the opposite flank. Maybe you try to double up your rooks on the same c-file. Big decisions. Artemiev, he tends to like this flank play. It was interesting that Mike Klein was saying double fianchettos. He's becoming a bit more predictable. He has varied things up, but he now has to find new plans. And not easy to find a productive move here.
The opening phase is done. We're well into the middle game. The pieces are out, but what is next? And just feels like it's slightly easier to be Wei Yi right now. The way forward simple. You know, you put your bishops at the center of the board. You start pushing the f-pawn up the board next. And Vladislav Artemiev takes a decision. He wants the other pair of bishops traded off.
Makes some sense. He wants that square that the bishop's landed on for his rook. So I don't think we'll see Wei Yi trade on white's terms. He would rather invite the trade on his own terms. But on the downside here, you do lose some dark square control for white. So you got to give some to get some.
It's also a great way to actually get those flank pawns moving that you were earlier talking about, David. Now b4, b5, always something to watch out for with the squares controlled. We see a very different trade from what I was expecting. A bishop given up for a knight.
Yeah, there's tension between the queens. It might not look like much, but white's queen is undefended. That means the black knight is about to hop into the center, and there are some intermediate moves, some Zwischenzugs that are coming into play any second. And it looks like the tactics have finally begun after some early maneuvering.
Oh, I love that idea that you're showing, and maybe we can have that up on our analysis board, because this is the only explanation of why you give up your beautiful bishop for that knight, David.
Exactly. The white bishop wants to recapture. Normally you would play this move in a heartbeat. White has the bishop pair. White's bishop, fantastic, applying pressure on the black knight. But that knight would now jump into the center of the board. Queens staring at each other, and this is about to happen. If the white queen takes the black queen, black now flicks in, knight takes bishop, check. No need to recapture yet. You can flick in this move, and after you take back, you've damaged the white pawns. White has an isolated pawn in the center. There's a doubled pawn that you could look at a bit later. Bishops might come off. This position, probably close to a draw, close to level, but that would favor Wei Yi. So after a bishop capture, I'm expecting the knight jump. First a bishop trade, but the downside here is that knight jump might hang a pawn, Tanya.
Hang a pawn, or three, actually, because you pick up that A pawn, the B will be hanging, B pick up, C will be hanging, and I think we're going to see a lot of trades about to happen, because black's got ideas of his own, right? You're going to pick up that bishop, destroy white's pawn formation at the center of the board, pick up your own set of pawns with D3 weak, with F3 weak. This is about to get fun, and we might see a very different dynamic here, David, but none of that happens. The player's rushing to an endgame instead.
Ooh, that, again, that felt like Artemiev ducking a real fight. As he gets the queens off, we will be headed towards an endgame now. Just rooks on the board. They joke, Tanya, that all rook endgames are drawn. This one's still a lot of life, of course, but Artemiev could have made it a bit more spicy if he wanted to.
And so we do get into a very, very safe endgame right now. Now the D3 pawn is hanging, and I have to say that you could pick it up. What white is eyeing for Artemiev is rook infiltration on the 7th rank, activity along that. Better pawn structure for black currently, but an extra pawn right there for white. Is this the moment he goes rook takes pawn to neutralize that material advantage?
Yeah, surely that's the move he wants to play, Wei Yi. He has a lot of time, plenty of time on the clock to calculate these two, masterfully handling that clock, as you said earlier. But yeah, the downside to moving the black rook away, taking a pawn, is that white's rook lands on the 7th rank. Probably it's controlled damage there. You can brace for impact, you can defend all your pawns, but he wants to weigh up the pros and cons. White's pawn that is weak, that can be captured, is not running away. It probably drops off later anyway. So he's trying to find the right moment, the perfect moment to capture and restore the balance.
What you'd love to do if you're Wei Yi in this position is play B6, play C5, get a really nice pawn chain, and then pick up the D pawn. But that's 2 moves away, and that might be a move too much right now for Wei Yi. It's so tempting to pick up that pawn, but will he go for a more strategic approach to put pressure? I also want to point out, once the material deficit, it's restored, the material balance is back, it will be Wei Yi with a better pawn formation. That 4 versus 3 on the right side of the board means nothing for Artemiev.
Exactly. 4 versus 3, so even if the whole of that left flank gets obliterated, if it's just rook versus rook with white with the extra pawn on that right flank on the king's side, it should still be a draw. Great move there from Artemiev in the meantime, tying down the black rook. Black's rook now really can't leave the 7th rank. The king also a bit stuck, back rank checkmates in the air. You want to give that king some breathing space, but so many things you want to do on the to-do list for Wei Yi, but you can't do it all at once.
That's the problem with chess. It's only one move at a time, and right now that move of choice is to defend the C pawn, and I like how Artemiev has handled it. He says, you take the D pawn, I will trade a set of rooks, and my rook will be the first to party. In fact, not just the first to party, that will be a mate on that home rank. So rook takes pawn, still not possible.
Exactly. You need to start by giving the black king some breathing space, or bring the black king towards the center, as we see there. But now white has gone all out defensive for a reason. He's still a pawn up. If the white king is able to get a couple of moves, go towards the center as well, that pawn advantage will be long term. This is what we called earlier a 2-result game. With best play by Wei Yi, maybe it should be a draw, but only Artemiev can win.
And now both players within the 5-minute mark. You know, you get a 2-result game. You're white here, Artemiev. That's a dream outcome out of this opening that we had. He pushes that f-pawn forward, clearing up some light squares for the white king to march up the board as well, clearing more of that space that you've got going on. I'm expecting him to play a slow grind, and he's going to make Wei Yi sweat for that draw.
Oh, that is for sure. This looks like a classical game, Tanya. World Championship Game 7. You know, 7-hour time control where they're slowly maneuvering around. Black sacrifices a pawn, but should be banking the draw long term with accurate play. But with this time control, it's hard to stay accurate forever. This could easily go 100 moves if Artemiev wanted to grind away. and we'll see if Wei Yi can force the issue with this last pawn push. He's aiming to swing his rooks across and target White's 2 pawns there on b2, a2.
That's the plan, and then White will have to get one of his rooks into defense if Wei Yi was to follow that idea. For Artemiev, the path to improvement here would be to try to get a pair of rooks off the board. If he's given that opportunity, he's gotten his king to defend the D weakness, which does free up the piece, and I'm expecting him to fall back to defend the B2 weakness currently. And now always watch out for the move rook to e4.
And he's allowed it. He's allowed it, Wei Yi. That is a mistake. White now can push a rook forward. One rook trade here could allow the White king a bit more space to start advancing. One rook trade alone often doesn't mean too much, but White's king, Tanya, a bit more centralized, can start journeying forward. And Artemiev, he's so good in endgames in general. I've played him many times myself. He's such a masterful endgame player. This is his breakfast. He eats these positions for breakfast.
Well, it's almost dinner time here, so it looks like it's dinner instead this time, and he's got one pair of rooks off the board. But the good news for Wei Yi is that the d-pawn still remains a weakness with the way it's been traded off. Now the White king marching closer towards that black rook to get it out of the way. Once the king comes closer towards the queenside pawn, we will see Artemiev activating the remaining rook on the board.
Oh, this must be so stressful for Wei Yi. It's the worst possible scenario in a first game. 0 winning chances, fighting for your life for a draw. Maybe he can get it still, but I'm skeptical. The black king is still just too many moves away. The black rook having to back up now. It does have the idea of sliding across, maybe back towards the center, back towards that right flank if the white king continues its journey.
Tricky move there, stopping the king from going up. That would have been met by a check, forcing it to retreat right where it came from. So instead, another path by Artemiev. He goes back, passively defending that B pawn right there. And maybe your idea now of attacking the D3 pawn, it comes into play. Artemiev still needs to find a way to activate the rook that's just moved forward.
Yeah, still needs a couple of moves. White's king is going to step back up. And then the white rook finally is free to start roaming around the board. Still a pawn advantage for White. Still a doubled pawn, not the most meaningful one yet. But the game's still alive. Level on the clock. These two have been so smooth with their clock handling. Really practical, keeping time in the bank for later when the critical moments are still ahead.
It's level on the clock and a level on the board as well, but so much easier to play as White. This one, you can play just over 100 moves, over 500 moves if you need to right now if you're Vladislav Artemiev. Put pressure on the clock. And the problem is Wei Yi always needs to avoid a rook trade. Many of these king-pawn endings would just be lost. So he has to be extremely careful while Artemiev can keep shuffling around. Carefree.
Exactly.
First rook trade offer, don't take it, Wei Yi.
Bully your opponent like this, just offer those rook trades. Even if the rooks came off without improving the white pawn structure, which they would have done there, White often wins due to the extra pawn, due to having an extra waiting move, a move you can lose a bit later, putting black into Zugzwang. But okay, he's going roaming with his rook.
It's just provoking a few pawn pushes, potential weaknesses in the future, potential breaks on the right flank once the white pawns start moving ahead, giving a hook. With 8-6, the rook comes back. And this is what is so annoying if you're black right now. It's so much harder to find moves for Wei Yi than it is for Artemiev.
Yeah, and he's having to make very committal decisions, Wei Yi. He's pushed some pawns, leaving some holes on that right flank. There are some light squared holes that the white king might be able to get into a bit later, as Wei Yi at least is able to put his rook back in the center. Pawn to d4, apparently a mistake, question mark move.
You can push the f-pawn, you can drive the white rook away, and then win that center pawn. What has Artemiev seen there?
Wow, I think he got a bit hasty, Tanya. We said it could be 100 moves, 500 moves. He could have waited forever. Now, key moment, Wei Yi has to find this to alleviate pressure immediately. Pawn to f5, kicking away the white rook. When it steps forward, we're seeing it all play out. Rook takes, and now he can start checking. Here we go. And I don't think White's going to be able to defend this pawn while evading the checks. It becomes a race. It's still not over, but back to level, objectively.
Yeah, it feels like Artemiev calculated that he was going to win the pawn back, but this idea now of the rook just chasing back and forth and the white king not having enough squares, and we see, and this could be the moment of repetition, Wei Yi given that one opportunity to slink his way out, and he finds it. And for Artemiev, he's desperately trying to keep the game going. He falls all the way back with the king, but the black rook can now start threatening to get active, but watch out for a check on the 7th rank. He literally doesn't care. Wei Yi right now, he's going for counter offense.
Wow, big moment. If Artemiev is happy with the draw, he'll move the white king back where it came from. We move to the next game. But if he wants to initiate a race, take a little bit of risk. There we go. A rook check. He wants to keep this game going. He smells blood. This is the highest heart rate I've seen from Wei Yi in ages. They're both around the 120 mark. But that shows Wei Yi, for a cool customer like him, he knows that he's living life on the edge here.
Identical heart rates, almost identical a clock situation right there, and both players not giving anything away with their emotions. And that's what's so icy about them, regardless of what's going on the board. You can't tell. Complete control right there, and Wei getting super active. Now down 2 pawns, but that rook activity worth a lot.
Exactly. It's going to be 4 pawns versus 0 pawns on the right half of the board. Now down to 3 versus 0. But just because Black's king is so good, because the rook is so active, so well placed, he's going to be able to hold a draw. White's king cannot hide from the checks without losing those 2 important pawns on the queen side. This is going to be a draw. Surely now, Wei Yi teaching us all an endgame lesson. Active rooks, active kings.
Quality of pieces over quantity of pawns is the name of the game for Wei Yi. Now, 2 very attractive ideas. You can either start pushing your pawns, just continue chasing White's king away. Give a check, put that king forward, start eye-lining the pawns on the queen side one more time. Which path will Wei Yi go for? Will we see c5 or a check with the rook?
Oh, I would love to see one of the players take risks. I would love to see Wei Yi go for it, or Artemiev to find some way to elude all the checks. But it's not going to be easy. Wei Yi down to around 1.5 minutes now. I love your pawn push idea, Tanya, but he's allowed the white king forward. He's coming back with his rook there. Okay, can Artemiev play on? Does he have to retreat the king, allow a repetition? He looks away from the camera. Oh, what's he going to do? Is he going to allow the draw here and now?
This starts feeling so nervy for White to try to play for a win in this position. I mean, look at that. B2 hanging with a check. C5, the pawn's about to roll up the board. It starts feeling like it's Wei Yi's pawns that are far more menacing than White's 3 extra pawns on the right flank. I think this is the moment Artemiev pulls the brakes and gets back with the king. David, your predictions?
Oh, especially because he's just gone lower than Wei Yi on the clock. 1.5 minutes each. It's just going to become so random if they start racing with their pawns. The only way to keep control for Artemiev is to retreat with his king, agree to a repetition and a draw. We're going to see that play out. There we go. 3-fold repetition, a draw to start the upper bracket final.
And what a fight, what a game this was, start to finish, just sacrificing material there. Peace activity for Wei Yi, keeping it balanced, keeping his chances alive. But Artemiev has to be disappointed with that miss. He could have made more of what he got in game 1.
Yeah, he just rushed slightly. He did all the hard work, Artemiev. Just as it looked like he was getting a big advantage, he let it slip. But credit to Wei Yi, ice-cold defense there. He was on the back foot, but never really looked like he was going to lose full control. And yeah, I love that pose on Wei Yi's camera. That must be how he's feeling inside after holding that draw.
It wasn't an easy one, but if anyone can find a way, it is a Wei Yi. And now we're back to a level score, the final in the best of 2. 1 win away for both these players to join the likes of Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, Notterbeck. And that all happens tomorrow. What a day it's been. And all they want is 1 more win.
That's all it takes, and Wei Yi will now have the white pieces. He's extremely strong with white, especially strong, I would say, in the opening stage. Artemiev, we know how predictable he is with his opening repertoire. Will we see a Berlin defense as he tries to neutralize Wei Yi here? Or will we see Armageddon in the end? Everything is earned, of course, and who will earn this path to the group stage, to that main event, joining the likes of Magnus?
Well, you know, we can be fickle as commentators, David Howell, in our evaluation often, but the one thing we always want is more chess. So I am up for an Armageddon if that was to be. But this is a small first surprise that we have on the board already by Wei Yi. They say knights before bishops in opening, but here he's twisting the move order.
Exactly, the bishop's opening, very appropriately named, and he's going to bring his knight out. This is something Wei Yi has been doing over the last few months. This should not come as a surprise to Artemiev if he's done his homework. Wei Yi was playing this in the candidates tournament, in other big events as a surprise weapon. Now he normalizes things by bringing his knight out. E4, E5 openings. This is the bread and butter for the players. They have been playing this type of position ever since they were youngsters. And now the big question for Black is whether he strikes out in the center while he can, or play it a bit more slowly, positionally, as he's just done.
And while Wei looks like he's down to his baseline heart rate, although it does feel like it's going up already, Vladislav Artemiev starting with 120. Their faces giving nothing away of what they're feeling on the inside right now. We see the first set of minor pieces off the board, the first imbalance of a bishop pair for Wei, and it's a bishop and a knight for Artemiev.
Exactly. These two, they have some of the best poker faces in chess. We've seen Bortnik with the expressive performances there, but these two, you never know, looking on the camera, whether they're winning, losing. Still early days here. White with a slightly annoying pin. Wei Yi has pinned a black knight against a queen, and it's not Artemiev style to break that forcibly by pushing any pawns in front of his own king. Artemiev thrives on having a super safe king with a wall of pawns protecting it. How is he going to break the pin, though? Not easy.
That's the downside of giving away that dark squared bishop right now with overextending its development. And if you have to do that, you have to plan g5 at some moment. And that is far too committal. For Vladislav Artemiev, it looks just slightly uneasy. I'm expecting him to get his queen out, bring the bishop out, challenge that light squared bishop next, queen e7, bishop e6, maybe throw in a knight at the edge of the board, attacking the light squared bishop via a5.
Exactly. There's still time. You can still develop normally. White doesn't have any immediate threats. Wei Yi has pressure with the pin, but not anything else concrete just for now. But Artemiev offers the bishop trade first of all. Whose terms are those bishops going to be traded on? Hard to dodge long term. As you say, Tanya, probably White's bishop pair is gone. The light squared bishop will be traded. But does he take and double Black's pawns in the center, or does he step back?
That's the one thing that I would be less likely to do, is to go bishop takes bishop here. You not only open up the F line for Artemiev, but you're also making it very clear that Artemiev can simply step away from the pin on the very next move and solve all problems. So instead, he does fall back, says if you trade, I capture towards the center, opening up a file for my rook.
Yeah, really nice strategy. White has one isolated pawn. That poor A pawn on the edge of the board, that will no longer be friendless or isolated if there's a bishop trade comes towards the center. Small things like that, Tanya, where you trade on the opponent's terms or you force them to help you improve your structure. Small things decide big games.
And this is the big stage right now, the Esports World Cup. What a moment it is for these two players qualifying from the last chance qualifiers, making it in the winners bracket all the way through, and it all comes down to this match right now. I will say one thing, you watch them play, it always feels like a cagey, cautious start at the beginning. It's a development game, it's a slow game, and then suddenly completely explodes. That's what we saw in game one. I won't be surprised if that's the narrative that happens in this one as well.
Exactly. That tends to be especially Artemiev's style. In the meantime, he's gone back. That's not setting up the pieces for the next game. His knight going home to its starting square. His knight is going to step to the d7 square in front of the black queen, support its fellow knight to then break the pin. It's a long-winded process, but it's very, very solid if he can achieve it, Artemiev. That is a very safety-first approach from him.
The one thing that you have to watch out in this path that you have to unpin yourself is that it gives White the time to strike in the center. You have ideas of pushing d4, maybe trapping the black bishop with a move like d5, taking away more squares. Imagine if that was to happen, you get the d-pawn, you get the h-pawn one step forward, the d-pawn, another square, and black's already looking at a trapped bishop right there. So will Artemiev have enough time to find a way to untangle his pieces?
That tends to be the rule in chess. You go back, I go forward. So I wouldn't be shocked if Wei Yi does take the opportunity now to strike in the center, push forward with his central pawn. D4, the most natural move on the board. But he might just be looking ahead, whether to kind of prepare it first, slide the white rook to e1. He doesn't need to rush, but there we go. Your move on the board, Tanya. And I think a great call, adding the pressure.
I was almost about to say, did I just walk into a blunder, David Howell? Because there is this move, the g-pawn moving 2 steps forward, unpinning the knight, and there is a hanging pawn at the center of the board. But turns out all of that was calculated, and Artemiev isn't going for any of those lines.
Yeah, it's just not his style, Tanya. And just to show that a moment ago, Black could have tried to win a pawn by pushing it forward with his g-pawn. If White goes back with a bishop, whoops, you can capture a pawn for free for Black. And looking like a healthy position, but I think Wei Yi would not have hesitated. We've seen him sacrifice multiple pieces today on the king side, and this is a almost unbreakable pin. Not just that, but White's f-pawn is coming forward. And just to show the idea, Knight's defending the knight, but now White breaks forward. A rook might be coming towards the black king. Everything's coming towards the black king. This would have been a decisive advantage. So he instead defends his knight. And no trap yet, because pawn to d5 is met by the black bishop moving, but definitely in the near future. And one more move, as you say. Let's say, make a few moves here. d5 would trap the bishop. Black has to react to this in the near future.
I think he might just set it up right now. We see a rook slide over by black as well in the position right now. Instead, a different approach by Wei Yi. He improves the position of his queen. He's getting his other rook into the game. And I think that has been so instructive to watch from both these players. Just playing with all pieces. Bring all the toys to the nursery.
Exactly. Invite everyone to the party here at the Esports World Cup. Invite everyone to Paris. Why not? Bring your friends. And all the pieces want to play, of course. I do wonder whether the black rook on a8, still in the corner, is ever going to play a part in this game. Still early days, of course, but I'm liking the way that this is going for Wei Yi. I would choose the white position here, Tanya, just because it feels like the ease of moves, the bishop pair, the tension, him having the key to the center, it all adds up in white's favor.
I'm also going to add up one more sneaky point of this last move by Wei Yi. You know, he's eyeballing that b5 square for the queen as well, where it's going to attack laterally, horizontally, the pawn on e5, the center pawn, as well as the b7 soft spot right there. So queen to b5, it might be something that Artemiev needs to be careful about. Instead, he falls back with the knight to f8. This is slightly surprising. You know, the e-pawn hanging, David, queen jumping in. Is this inviting trouble?
Oh, he's definitely asking a lot from his own position here, Artemiev. The idea is logical. He wants to move that knight to g6. We were also joking earlier in the day, a knight on f8, there is no mate, so keeping the king nice and safe. But Wei Yi does change the pawn structure. He's not done that for no reason. He's now got weak pawns himself for white, but he's going hunting. The white queen attacking two different pawns, especially the b7 pawn now vulnerable. And yeah, this is not looking great for black. It feels like Artemiev just one move away from holding everything, but he might not get that time.
Is he about to lose material, Artemiev, and does he need to prove compensation for that? He does take a pause, which is a bit concerning. You walk into this idea, you better have a response ready right now. Queen jumping in. I'm looking at ideas right now. You could trade the bishop, but that only helps white. You capture towards the center with the a-pawn. You still haven't solved your problems if you're Artemiev.
This is really professional so far from Wei Yi, just asking small questions. He hasn't done anything flashy, hasn't risked anything at all, but it looks like he's about to win a pawn. Black's knight jumps, defending the central pawn. That one is inedible right now, but white's bishop on the edge of the board, a bit vulnerable. If he wants to, this is the moment for Wei Yi to get greedy.
And I think the point is that if you trade your bishop for the knight, getting greedy, you're going to leave behind some dark squares. And maybe Artemiev is eyeing a kingside attack. Imagine black's knight jumping on towards the white king on f4. A bishop takes knight, queen takes bishop, queen takes pawn. You have to always watch out for the black queen and the knight combining for ideas against the white king.
Oh, this would be a bit scary while the white queen is off in no man's land, offside, unable to defend her king. White would have won a pawn, but it's maybe not the best pawn to win. White's pawns on the queen side are shattered anyway. So this would be bishop takes knight. First, he could flick in a hit on the black queen. This is very tempting. And if black wants to defend her pawn suddenly, then white could take the knight. And it would be the black pawns, the black king, that are far from ideal. So a crossroads for the first time for Wei Yi. Does he get greedy, take the knight, or does he wait?
I also want to add to all those lines, I don't think taking on b7 immediately helps the cause. There are all kinds of LPD or loose pieces drop off. You could snap up that bishop on h4 once the knight captures. You have to watch out for that knight stuck at the edge of the board. I'm not sure if there are immediate tactics that refute the line, but it just looks like all of white's pieces are disconnected.
Exactly. Poorly coordinated here. One queen on the other side of the board, a knight stranded on the edge. We will see Wei Yi. That's why he had the time buffer. He was up 2 minutes. He's spending some of that time now debating how ambitious to be. I think he's going to grab a pawn. I think he wants to. His eyes seem to be drawn towards the black b7 pawn. But first he hits the queen, and Artemiev defends.
Yeah, you're not getting that pawn anymore. But what you are getting is a fractured pawn structure for black on the right side of the board. If now you were to pick up that knight on f6, it just means a long-term weakness for Artemiev. Bishop takes knight, looking incredibly attractive for Wei Yi right now.
Yeah, that's the only real way to justify what he just did, resisting that pawn, is to double up black's pawns now. I'm surprised we haven't seen that move quickly from him. Maybe he underestimated Artemiev's defense of the b7 pawn. And if the black king ends up being safe, if there's no way to directly attack, then maybe Artemiev can wriggle out of this one. Time advantage has gone for Wei Yi, meanwhile.
I'm also going to add, David, that, you give black a couple of moves. The king slides over, the rook comes onto the g file, the knight starts jumping towards the white king. We might be talking about the makings of an attack on the white king, especially now with the light squares weakened on the right flank as well with Wei Yi's last move.
Exactly, and that might be the signal for Black to start attacking on that side if he can. The Black Queen is on a nice diagonal. She can later jump out. I understand this last move from Wei Yi, though. He wanted to stop the Black Knight from ever entering the white half of the board. It's a control type of move. And in the meantime, Artemiev kicks away the White Queen. Given a question mark, maybe there was something better. But very logical. The White Queen sidesteps. The position so double-edged. It might look almost symmetrical, Tanya, but there's so much hidden life to it.
You're forced to pick a side to play from. Who are you taking?
Oh, I think I would take white, just more central control, especially the open D file, but I could see attacking players choosing black here. The White King a bit airy. Tanya, how about yourself?
I'm taking you on in this one. After we're done with our call, we go you versus me. I'm picking black here. I'm putting my bishop on h3. I'm sliding my king up. I'm eyelining the G line. I'm looking for f5 breaks. I just think there's so much dynamics in the position. But you know what? Artemiev says that's not how you play it. He first connects the two rooks. He wants to also fight for the D line. So still taking it slow.
And that's the thing. The man that we see in front of us, Vladislav Artemiev, he is a more positional player. He doesn't go for these kamikaze attacks out of the blue, the lightning strikes. He wants to control things. Maybe the best bet for Black there would have been to go for the White King, just not his style. And Wei Yi, colors reversed, would have definitely kept the bishops on, gone with the queen in a different direction. Artemiev's decision a bit too passive, perhaps, as we see Wei Yi trade off. Now the white rook can start entering soon. Oh, Black's king looking a bit airy.
The entire pawn wall in front of the Black King has disappeared, and it just looks like a very ugly pawn formation. You know, White, meanwhile, super healthy with his own. The H-pawn ready to always go H4, H5, hit that knight on G6. The White Queen ready to retreat, start attacking the pawns on the right flank as well. You know, after what we've seen over the last two moves, I'm picking white as well now.
Yeah, it does.
Did I say something about commentators being fickle?
Oh yeah, we can say what we want here, Tanya. It's their pieces, not ours, luckily. But it does look like Wei Yi is showing us the way forward as he tries to double up his rooks. And very important, not to trade queens. White's pawn structure on that left flank is fractured. Long term, White isn't doing great. It's about the here and now, about the short term. Therefore, queens are needed. And we've seen him earlier today play this maneuver. Queen A3, back to C1, reroute to the other side of the board.
And what a game that was against Andrei Asipenko by Wei Yi just a couple of hours ago. And it all worked to perfection with a beautiful sacrifice on that 8-6 square. I also want to highlight that for Artemiev, that knight, the lone remaining knight, you know, the two square theory, white's pawn on G3, just taking away all jumping squares. You also need to find the time to find better squares for that piece.
Yeah, and this tension now between the rooks, really awkward. Black would love to get all the rooks off the board, but a capture now, if Black plays rook takes rook, would be met by a pawn recapture. And Wei Yi, we talked about how he's kind of countered in the center earlier with pawn breaks. He's got another central pawn. Like magic, the white pawns are healed.
And speaking of healing knights, I'm expecting the white knight to find greener pastures as well. Reroute, hit that queen on the left flank. You can go knight d2, knight c4 right now. You can push the h-pawn if you're Wei Yi. So many healthy ideas in this position. But if you're feeling extra aggressive, maybe start breaking out in the center.
Oh, so tempting. And that's the thing now. Wei Yi has to decide. He's up almost a minute. Does he play it slow, drag on the game, try to win on the clock? Or does he counter now, go for it, and hope that his time advantage combined with his piece activity is enough?
Wei Yi has this impeccable quality of striking at the right moment. He just always waits for that moment when his opponent's overextended the initiative, has pushed too hard, has created too many weaknesses. So, David, I think he just lures him a little bit more before he strikes. I think he waits with d4.
Yeah, I think he was tempted. He was definitely tempted. But your first instinct, Tanya, was also Wei Yi's final decision as the white knight seeks a better circuit here. Going towards the black queen. It might have some other destinations up its sleeve a bit later on. But yeah, it's just the black pawn structure, the black king long-term weaker. While queens remain on the board, king safety is a huge factor.
And I'm going to also point out that the black queen needs to stay connected to that a-pawn on the board. And right now, it's Artemiev looking for counter-offense. He lines up the rook, but that gets a double question mark. Can white just start chasing the queen away, pick up material? Do you just go queen takes pawn? Is this the moment?
That's a pawn. It's a hanging pawn. It does look like the white queen is offside, but if she doesn't get trapped, then you can get greedy here for sure. Artemiev missed that. He reacted for the first time on the camera.
And I'll tell you what else he missed. Game 1, he could have picked up Wei Yi's A-pawn right there. He didn't take that opportunity, and Wei Yi says, I get that shot. I'm going for it. This is Artemiev being desperate. He's giving up his rook, an in-between check. That's an extra exchange. He picks that up with the knight and a queen. A solid attack incoming right there.
Wow, he actually had a surprise tactic up his sleeve to counter what white has done, but Wei Yi, with a very nice check from the white queen, has found a way to support the knight coming forward, and the black queen is suddenly cut off. The black queen is stuck in white's half of the board, can't create threats on her own, and white now is going to step back with the queen to c7, f7. Checkmate is coming. Black is helpless.
You can't even stop it, whether it's via the c7 square or the e8 square. The white queen is incoming to deliver a deadly check into position. And let's remind everyone, this is the final game in the best of 2. Wei Yi wins this, he's true. He is going to play tomorrow.
And just to show, white's path is simple. Queen c7, queen f7. You cannot stop this as black. Maybe the only way is to come down to the bottom of the board to race back in time to stop any checks. But check this out. Once the black queen is forced to defend a deadly check from this square, white can simply get greedy. Take a pawn, race a pawn forward, make a second queen, win the game, bank your spot in the group stage.
Oof. And that's a big spot with a big paycheck to bag. But I also want to point out, you take that c3 pawn, David Howell, in this position, which he doesn't. Queen e8 would have been a killer move right now. But instead, the h-pawn trying to look for squares for the king to hide. White continues, putting pressure. You could slide it over to e7, stay connected to the white knight, and put pressure on the black knight, and attack the pawn on f6. Queen to e7.
That looks like a knockout punch, a knockout blow. The white queen just needs to find the right squares. Black's knight, it is really breaking that rhyme that knight and f8, there is no mate. This looks like it's over. You can't defend the black pawns, can't defend the black king. Queen and knight duo, the dream combo. Oh, where is the finishing touch now? The black king cornered.
You can give a check and win the queen. This is just game over. It's 2 checks away for Wei Yi from a spot in the group stage. Queen d8, knight e8, game over.
Queen to d8, he's going to play it, and there's going to be a discovered attack. The white knight jumps out of the way. The black queen, loose, gone. Artemiev about to resign. Wei Yi takes the win.
What a match by Wei Yi. He takes the win and he takes the spot in the group stages. It will be Wei Yi who found a way into playing alongside Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, as he'll be playing the big boys from tomorrow. What a journey it's been from LCQ to being undefeated, being undeniable in action today, Wei Yi.
Wei Yi, so strong. Smiles from his opponent, Artemiev. We'll see him back in action later today. He's lost 1 life, but he still has a chance to qualify. But for now, the man of the moment, Wei Yi, the winner. And yeah, well-deserved, Tanya.
What a moment this is, and Artemiev knows it's not all over because he's been a star player himself right now. He drops down to the lower bracket. He's on his last life. 1 shot is what he has now to make it as well. Not get his key crushed just yet. But for Wei Yi, a fantastic controlled performance today.
Now, Team Nemesis will have a player heading into tomorrow. He's proven the nemesis of everyone he's faced today. So calm, Wei Yi. That's been his superpower, never flinching under pressure. And when the tactics arise, he always seems to spot them. This was the final moment. Wei Yi winning the Black Queen. And let's go to the stage to see what's going on there.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Wei Yi with a phenomenal performance. You are officially qualified for the main event tomorrow. What does it mean to you to have officially qualified for the event?
It's happy to qualify from the play-ins, and yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my man's Wei Yi playing absolutely phenomenal top to bottom. There will be an even more in-depth interview with him later on, but for now, I want to make sure he has a moment to just go ahead and soak everything in, as tomorrow he will be going head-to-head with Alireza Firouzja in the round 1 of our main event. Once again, congratulations to Wei Yi.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Just like that, Wei Yi locks in his spot into the next phase. He's been sensational from the LCQs now into the playoff bracket, or the play-in, I should say. Artemiev still alive whenever it comes to the chances and hopes and dreams to move him forward, but Artemiev will, in fact, fall down to the lower bracket, waiting his opponent, whether it's going to be Parham or Yesipenko coming up next. We still are awaiting who's going to end up winning that one. That's on B Stream if you want to catch up. But Wei Yi, so far today, sensational. Last year, he was in the EWC, Mike, and he played incredibly well, finishing 9th through 12th. This time around, he looks to do better.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. 3 of the players that played today played last year. He was one of them. He beat both of the other 2. So he beat 2 of the tournament veterans. So he did not have an easy road here. And of course, we didn't talk about him much in the pre-show. Looking back, I wish I'd picked him because he's unflappable. What are your thoughts on Wei Yi's play today?
I mean, I think his play today has been absolutely insane. We've seen so many brilliancies from him today. And we saw some more in the last 2 games. I mean, maybe not, necessarily the double exclamation mark on Chess.com, but in general, Artemiev definitely tried to do some tricks. There was that really interesting rook takes d3 sacrifice over there in the second game.
You know what surprised me in the second game is at that moment where White's queen got activated, it looked like White's queen was going to be the one that was stuck off sides because she was on the side of the board. Black crashed through in the middle, and yet the White queen snuck up the Black king side and snuck up the 8th rank. You don't see that very often, but going back to early on, Artemiev was looking for a fight because he created one of the classic imbalances in chess. He gave away the bishop pair to wreck the pawns, then he fixed the pawns, then he tried to wreck the pawns again, but it didn't work the second time around. And rather surprising, like I said, about the queen was like a little snake in the position.
Artemiev known for his speed, but also known for not giving up too many advantages and giving them to his opponent. What do you think happened this time around? Because, obviously he's got to move quick. There's only 10 minutes he has to play with, and clearly he got punished for a couple of mistakes.
I do want to bring us back to the very first game where he's playing white. He's obviously trying to push to win. In chess generally, when you have the white pieces, you have like a plus 5% chance to win, technically, according to probability. But that aside, he was definitely up that pawn in the very first game. However, it was doubled, and he had an isolated pawn in that rook endgame. So.
Yeah, we often say all rook endgames are drawn, and that kind of showed it. Even though he was up a pawn, it was doubled, his d pawn was isolated, and he wasn't able to get as much as he probably wanted to. So could have been a little bit of frustration, but his errors today were very natural things. He put his rook on the half-open file to target the backward d pawn, something that we're taught as kids, and yet that was the move that started to get him in trouble. So you can't just rely on the platitudes in chess. You have to see if the common rule actually applies to the given position. That's what makes our game so rich. If chess was all about memorizing general rules, we'd all be grandmasters at a kid age.
I mean, I think this rook takes d3 move is so interesting, aside from the fact, Artemiev sacrifices the rook, and huge shout out to Gotham Chess. We have that aspect going for it. But aside from that, it is a really fascinating opportunity to take back your pawn, right? He technically sacrifices that pawn along the A file in order to take on d3 and then play queen to b1 check in order to take the rook back.
Well, let's ask Taylor, because Taylor's got some game in him. Now, when you see a rook blocked by your own pawn and you see a weak pawn of your opponent's, it's natural to put the rook to aim at the pawn, right?
Yeah, naturally. You want to take the pawn, especially if it's free and you're not going to get punished. Why not?
Right. The problem was he got outplayed after knight c4. He tried to, when you rely on tactics to justify your position, you get in trouble. Because if one wrong error in play and your position falls apart.
Especially because we have seen such strong tactics from Wei Yi today. If I was going, well, not that we're competing against these players at any given point.
You could, though. Give yourself some
okay.
credit. You could.
Thanks, Taylor. Thank you. I appreciate that. However, what I was going to say is that Wei Yi has been a tactical genius today, right? Like, if I was Artemiev, I'm not sure I really want to be going up in these type of close combat where my king is slightly exposed. I know my opponent's queen's going to come all the way into my position on the 8th rank and bring the knight in. That looks a little scary. Obviously, when you have less time, it is difficult to calculate all of that beforehand, so you're relying a lot more on intuition.
Right. Let me ask a question. Does it reach a point where somebody gets so good that essentially they can't be beat unless they make a blunder? Like, is it genuinely impossible to beat them? Like for Wei Yi, he's obviously been, as you said, strategically unstoppable and valuable today. But is it possible to still outplay him without Wei Yi making blunders?
I think you're talking about classical chess, where certain players have become, very tough to beat. In the words of Mitch Hedberg, I gave up tennis because I'll never be as good as a wall. There are some players that are a wall in classical chess, but I don't believe in 10-minute chess with zero increment. Anybody in the world is completely unbeatable. Today was a pretty small sample size. Wei Yi came as close as he could to being a wall today, but I don't think that really exists in chess.
So then how can you remain consistent in a gameplay or in a game mode, I guess you say, with 10 minutes on the clock, remain so consistent throughout the day?
I will have to say, I think it comes down to doing those puzzles. You've been picking up a little bit on chess, and I know you've been working through puzzles, but having those tactics sharp in your mind in a 10-minute format with no increment. I think having no increment is really huge here because we did see Artemiev spend, I want to say he had 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on move 15. And that's not too healthy, having spent more than half your time on move 15. Chess games usually, I don't know what the exact average number is for a chess game, but you're only hitting move 30 if you spend half your time on
I'll
move
also
15.
make a psychological prediction. Artemiev's first slip was in a match that he didn't have to win. Now, none of his matches previous were have to win, but this is one of those matches you go into and you say, I only have to win one of the next two. And just think about that. Let's go back to tennis, If you're 0-0, you can lose a game and still a point win the game, but if you're facing break point, you're going to be really careful with the way you hit the ball. And I think that could creep into your play today, knowing, okay, I'm going to try to win this, but I've always got this fallback option. And when you have a fallback option, maybe you relax a little bit.
Well, fallback options are great, but not if your key was already crushed and you're now out of the competition. We've lost 4 players so far, 2 more to lose. Only 2 out of our 8 competing today move to the next stage. And so far, 4 keys have been crushed. Parham has been on an absolute tear. Hit the first key, crushing Aravin, taking him down, crushing his hopes and dreams. Parham takes him down.
Yeah, exactly. Parham has been the guy ruining metal. Jewelers do not like him. But don't forget, perhaps not these keys are at stake. The winner of the entire chess event does get to pick 3 keys.
That's right.
That they can use some alchemy to put in their final winner's trophy. By the way, Taylor, do these keys count even though this is the plan?
Yeah. No, definitely so. All 22 keys. You can use whoever you want. For Yesipenko, he can choose to use Liam Lei, who he crushed just a little bit earlier.
I love that. I mean, Yesipenko has definitely not had the easiest path to where he is currently, but once again, anything can happen. It's not yet over. You do need to lose 2 matches in order to be knocked out. So if you don't, well, you're still in.
You're still in indeed, and that is a good thing. For Parham, taking down Bortnik just a little bit earlier too, and then Yesipenko takes down Grishuk, who Grishuk was just, playing so very well up until the very end, and him losing definitely had to hurt for sure. For Virtus Pro though, Yesipenko still remains alive, awaiting his, we gotta wait for the B stream to finish overall. From what I hear though, we will in fact be closing out the day over on the B stream. For Stream A, we're gonna be coming to a close, so we still need to fill and see who's going to win that loser bracket matchup. Out of the 4 keys that were crushed though, Mike, which one has been the biggest surprise to you?
That's a great question. I mean, I do think that I was expecting Bortnik to go through. So perhaps that one. He was certainly the one that was most emotional. I mean, I know exactly what flight he's taking back to Charlotte. It was exactly one direct flight from Paris back to Charlotte. So
Oh no.
Yeah. So not my flight. I'm staying until the end of the week unless I did something wrong today.
Well, you've been great.
You've been great all day today. We take a look at the B stream, which is unfolding at the moment. And like I said, you guys can follow the B stream. They're going to be watching the final game of the day, the final match of the day. In the meantime, though, Parham taking on Yesipenko currently. Oh no, the pain in the face of Yesipenko. Is this the end? Did Parham get the victory?
He needed to win on demand. I mean, Yesipenko won game one, and we actually just saw it. We turned. Hey, shout out to our producers getting it done at the right time. We got to see it live. I think that was live. But anyway, yeah, he won to tie the match. So now we've got some Armageddon, which is what we came for.
Armageddon's always exciting. We'll give a quick reminder to everybody here about how Armageddon works. You do get to bid on what time you want. The person with the higher bid will end up playing white.
Right, and we're no stranger to Parham. We already know what his bid was in the opening match of the day, 7 minutes 15. Do you think he's going to go higher or lower than that, Nemo?
I feel like if you already go lower, that's kind of where you're saying, I'm happy to play the black pieces and hang on to a draw with 7 minutes on the clock. Now, you know, it is obviously a little bit player dependent because you don't want to necessarily take black pieces or lower time against all players.
Right.
So I'm not sure. It's a great question.
Another question I've got, Yesipenko didn't play until later, whereas Parham played the opening match. Do you think Yesipenko was watching and is even knowledgeable about what Parham's opening bid was?
He better be, man. He better be, because Parham has been on an absolute tear. And if he wants to win Armageddon, well, move forward, he's got to get through Parham. It's not going to be easy. Armageddon, though, that went to the way of Parham a little bit earlier in the day. Will it go his way once again? But EWC Play gives you all the coverage and gives you an opportunity to get involved in the eSports World Cup. Check it out.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
We're back, baby. Check it out. A lot of good things coming out from EWC Play. Caught me off guard, but you know what? We roll through it either way, baby. Chess all day, every single day for the next 5 days up until Saturday. A lot of days out there. Stream B is going to be closing out the show. But for us, though, still a little bit more to talk about. One of the things is going to be the Level Up series. Such a great series. If you haven't checked it out, Season 2 is out. Take a look.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
As our day comes to a close, we just witnessed Wei Yi move forward, but he's got a big task ahead of him. Number 2, he's going to have to play tomorrow, or at least the next day. Wei Yi going against Ali Reza, that's not going to be easy.
It is going to be quite challenging because they have actually played against each other last EWC in the inaugural chess at EWC event. Ali Reza did beat Wei Yi 1.5 to 0.5, so, you know. However, Wei Yi is in pretty good form.
Yeah, the bad news is you got to play the guy that knocked you out last year. The good news is you avoided Magnus, so you can look at it either way.
Pick your poison,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
It's never easy, right? And for all the competitors moving forward, well, they've got a tall task ahead of them, and we still need to see who's going to be moving forward, but that's going to be taking place on Stream B. They're going to get you all caught up to speed. They're currently in Armageddon. You want to catch that. One key will be crushed from that matchup, and then the next matchup, another key will be crushed, and your final player from today's competition will be moving to the next phase, but they got to play against Magnus Carlsen. The question is, who's it going to be? Head over to Stream B to check it out, because over here, we're done for the day.
We